Inspector Vazquez, Book 3, Blood Diamond, written by Alec Beery, narrated by Jonathan Keeble. Part 1. Prologue. 1982. 8 hours after assassinating the last of the old Nazis. Lieutenant Colonel John Smith of Britain's Special Air Service Regiment awoke to the smell of Hessian and a sense of lying face down on a pile of old sacks. He tried getting up but couldn't. His arms and legs were still asleep. A migraine suggested the after-effects of a night out celebrating the old Nazis' downfall, but then Smith realized he wasn't lying face down on a pile of old sacks. His head was in one, and his limbs weren't asleep either. Hands tied and feet bound, Smith had been knocked out, hooded, immobilized, and left somewhere cold and uncomfortable. Smith seethed. Red Team had gone too far this time. Practical jokes were one thing, but a jape involving the kidnapping of the regiment's boss before completing the unit's mission was unforgivable. Corporal Allison was up for promotion too. No chance of that now. No coming back from deliberately sabotaging the assault team's main aim, eliminating Adolf Hitler's son. No doubt about it. The corporal was facing a court-martial, reduction in rank, and a shameful tail-between-the-legs return to his previous unit, assuming the army didn't kick him out beforehand. Footsteps, a jangle of keys, the clink of metal on metal, a groan of hinges, and the door to wherever Smith was opened. A march of boots over an uncarpeted floor, and 2 pairs of hands had hoisted Smith to his feet. "Now look here, Corporal Allison," he said. "A joke's a joke, but if you've to stand any chance of staying with the SAS, Karl Hitler had better be dead." Smith blinked as the Hessian hood was removed. He had to blink again. Smith was staring at someone familiar, but it wasn't Corporal Allison. It was his superior, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Margaret Thatcher.
"No need to worry, Colonel,"
said Mrs. Thatcher, as casually as she always did when addressing one of her spies.
"Karl Hitler is dead."
Eyes flitting and head twisting, Smith took in the surroundings. Exposed brick walls, a barred window set so high it was impossible to look out of, hard wooden bed fitted with the thin horsehair mattress he'd been lying on, and a single low-wattage light bulb struggling to illuminate the scene. Quite the contrast to Mrs. Thatcher's appearance. Coiffured hair atop a smart navy blue business suit. Wherever they were, it wasn't 10 Downing Street. Smith wasn't even on the Falkland Islands, judging by his 2 handlers' dress, military-style police uniforms topped with peaked caps bearing Argentina's coat of arms. If this was a test of Smith's resolve, someone had gone to extraordinary lengths to make him believe he was still in Argentina. Smith recovered his cool. "You appear to have me at a disadvantage, Prime Minister."
"Disadvantage?"
Thatcher moved closer. She scowled.
"Try having the upper hand in a peace negotiation, only to discover one of your agents has managed to get himself captured."
Peace negotiation? Smith glanced at the men, keeping him upright. "But we won the Falklands War, Prime Minister. Argentina surrendered." Smith half expected Red Team to come crashing into the dungeon-like police cell, all giggles and pointing fingers.
"Wheels within wheels, Colonel," said Thatcher, turning her back. "You have a new assignment now, assisting the Argentines in their efforts to locate and recover the cache of Nazi gold." Now Smith really was confused. "I think these gentlemen are clever enough to work that out for themselves, Prime Minister." The 2 policemen responded to Smith's half-smile with grins of their own. "They don't have your connections, Colonel, and besides, I require you to do something else."
She made for the exit. When there was no effort to release Smith, he said, "I don't suppose we could discuss the nature of that elsewhere, Prime Minister?" Thatcher's response was a slow-about-face.
"We will, once Argentina has extracted some requirements of her own."
She looked past Smith, who realized there was a 5th individual in the room. The figure stepped from the shadows. It was Argentina's chief of police, General Ramon Camps. Like his two juniors, the man was smiling, a smile that broadened into a grin as he donned a pair of leather gloves.
"Do what you have to," said Thatcher, "but put Colonel Smith in hospital, and the deal is off."
Chapter 1. 1 week later, Emil's apartment. Emil read the test paper's first question. He tutted. Everyone knew Spain had founded Argentina, but why was it necessary to write an essay about it? Emil was looking to seal his new rank of detective inspector, not become the country's historian. He turned the page. Question 2. List the PFA's previous incarnations, describing the historical events leading up to the establishment of each. Emil's response was a groan this time, but he gave it a try.
"Captain Juan de Garay founded the Policía de Buenos Aires in 1580, he said out loud, "which became the Policía de la Capital in 1880.
Emil tapped the pen he was holding against his bottom lip.
Or did one of Garcia de Mendoza's militias count before then?
There was a reference book entitled Historia Argentina next to the test paper, which Emil was about to open when, with a sigh, he reached for a packet of cigarettes instead. Lighting the Marlboro, Emil left the table, kicked open the apartment's fire escape door, stepped onto the gantry outside, and leaned on the surrounding rail. He winced. Pain from the removal of Colonel Smith's bullet. Massaging the bandaged bicep, Emil looked onto the alley below. Judging by the overflowing trash cans, abandoned furniture and stained mattress with a tramp passed out on top, the dustmen must still have been on strike. Emil sniffed the air. Thank goodness he was 4 floors up. After a month and no resolution, he couldn't imagine what those living at ground level must have been suffering. Emil hoped the dispute would be settled soon. This part of the city stank at the best of times, and in the summer it didn't matter how high you lived. Rising heat took the stench with it. Didn't seem to bother a stray dog, which gave the tramp a sniff before heading up the rest of the rubbish-strewn alley behind Emil's block. The hound avoided a youth loitering at the end, catching Emil's eye. The youth was joined by another teenager. They shook hands. Why didn't the promotion test paper include questions like, "List the obvious signs of a drug deal"? Back in Emil's beat-pounding days, he would have had these two emptying their pockets in a heartbeat. Nobody under 30 shook hands in the ghetto. Greetings were all backslaps and fist pumps, so something illegal would have been passed. Having said that, Emil wouldn't have made himself known, even if he wasn't on sick leave. Ratting on your neighbours was about as sensible as wearing a fancy watch in this via miseria, especially one boasting Argentina's highest homicide rate. Highest outside of the dirty war, that is. Movement at the alley's opposite end took Emil's attention, and no one needed to be the proverbial policeman never off duty to recognize a third chancer had arrived on the scene. Hat pulled down to hide a face, hands thrust deep into trenchcoat pockets, hiding a bulge beneath. The stranger scuttled up the alley, a need to crouch behind and dodge the rubbish ahead, adding to Emil's sense of the individual being up to no good. The stranger drew level with the fire escape. They looked up. Emil took a step back. He looked down through the grating to see the stranger climbing the pile of discarded furniture beneath. The clang of a lowering fire escape ladder, and more echoing as the interloper stepped onto the iron structure, made Emil re-enter his flat. Pulling the fire door closed, Emil swapped his cigarette for a pistol, but only for more pain to make him realize that if this was an attempt to avenge the deaths of the old Nazis, Emil would face it with something he had never tried before, firing a gun with his left hand. Using the back of a chair for support, Emil pointed the pistol and waited for the stranger to do one of two things: force their way into the flat or stop outside the fire door. It was the latter.
"Emil, are you in there?"
Laura? What the hell did Emil's deputy think she was playing at? Gun still in hand, Emil strode to the fire exit, pushed it open, and after chastising Laura with the same question, let her in.
"2 reasons," she said, removing the hat and shaking her hair free. "1, I don't want anyone from the station knowing I'm here, and 2," Laura's nose wrinkled, "I don't want anyone else that knows me knowing I'm here."
She was looking at the table, the single chair, overflowing ashtray, sink of dirty dishes, and what was visible past the half-open curtain dividing the one-room apartment, an unmade bed. Emil assumed Laura's disgust was because, despite being 4 floors up, his deputy's super senses could smell the garbage below. That wasn't the reason.
"Why are you living in this dump? You're a police inspector, not a drug addict."
Emil ignored Laura's almost pathological need to express the truth.
"I could have shot you, you idiot."
He placed the Browning on the table.
"With your left hand?"
"I don't think so." Emil ignored that slight too.
"What do you want, Sergeant Gomez? Have you never heard of telephones?"
He cocked his head at the handset on the wall.
"You know full well this station's bugged," she said. "And anyway, I thought you might want your mail."
Releasing the trenchcoat's buttons, Laura revealed that she had been hiding paperwork. An envelope fell on the floor. Oops. Laura crouched to retrieve the letter, which Emil didn't need to look twice at. It was another return to sender from Maria. Emil snatched the unopened correspondence.
"Ooh, the Historia Argentina," said
Laura, changing the subject. She swapped the paperwork for the volume on the table.
"This takes me back to a 10-year-old finally getting to grips with her photographic memory."
She weighed the tome in her left hand, as if the knowledge it contained built muscle as well as brain power. Laura smiled at Emil.
"It was the first adult reference book I memorized from cover to cover."
Her smile fell to puzzlement when she spotted what Emil had written on the test paper. Names and dates crossed out, rewritten and crossed out again. Taking the volume from Laura, Emil said,
"I won't ask you again, Sergeant. What do you want?"
As if Emil didn't know, in addition to the unopened correspondence, the paperwork was mainly folded maps and charts. Laura took that as permission to open what turned out to be a navigable part of the Rio Negro River.
"I've been narrowing down where the Nazi submarines would have unloaded their cargo."
She tapped the river 50 kilometers inland from Viedma.
"They arrived between July and September 1945, when the waters were at their lowest, which means this is the furthest point the U-boats could have reached."
Emil shrugged.
"But we saw the cache for ourselves," said Laura. "It was in a cavern, but the terrain this far inland is all flat pampas, which can only mean—"
"The cache is beneath Viedma Cathedral,"
interrupted Emil. He reached for his cigarettes. For a moment Laura appeared lost for words.
"You mean you know where the gold is? The treasures, the artifacts?"
Emil striking a match made Laura head back to the fire exit. She stood on the gantry.
"Diego told me,"
said Emil, taking a puff.
"Well, let's go then. We need to get there before the junta works it out."
Other than taking another drag of his cigarette, Emil didn't move.
"They already have."
"What? You can't possibly know that. You've been on sick leave ever since you came out of the hospital."
Emil pointed at the wall phone.
"That hasn't stopped ringing since I got here. Your uncle, Captain Gomez, demanding I either fess up with the gold's location or pressure contacts like Diego Iglesias into revealing it."
"And?"
Emil checked his watch.
"It's 10 a.m., and as the phone has yet to ring once, I guess my services are no longer required. Which can only mean—"
As if on cue, the telephone rang. To Laura's raised eyebrows and slow shake of the head, Emil answered. 30 seconds later, and without having said a word, he replaced the receiver.
"Wrong number?"
asked Laura. Emil's confusion stared into space.
"There's a body lying outside 2337 Hernandez Street."
2337 Hernandez,
said Laura.
"That's my mother's safe house."
Chapter 2. 30 minutes later, and a barbed wire-wrapped barrier surrounded by 4 soldiers cradling automatic rifles was preventing Emil and Laura from entering the street.
"I'm sorry, Inspector,"
said the soldier, peering at Emil's ID.
"No one can enter until the area's been made safe, not even the police."
"We're homicide,"
said Emil.
"This is our jurisdiction, and you're stopping the investigation of a body that's been found in it."
Emil refused to be intimidated.
"Get out of my way before I have you arrested for obstruction." You don't want to go anywhere near this body, Inspector.
The troop's lieutenant had arrived. The officer was holding a pair of binoculars, which he used to gesture at a nearby ambulance.
Unless you want your flesh melting too.
The vehicle's rear doors were open, revealing 2 seated casualties, hands in bandages and looking sorry for themselves.
"What is it?"
asked Emil.
"We don't know," replied the lieutenant. "The specialists are on their way, but you'll be pleased to discover it isn't radioactive."
He held up what was in his other hand, a Geiger counter.
"Is the body male or female?"
said Laura with obvious concern.
"Male."
The lieutenant offered Emil the binoculars.
"Be my guest."
Emil accepted the binoculars, but chose to survey the street with the naked eye first. Jacaranda trees, parked cars, painted curbstones, tarmac as opposed to the dirt roads where Emil lived, and no rubbish. A typical middle-class suburb where striking bin men could be bribed to take the trash. The only concession to crime, also being a regular visitor, was the high walls and spiked iron railings protecting the detached properties either side of the street. That and the yellow tape cordoning the pavement 100 metres ahead, and the human shape lying in the middle of it. Emil was about to raise the binoculars when Laura took them.
"I thought you had super eyesight," he said.
"Nothing that can't be improved," replied Laura.
"The body presents another threat," said the lieutenant.
The officer was looking at a truck marked bomb disposal. The sound of an engine being started was followed by the appearance of a remotely controlled digger, its armour and helmet-clad operator guiding the small tank-like vehicle down a ramp.
"The body's booby-trapped?"
said Emil, gaining a sudden appreciation for why the army had to be involved.
"That's what the telephone warning mentioned," said the lieutenant, "along with something about detonation by radio signal, should any of my men be fool enough to go near it. But the body lying on top of a hand grenade with the pin pulled is more likely. We'll soon find out."
The soldiers guarding the street had just dragged the barricade aside, and the tracked vehicle was about to pass, when Laura pushed the binoculars into the lieutenant's chest and used the gap herself. Ignoring the cocking of rifles and shouts of, "Stand still or I'll open fire!" Laura tore off up the street.
"I'll stop her,"
said Emil, relieved to hear the lieutenant ordering his men to stand down. Emil chased after Laura. Expecting to catch up with his sergeant at the yellow tape surrounding the body, Emil was surprised to see Laura open the gate to the house opposite and run up the path instead. He was about to follow when something about the cadaver made him stop. Emil had to swallow. It wasn't the pool of congealed blood surrounding the headless corpse, and nor was it the partially incinerated state of the rest of the body. It was the nature of the inked artwork adorning the unburnt flesh, and one tattoo in particular, the words Kali Cartel in Gothic script down an arm. Despite the pain it caused, Emil took out his gun. He looked at the house. The front door was open. A scream from within made Emil cock the pistol. Chapter 3. Another scream swapped caution for haste, and Emil charged into the property. "What the— Ah, Inspector. Thank goodness you've arrived. Be a good chap, would you, and tell your sergeant to put her gun away? It's frightening her mother." Rita screamed again, as, lining his pistol up alongside Laura's, Emil tried making sense of the scene. Table, chairs, sink, stove, a flagstone floor, crockery adorning wooden shelves with pans suspended beneath, a typical middle-class kitchen in a typical middle-class street in a typical middle-class part of Buenos Aires. What wasn't typically middle-class was Rita standing open-mouthed, cotton swab in one hand, bottle of iodine in the other, and swathes of the purple disinfectant running down the face, neck and chest of a half-naked Colonel Smith. The man had taken a beating, and so hard his familiar Spanish spoken with a cut-glass English accent was the only way of identifying him.
"Check the rest of the house,"
said Emil, spotting that the British secret agent's gun was out of harm's way. The Beretta and its shoulder holster were dangling from a coat hook.
"But he's a murderer,"
said Laura, her aim shaking.
"Do as I tell you, Sergeant."
Keeping his 9mm trained on Smith, Emil took possession of the 2.2 and its holster. The action triggered one of Laura's robot-like responses, her head twisting between the 3 others in the room, as if not sure who to trust. Eyes settling on Rita, Laura lowered her pistol and said,
"Madre, I would like a word, please."
Being halfway through tending Smith's injuries meant Rita didn't want to, but the women left the kitchen anyway. The pain in Emil's right arm was heading for agony, so, keeping a firm hold of the bundled Beretta in his left hand and the Browning in his right, Emil pulled up a chair and rested both on the kitchen table.
"Start talking," he said.
"There's nothing to say." Smith winced, and that, together with a sudden intake of breath, was an attempt to feign a rib injury, or the man really was suffering. Torso covered in cuts and wheals, black half-closed right eye, bruised and swollen cheeks, split lip. Emil decided on a mix of the two.
"I'll talk anyway," he said.
Smith steadied his breathing. "Well, I just so happened to be passing by and thought it worth dropping in on Senora Gomez to apologize for the quite disgraceful way in which I've behaved, when who should I see about to enter the lady's home but a member of the Cali drug cartel, intent on avenging the loss of their smuggled cannabis?" Smith's uninjured eye focused on the bundle in Emil's left hand. "One high-explosive round from my trusty sidearm later, and the chap no longer seems interested." Emil had to suppress a chuckle. If there was anything Smith could be relied on to do, it was lie while telling the truth. Tank tracks slapping tarmac made Emil leave the table and look outside the kitchen's window. The Army's remotely controlled bomb disposal machine had arrived. He retook his seat.
"I take it the booby-trap bomb is a hoax?"
"I had to do something," said Smith. "There was a risk of the body being removed before Sergeant Gomez had a chance to see the burns." He raised a hand, and Emil realized Smith had injuries other than those of a police interrogation unit bent on avenging the loss of the Malvinas War. The fingertips and palm of his right hand were blistered, the melted flesh the Army lieutenant had mentioned.
"You wanted Laura to see the burns?"
said Emil.
"Why?"
"I work for British intelligence, Inspector. You won't be surprised to learn I have been tasked with a new mission, discovering the nature of a substance that not only burns, but has no known physical, chemical, or biological equivalent. We're hoping your sergeant's talent for deciphering what others can't can help with that."
"Laura's good at sensing and memorizing," said Emil. "She's not a scientist."
A half-smile, half-grimace from Smith was followed by, "Let me be the judge of that, Inspector." Emil scoffed.
"You're in no position to judge anything."
He furrowed his brow.
"How are you even still alive? You were taken to Esma, and the only way anyone leaves that hellhole of a detention center is in a body bag, especially enemies of the state like you."
"Wheels within wheels, Inspector."
"Well, I'm taking you in anyway."
Emil got to his feet.
"No, we're not."
It was Laura, back with her mother.
"We're taking Colonel Smith to where the burning substance was found. The Nazi horde beneath Biedma Cathedral."
Emil looked at Laura as if she was mad. The woman was obsessed with the place. He was about to berate his deputy for her one-track mind when Rita, wrapping Smith's cut torso in a bandage, caused Emil to adopt a different tactic.
"May I have a word with you, please, Sergeant Gomez?"
Laura trailed her boss into the next room. Keeping an eye on Rita's first aid through the half-open door, Emil whispered,
"Will you stop going on about that Nazi nonsense? Smith is a British Secret Service agent who by some miracle has escaped PFA custody, and, in case you've forgotten, it's our job to catch the bad guys."
Laura extended an arm.
"But that body's been in contact with something that's not only highly corrosive to human flesh, but burns in a way never seen before. Isn't collecting evidence also part of our job?"
Emil approached the window. The machine had fallen silent, and the body was on its back. As there hadn't been a loud bang, Emil guessed the bomb was a hoax. Two individuals dressed in all-encompassing yellow hazmat suits approached the cadaver, or rather, the mangled mess the machine's digger-like arm had made of the body, improving the bomb was a hoax.
"Leave that to the Army's specialists," he said. "They'll get to the bottom of it."
A thought occurred.
What makes you think this corrosive thing came from the Nazi horde in the first place?
My mother, said Laura. Smith told her.
And how would he know? And why would your mother trust Smith anyway, after going out of her way to bash him over the head in the cathedral?
Laura's head twitched, betraying a discomfort with the question.
He's apologized,
she said, unable to maintain eye contact.
Apologized? Sergeant Gomez, this is supposed to be your mother's safe house. Everything points towards Smith not only discovering the address, but deliberately disclosing it to the Kali just so he could shoot the first one to arrive, knowing full well you and I would come running. Can't you see the man's manipulating us again?
When Laura didn't respond, Emil said,
Well, I'm not falling for his tricks this time. We're taking Colonel Smith into custody. Case closed.
Emil re-entered the kitchen. He had just read Smith his rights, and the man appeared to accept the inevitable, when, sliding a bandaged arm into a shirt sleeve, Smith said,
Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, Inspector. I believe you're keen to close a missing person case that's been frustrating you. Someone by the name of Juan Fierro, I understand.
Smith's elastoplast-covered face smiled at Emil.
You'll be pleased to know I've found him.
Chapter 4. By the time they had arrived beneath the Edmer Cathedral, the morning sunshine lay behind, and the four were forced to wait as the only person familiar with the cavern's electrics went on ahead to activate its source of light, the U-boat's onboard generator. Diego disappeared into the darkness. Laura was whimpering. Emil guessed his deputy's supersenses must have included night vision, her fretting elevating to,
"Oh, God, please, no,"
as the beam from Diego's torch flashed over scenes of empty wooden crates, piles of straw and scattered newspapers. Emil was about to be proved correct. The Nazi horde was no more. Laura took off after the old man, giving Emil the chance of a smoke. He had just opened the packet when Smith's battered face was illuminated by the flame from a flint cigarette lighter.
"Try an English cigarette, Inspector."
Emil hesitated before accepting the offer.
"Is there one for me, darling?"
asked Rita.
"Of course, my love,"
said Smith, lighting all three of the embassy reds.
"I didn't know you smoked,"
said Emil, taking a drag while trying not to be unsettled by the pair's rekindled romance. The red radiating from the tip of Smith's cigarette further distorted his features as he said,
"It helps with the pain, Inspector."
Despite the man's habitual attire of smart suit and highly polished shoes, Emil couldn't help picturing a troglodyte and a sense of being lured into the monster's cave. Emil was determined to get something out of the visit.
"Where is he?" said. "Where's Juan Fierro?"
Smith appeared about to answer, when a wail from Laura caused him, Rita, and Emil to face the darkness instead.
"I guess even without light," said Smith, puffing on his cigarette, "Sergeant Gomez has discovered most of what she holds dear is no longer present." "I won't ask you again," said Emil. "Where is Juan Fierro?"
Smith smiled at Emil. At least Emil took it as a smile.
"In England, of course."
"Where? Doing what?"
Smile, grin, grimace, it was impossible to tell.
"Come now, Inspector. You know me better than that. Once I have everything I need, so will you."
"The only thing you've ever given me is a bullet. Stop stalling and tell me."
Emil was interrupted by the rumble of a diesel engine and the cavern's ceiling coming into view. The dozens of lights set within were pulsing an amber glow. The submarine's generator sped up, turning the throb into a brighter light which bathed the floor beneath, and if that didn't seal what Emil had already worked out, a louder wail from Laura did.
"Idiots!" she said. "Stupid, ignorant idiots!"
Emil's deputy was on her hands and knees, crawling through a detritus of loose packing material, mainly straw, shredded paper, the odd-torn sack no longer capable of holding its wads of cash, and the shattered remnants of crates that had once held everything from old masters to some long-forgotten European royal family's crown jewels. Forget 70 tons of Nazi gold gone missing. Anything and everything of value was absent. Someone had even gone to the trouble of putting an axe through the Nazis' model city of Buenos Aires. The surrounding charts and posters depicting this Fourth Reich's world domination were similarly slashed.
"Morons, imbeciles, brutes," continued Laura. "Pure brutal ignorance. Epochs of precious history needlessly destroyed."
Emil had to look twice. Laura wasn't crawling through shredded packing paper. She was trying to salvage the thousands of carefully stacked scrolls and papyrus parchments seen the last time they had passed this way. Every one of the ancient documents was smashed, either in the Polloina's haste to evacuate the cavern of its more recognizable treasures, or deliberately reduced to dust underfoot. Either way, the result was the same. Remnants impossible to reconstruct, let alone read.
"Vandals, Neanderthals, monsters,"
persisted Laura, her voice faltering as the few parts she tried piecing together crumbled to nothing, which was too much for the history lover. Collapsing into a heap on the floor, Laura sobbed her despair. Rita rushed to her daughter. Diego arrived back from the submarine.
"We can't stay long, Inspector. There's only 30 minutes of diesel left."
He put a hand on where he too had received a bullet from Smith's Beretta, the left bicep in his case.
"I can get more, but somebody else will have to carry it."
Emil didn't blame Diego for scowling at their shared nemesis.
"And that's quite all right, Diego," said Smith. 30 minutes should be enough for Sergeant Gomez to realize there is something here capable of satisfying her lust for knowledge.
Where the Englishman had glanced when finishing the sentence caused Emil and Diego to look in the same direction. To begin with, Emil thought the glistening must have been a shard of broken glass reflecting the cavern's lighting above, but it was too white. Emil and Diego approached. Translucent as well as bright, the solitary marble-sized object on the ground appeared to be a mineral. Emil put out a hand. Smith grabbed him.
"I wouldn't touch it, if I were you."
Flexing the fingers of his free hand as far as the elastoplast wrapping the digits would allow, Smith said,
"Unless you really do want to suffer my painful consequences."
"This is what caused the burns,"
said Emil, shrugging himself free.
"What is it?"
"I've already explained."
Smith lit another cigarette.
"Nobody knows, which is why my employer is keen to see if Sergeant Gomez can't shed a less damaging light."
Emil looked at Laura. Her wailing had ceased, and Mother was helping daughter to her feet. Focusing back on Smith, Emil said,
"You put this here, didn't you? Why?"
There were some police questions Smith could answer.
"Because my employer believes the gem relates to an artifact those evacuating this cavern chose not to remove, and we're hoping your sergeant's gift of deciphering ancient script will reveal a connection."
"Gem?"
said Emil.
"Stand back."
It was Laura. Emil, Diego, and Smith did. Passing between the men, Laura fell on her knees, in a less agitated state this time, and drew closer to this light-emitting gem. A few seconds later she said,
"The crystal structure is carbon. It's a diamond. But the allotrope is in a constant state of triboluminescence."
Smith grinned at Rita.
"I told you your daughter would be the right person for the job."
Rita grinned back.
What?"
said Diego.
"Triboluminescence," repeated Laura. "The emission of light and heat when certain crystals are subjected to friction or pressure. Although in this case—"
Laura trailed off, as the significance of what lay just beyond the diamond sank in. It sank in with Emil, too. Laura was staring at a stack of less volatile rocks, or to be precise, the shattered remains of hewn granite Emil's deputy had scrambled over during the pair's last visit, a pile of rocks bearing ancient hieroglyphic script. Laura lunged at the pieces, as if these too would turn to dust if she didn't. Rotating each in her hands, Laura separated the fragments of what was effectively a giant jigsaw puzzle and set about solving the teaser. Halfway through, she faced the onlookers.
"I'm going to need help."
If that was a request for some builder's mortar to cement the pieces back together, Emil was sure Diego could oblige, but he knew his deputy better than that.
"Someone with geoanthropological expertise," continued Laura. A mineralogist, at the very least.
Geoanthropological? Asked Smith. Are you saying the diamond is man-made?
I don't know, but it's emitting a light that wasn't there when we arrived. We would have seen it in the dark.
Laura looked up at the cavern ceiling.
Which means its properties include an ability to absorb one form of energy.
She looked back down at the diamond.
And radiate something far more powerful. Radiation, said Rita, exercising a sudden need to stand behind Smith. Like an atom bomb, you mean? No, Mama. The army discounted that when the inspector and I arrived on your street.
So, said Smith, drawing on the remains of his cigarette. A gem with an ability to emit more energy than it receives. He tossed the butt into the water surrounding the U-boat. I'm beginning to understand why some might have more than an aesthetic interest in this jewel.
Except it's impossible.
Everyone looked at Laura.
Emitting more energy than an object receives violates the first law of thermodynamics. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only changed.
Laura knelt beside the diamond.
Whatever's going on, this has to be a trick. There will be a battery inside or something.
She extended a forefinger, an increase in the diamond's intensity making Rita scream.
Damn,
said Laura, snatching her finger away.
I can't get near it.
Emil didn't care either way. It was all gobbledygook to him, and he was about to demand Smith reveal more about Juan Fierro or suffer the consequences, when what the Englishman said next delayed the intent. Would you like me to switch the diamond off, Sergeant Gomez? Before she could respond, Smith had reached into his trouser pocket and plopped a small black box over the gem. Everyone squinted as the white-hot diamond responded with a hiss and flames spat from beneath the container. Putting a foot on top, Smith suppressed its anger and said, "Be a good chap and pass me that bucket of water, would you, Diego?" The old man scuttled over to something else the cavern's purloiners had decided not to liberate, the keep's firefighting equipment. Seconds later, Smith had removed his foot, and to more hissing, but with clouds of steam, had poured the water over the box. Smith completed the switching off by crouching to slide something under the container. Its lid. "There," said Smith, putting the black box to his ear and giving it a rattle. "Safely deactivated."
"I'll take that."
Heads turned to the voice. It was the cathedral's bishop, accompanied by the two junior priests seen at the previous week's mass slaughtering of old Nazis. "But we have an agreement," said Smith. "Uncovering the diamond's provenance is the priority." Agreement? When Smith had mentioned employer, Emil had assumed the British government, or, given Smith was still alive after his date with death in the Mesa detention centre, some twisted deal with the junta. But the church, too. "I've seen enough." The bishop gestured with the crozier he was holding. "The young lady has made the precious relic's origins plain." All eyes were back on Laura.
"The diamond generates its own power," she said, "which means something is inside." "Something is inside, my child." The bishop carved a sign of the cross. "The Almighty. God." He closed his eyes to mumble something in Latin. Reopening his eyes, the bishop extended a hand. "Pass me the diamond. It's only right the church should be entrusted with that most precious of all holy artifacts." Smith put the small black box containing the diamond into his jacket pocket. "Not until my mission is complete." Reaching into their cassocks, the two priests extended something of their own, World War II-era German submachine guns. Emil and Laura, reaching for their own weapons, caused the priests to let go a volley of automatic fire. Bits of the cavern's walls joined the larger chunks of granite Laura had arranged on the floor. The detectives raised their hands instead, as did Rita and Diego. Smith kept his hands by his sides. "Please," said the bishop, "my diary is busy enough with burying the last of the old Nazis. But if I must preside over 5 more funerals, then so be it." One of the machine-gun-toting priests approached Smith. Appearing to accept the fait accompli, the Englishman recovered the jewellery box and handed it over. The bishop clawed at the container's lid the moment it was in his hands.
Might I suggest you open the box in complete darkness, Bishop? Said Smith. The senior cleric scowled. Unless you're determined to experience God's wrath. The scowl became indifference. You may leave. Selecting the least torn of the empty cash sacks, Laura began collecting the pieces of hieroglyphics. Emil was about to assist when a priest stamped a foot on the sack. I said, leave, repeated the bishop, and it would be appreciated if you could refrain from testing God's patience when doing so. Exchanging puzzled looks, the visitors made for the cavern's exit. They were about to pass through when what sounded like someone making use of a lump hammer caused all five to turn round. Sure enough, the priest who had stopped Laura from rescuing the ancient script was busy ensuring it never could be. Emil expected the sight to plummet his deputy into yet another depression of hopeless despair, but Laura's response both surprised and confused him. Staring at the wanton destruction, she said, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, atoms to atoms." Chapter 5. Sunlight wasn't the only thing that took a bit of getting used to. "Well, that's it then," said Emil, as the five descended the steps leading down from the cathedral's entrance. "No diamond means no more British secret agent mission nonsense, and no ancient knowledge or gold means Sergeant Gomez and I can get back to being police officers. Fess up with what you know about Juan Fierro now, Smith, and I'll think about turning my back while you make your usual escape from justice." Colonel Smith didn't reply. Reaching the bottom of the steps, he stared up the street. "On the contrary, Inspector, everything is going according to plan." Midday in this part of Biedma meant the area was busy with everyone from retired couples out for a stroll, hawkers intent on profiting from their open suitcases of tat, and the odd wild dog taking a sniff. But no one needed to be a detective to see what had taken the Englishman's attention. The four men striding purposefully towards them. It hurt, but Emil moved his right hand closer to the pistol wedged down the back of his waist belt. Not because of the men's thuggish appearance and the weapons they might have concealed, but it was a sense of having encountered these hoods before. Confirmed when Rita whispered, "Monteneros." She was right. The Marxist-Peronist guerrillas may not have been openly carrying AK-47s and wearing the combat fatigues and red armbands seen at the vehicle checkpoint, but all four of the communists' recognizable faces bore the same grim determination. The leader stopped opposite Smith. "Is it done?" Smith glanced up at the cathedral. "You will ensure to confess your sins afterwards, won't you, gentlemen?" Taking that as a yes, the leader addressed his comrades. "Let's get this over with." They followed him up the steps. "What's going on?" said Emil, the moment the group was out of earshot. Smith was unfazed. "Just putting a bit of distance between us and the other interested parties, Inspector."
"Interested parties?" said Laura. "Who else is after the diamond?"
Smith scratched his chin.
"Well, let me see now. The British government, obviously. Your country's administration. The Kali drug cartel. The church. Those Marxists. And, His attention wandered back up the street. "This representation from America's Central Intelligence Agency." He was shocked, but Emil could have guessed that from how these two new men, fast approaching, were dressed alone. Dark suits, sunglasses, electronic earpieces trailing wires under collars. The men in black may as well have been waving the stars and stripes and singing "I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy." Like the Monteneros group, they made a beeline for Smith. "Who are they?" demanded the first American, in what had to be English. "What do they want?" said the second. The language was hard for Emil to understand at the best of times, and the impenetrable nature of the sunglasses wasn't helping, but they appeared to be looking where the guerrillas had disappeared through the cathedral's entrance. "Oh, just some lost communist sheep looking for God's forgiveness." Emil had no idea what that was either, but the Americans nodded as if content with Smith's response. Laura translated the exchange. "Do you have it?" said the first American. Smith reached into his jacket pocket, and to everyone but the American's astonishment,
produced a second small black container the size and shape of a ring box.
"How do we know it's the real deal?"
said the second CIA agent, accepting it.
"Well, you could always check."
Smith looked up and squinted.
"Although, given the strength of this midday sun, I'd advise swapping those mirror shades of yours for welders' masks first."
He levelled his eyes.
"Not to mention clothing capable of withstanding incineration."
The Americans looked at each other.
"It had better be capable of that," said the first American, "or your life won't be worth living."
Smith raised his bandaged and sticking plaster-covered hands.
"And there was me thinking this was already too much fun."
The Americans left, all fingers at earpieces and mutterings into lapels. Whatever was going on, Emil wanted nothing to do with it. Checking to see who else might be watching, Emil recovered Smith's Beretta and, pressing both it and the shoulder holster into the Englishman's hands, said,
"Here, forget Juan Fierro, forget Sergeant Gomez, and forget me. Good luck."
"What am I supposed to do with these?" said Smith, reverting to Spanish. "Throw it at my enemies?" The man could barely hold the bundle of metal and leather, let alone pull the former's trigger.
"Ensuring old Nazis receive justice is one thing," said Emil, "but international espionage is something else. Goodbye."
Emil looked at his deputy.
"Come on, let's go."
Laura appeared about to, when Rita, moving closer to Smith, caused a hesitation. Laura's eyes flitted between her split loyalties.
"You're putting Sergeant Gomez in a very difficult position, Inspector," said Smith. "And anyway, I've just told you Argentina has a stake in the diamond's potential. Shouldn't you be reporting what you've discovered to your superiors?"
If manipulating Emil, Laura, Rita, and Diego wasn't enough, Smith had the audacity to tell the inspector how to do his job. Containing his anger, Emil said,
"Oh, don't worry. That's the first thing we'll be doing when we get back to BA. Why do you think I haven't instructed Sergeant Gomez to slap a pair of handcuffs on you?"
Emil addressed Diego.
"Do you need a ride? We passed through your suburb on the way."
The old man didn't move and seemed as reticent as Laura. Emil headed for the car anyway, and had just unlocked the doors when a voice made him spin round.
"Inspector Vazquez," repeated the Biedma police corporal in uniform. "This is for you, sir."
It was a telegram, the cover of which bore the words Policía Federal Argentina and the local precinct stamp. Emil looked at the corporal, who hadn't left.
"My apologies, sir, but I've been told to ensure you read it."
Emil tore open the missive. It read, "By order of Captain Gomez, stop. Do as the Englishman says. Stop. Viva Argentina. Stop." Chapter 6. Halting the Ford opposite Diego's house, Emil seethed his silence. Smith extended a hand.
"Well, it's been nice knowing you, Diego, and on behalf of Her Majesty's government and the rest of the free world, Britain thanks you for the small but vital part you've played in ensuring it stays that way."
Diego ignored the gesture. Looking at the empty dwelling, he said,
"It might be my house, but thanks to you, he's no longer a home."
"Now, come on, Diego," said Smith, bandaged hand floating in mid-air. "We both know Karl Hitler's demise was for the best." Smith grinned, the cuts and bruises making the Englishman appear more grotesque than ever.
"Chin up, old chap. Let bygones be bygones. Ever onwards and upwards and all that."
Emil adjusted the car's rear-view mirror to see Diego scanning the vehicle's other occupants. Laura and her mother looked blankly back.
"Are you going after the diamond?"
he said to no one in particular. "That's for us to discuss and for you to forget, Diego. Here." Smith produced a roll of US dollar bills. "Enjoy the rest of your retirement. Buy yourself a boat. You know old sea dogs such as yourself can never resist the call of the ocean for long."
"Keep your blood money."
Diego got out of the car. Laura and Rita looked at Emil. He lowered the window.
"Diego."
The old man stopped halfway up the path.
"Go and pack an overnight bag."
Diego didn't need telling twice. Smith's morale took a turn in the opposite direction.
"Inspector, what do you think you're doing? We're embarking on what is likely to be an extremely hazardous mission. Our physical limitations are bad enough without Diego's advanced age complicating the matter."
"We need him,"
said Emil. "In the 10 years I've known Diego, he's never let me down once, and not only because he's a good informant. Diego's skilled in other ways. A lifetime at sea means the old man can do everything, from starting an old U-boat's generator to tying reef knots."
"Tying reef knots?" said Smith, turning his incredulity towards the figure seen moving from room to room on the other side of the property's windows.
"I should have skipped Argentina's police and headed straight for the nearest Boy Scout."
"Isn't this academic?" said Laura. "We don't have the diamond."
Smith sighed.
"Of course we have the diamond."
He reached into a pocket.
"How many of those have you got?"
said Emil, as a third black cube emerged.
"Enough. But this is the only one to contain the real McCoy, as the Americans like to say."
Smith rattled the box, as he had in the cavern, next to his ear.
"At least I think this is the real McCoy."
Another ugly grin suggested the Englishman had accepted Diego would be getting back into the car.
"You'll need that sense of humor when the church, the communists and the Americans especially, find out they've been duped," said Emil. "Oh, all will be done and dusted by then, Inspector," insisted Smith. "It'll be at least 24 hours before anyone's brave enough to open a box in the dark. Another day examining the ordinary glass marble I've placed within each under candlelight, and by the time our competitors have plucked up enough courage to shed some serious light, we'll not only have the answer to how the diamond works, but where more of these incredible power-emitting gems can be found." Smith was looking at Laura.
"The hieroglyphics," twigged Emil. "Is that what they said? But the church smashed the stones."
Laura tapped the side of her head with a finger.
"Not before I had scanned every piece."
"Well, that explains why you're not behaving like a demented robot," said Emil. "But what was that about dust to dust and atoms to atoms?"
Laura avoided Emil's gaze and seemed sheepish suddenly.
"I need more data."
"That will be the geoanthropologist you mentioned," said Smith. "I take it one of Argentina's better universities is our next stop."
"Not exactly."
Laura's discomfort settled on her mother.
"What?"
said Rita, switching her confusion between the three faces looking back. A penny seemed to drop.
"Oh, no. Absolutely not. It makes sense, Mama. They're both geologists and geophysicists at that. If the twins don't know what's inside the diamond, nobody does."
Emil and Smith mouthed the word together. Twins?
"They killed your father,"
Rita shot back.
"Papa died from a heart attack, Mama." "Exactly. From the stress put on him by that god-awful family of his."
Drawing a cross over her chest, Rita begged her maker to forgive the blasphemy.
"Oh, don't tell me," said Emil. "There are well-connected uncles on your father's side of the family, too?"
"Cousins,"
corrected Laura. Emil shook his head.
"Same thing."
Rita hadn't finished.
"They cut us off the moment your father was in the ground. Monsters, the lot of them. And you promised me you would have nothing to do with that side of the family ever again. Papa's side of the family cut you off, Mama, when they discovered your drug running for the Carly. Uncle Garcia said the door would always be open for me."
That incensed Rita even more.
"Oh, that's it then, is it? This is how a daughter repays her mother's unconditional love?"
Rummaging for a handkerchief, Rita sobbed her disappointment.
22 years struggling as a penniless single parent, slapped in my face by my own flesh and blood.
She blew her nose.
I'd have been better off selling myself on the streets.
Now, come on, darling, said Smith, taking Rita's hand. Look on the bright side. If none of those awful things had happened, you and I would never have met. He put an arm around her shoulders. And isn't the prospect of never having to worry about money ever again a good thing? Rita's half-smile became a line of disapproval aimed at Laura.
Well, I'm not talking to them.
Rita snapped her pride to the view outside. Right, said Smith, taking his arm away. Where are we to find these knowledgeable twin cousins of yours?"
"Mendoza," said Laura. 2 days' drive."
2 days? Then we'd better get going." Smith was cut off by Diego rejoining Rita and him on the rear seats, or rather, Diego and an enormous hold-all a grimace suggested his wounded left arm had difficulty in carrying. Diego also had trouble in confining the half-open overnight bag-cum-tool chest to his lap. Smith's face soured at the screwdrivers, wrenches, hammers, and builder's levels stuck under his nose.
"Might I suggest we hire a bigger vehicle?"
Chapter 7. 4 hours later, and Diego had proven his worth. A low battery warning light indicated the minibus had a broken fan belt. 10 minutes of tinkering under the hood, and Diego was continuing the drive to Mendoza as if the repair was no different from a fuel stop. Emil couldn't resist.
"I told you.
We shouldn't even be in an old minibus liable to break down at any moment," grumbled Smith. Diego's talent for make-do and mend came in useful at that night's accommodation, too. Laura needed to advise this Uncle Garcia of her arrival, and the dial on the motel's only telephone refused to budge. Within minutes, Diego had not only freed the mechanism, but demonstrated how to make the call free of charge, by tapping her uncle's number out Morse code style on the handset's cradle, a money-saving tip the proprietor in particular seemed to appreciate. Didn't impress Smith, who moaned something about defrauding Argentina of much-needed tax revenue. In fact, Smith's usual cocky self-assuredness refused to put in an appearance over the entire 2 days, only showing itself when the hundreds of miles of pampas grass, grazing cattle, burning crop stubble, and the occasional hill crowned by a rocky outcrop became lines of empty grapevines.
"Oh, thank goodness for that," said Smith. "Signs of civilization at last."
He put a hand on Laura's shoulder.
"I take it the chance to sample a glass of Mendoza's renowned Malbec wine will present itself at some stage?"
Laura had flinched at the contact, but said,
"I should think so."
The acres of bare vineyards were being prepared for next year's harvest, judging by what tractors towing trailers were carrying. Men with tanks marked DDT strapped to their backs. Given the hour and the tractor's converging direction of travel, the workers must have been heading home after a day spent dispensing the insecticide. The minibus caught up with where some of the slow-moving vehicles had joined the road ahead. Diego indicated to overtake.
"Stay in the line," said Laura. "We'll be turning off soon."
Besides the workers holding spray guns, a man cradling a rifle occupied each trailer, but not of the larger pest-controlling kind. An Army-issue 7.62 automatic of the people-killing kind.
"I guess the rats around here must shoot back,"
Emil half-joked. Smith stated what Emil was really thinking.
"The junta won't be the only ones fearing for what the loss of the Malvinas War might mean for the country, Inspector."
At least Smith hadn't said Falklands War.
"Follow the tractors into the winery, Diego,"
said Laura, craning her head beyond the vehicles in front.
"Your Uncle Garcia works in a winery?"
said Smith. Rita tutted and folded her arms, the reason for the negativity becoming clear when Laura said,
"Uncle Garcia owns the winery."
"Your uncle owns a winery?"
There was an element of concern in Smith's voice. Indeed, what the British agent asked Laura next sounded as if he feared the answer.
"Sergeant Gomez, I know the Spanish-speaking world doesn't always choose to retain the patriarch's surname in its lineages, but what is your father's family name?"
Laura pointed at some wrought-iron calligraphy as Diego drove through the winery's entrance.
"Mendoza," she
said. If that appeared to unsettle Smith more, Emil was dumbstruck. He recovered his voice.
"You mean your uncle not only lives in Mendoza, but he has the same surname? You're descended from the Garcia de Mendoza?"
Laura appeared more frustrated than proud of the connection.
"I'm his 17 times removed great-granddaughter."
Her rumps joined her mother's tuts and tightly folded arms.
"Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza?" said Diego. Governor of Chile? Viceroy of Peru? That's about as close to South American royalty as you can get.
He pulled the minibus up at where some armed men on foot had raised their hands. Applying the handbrake, Diego turned to Laura and, feigning a tug of his forelock, said,
"Pleased to meet you, Your Highness."
Emil was about to press his deputy for more when everyone was instructed to get out of the vehicle. Strange crowd, he thought. In addition to what had to be the current Garcia de Mendoza's private militia, the gate guard comprised 8 horse-mounted gauchos and 6 further Pampas locals on foot, still living in the last century, judging by the traditional dress. Ponchos, bolero hats, baggy bombachas trousers, daggers, whips, bolas strung from ornate saddles. Maybe the winery also served as a tourist attraction. Emil was reminded of when he had first set eyes on the orphans in Araloche. These Pampas dwellers were rewarding his interest with broad smiles, too. Nothing welcoming about the mestizo men pointing automatic rifles, though.
"Which one of you is Señorita Laura de Mendoza?" said one.
If Rita had been serious about not speaking during the visit, judging by the woman's widening eyes and gritted teeth, hearing de Mendoza instead of Gomez nearly broke the promise. Smith pulled Rita closer to him. Laura raised a hand. Without a word, a female Pampas Indian rummaged through what Laura was wearing. If these people did consider Emil's deputy to be a royal princess, they had a strange way of showing it, an impression bolstered by the militia leader's reaction to the revealing of Laura's Browning 9mm pistol. Grabbing the weapon, the man began ranting in half Spanish, half Quechua about assassins. Use of the hybrid language meant he had to be warning his men of the threat rather than accusing Laura of being one. It prompted a search all round. Predictably, Smith received the most attention. His towering height and rarity of a business suit in this rural part of Argentina ensured that.
"American?"
said one of the 2 militiamen assigned to the task. Given the loss of the Malvinas Islands and the country responsible, Smith was only ever going to reply, "Yes."
"What are these?"
said the second guard.
"Marbles. I'm a toy salesman, and these are my samples."
After trying and failing to get into a box, the second guard said,
"Open it."
As casual as you like, Smith did. Emil's couldn't have been the only heart to race before settling down again when nothing bad happened. Holding the ordinary glass marble up to the light, the second guard squinted. A shrug later, and the boxes were back at the bottom of Smith's pockets. Despite Emil, Rita, and Diego's palpable relief, Laura still appeared uptight. Her intolerance for lies, and Smith's in particular, Emil decided.
"Your weapons will be returned when you leave,"
said the leader, retaining the 2 police Brownings. Emil could keep the Beretta. A chuckle, as it was handed back, meant the militia leader had decided the gun's small caliber made it no more threatening than a novelty cigarette lighter.
"Follow them,"
said the leader, pointing at the mounted gauchos. Another release of emotional pressure, in the form of celebratory gunfire, shouts, whip cracks, and rearing horses. The 8 riders tore off deeper within the de Mendoza's estate. The dust cleared, revealing the 6 Indians on foot climbing aboard the minibus. The visitors looked at each other before doing the same. With the gauchos gone, and only dust kicked up by hooves to go by, Diego eased the minibus down the track. Quite the picture postcard, what with all the greenery either side of the route and the snow-covered peaks of the Andes Mountains providing a backdrop. Winery aside, the latest patriarch in the de Mendoza dynasty appeared to have taken agriculture to another level, and not only with Malbec grapes. Corn crops, orchards, a latticework of pipes irrigating water from an artificial lake. Whatever the business model was, Laura's uncle Garcia was clearly serious about it. There were workers here, too, families, judging by the children present. Emil wasn't sure about the ethics of that. A mile of everything, from apples to pears to orange groves later, the minibus crested a rise to face another cloud of billowing dust, coming in the opposite direction. Diego gave way to the cement mixer, its driver gesturing a cheery wave as the truck passed. A cement mixer? What had that got to do with agriculture? The dust cloud thinned, answering Emil's question. For a moment, Emil thought the property must have suffered an avalanche from the peaks above, but as the dust cleared, he realized it wasn't snow, but the pristine whitewash of an old Spanish Catholic mission. Or the villa would have been pristine had building works either side not covered it in grime. Diego rejoined the track, the travellers soon passing hand-painted signs that read "Site Office" and "No lorries beyond this point." Diego headed for where the gauchos had parked their 8 horses and perma grins, in front of the villa's main entrance. There was a folk band underneath a banner that read "Welcome Home, Laura." Her mother bristled.
"Quiet sophistication and dignity at all times, Rita," said Smith.
Dignity? The woman appeared about to explode. The band struck up their welcome of guitars, trumpets, drums, whistles and rattles the moment Diego had halted the minibus, opposite a man whose beard alone made him look like his ancestor's portrait. A keen rider, too, judging by the boots, although not of the traditional gaucho kind, given the tight jodhpurs and sporty polo shirt Garcia de Mendoza was also wearing. Laura stepped down from the minibus, other members of the de Mendoza family joining her uncle in exchanging their hugs and kisses. Emil thought it only right Rita should be next, which, given her resistance, effectively meant Smith and him having to wrestle Laura's mother out of the vehicle. Rita's feet had no sooner touched the ground than Garcia raised a hand. The music stopped. Laura's uncle was staring, but not at Rita. Smith.
"Johnny,"
he said.
"Is that you? What on earth are you doing here?"
Smith stared back.
"It's a pleasure to see you again, Garcia. How's the wine business?"
Chapter 8. In the seconds between greeting his niece and laying eyes on Smith, Garcia de Mendoza's demeanour had changed. And not just Garcia's. The entire gathering had fallen silent. Like Emil, most of the eyes present were darting from face to face, as if searching for a switch to end the sudden awkwardness. A tension that started to make sense when Emil realized where Smith, Laura and her mother were looking, at the lady next to Garcia. She spoke, the lady's silky delivery making Emil realize something else. The late-30s blonde Englishwoman was uncommonly beautiful.
"Lovely to see you again too, Johnny."
"And you, Helen," responded Smith, who introduced the rest of the visitors. Not that Emil was listening. Talk about the face that launched 1,000 ships. Despite his love for Maria, Emil couldn't help but be mesmerized by Senora Helen de Mendoza's beauty and grace.
"This is a wonderful welcome, Uncle Garcia,"
said Laura, taking Emil out of the fixation.
"And I hate to sound ungrateful, but are the twins here?"
She was keen to get on with the visit's purpose.
"On their way from the city,"
said Garcia with a faltering voice. He cleared his throat, which seemed to recover the man's pleasure at seeing his niece for the first time since Laura was a child.
"But in the meantime, you and I have a lot of catching up to do."
Garcia created a gap between him and his wife. "Please, come in." He instructed a man with, "See to their luggage, would you, Atwood?"
"Yes, sir."
Another English individual, a 50-something butler, judging by the waistcoat and tails. What with Helen's classic English rose looks, maybe Garcia collected the nationality, like he seemed to collect the various other castes, colours and creeds Emil could see relaxing again. 2 rows of bowing and curtsying house staff later, the visitors were standing in a dining hall, which in the building's former colonial Spanish mission days would have been the residence's place of worship. But not today. No crosses or crucifixes here. No pews, altars, candles, murals or statues either. The walls, nooks and crannies still held effigies, but instead of the Virgin Mary, or shrine to a popular saint, the entire space appeared to be worshipping sport instead. Balls, rackets, bats, hockey sticks, trophies, presentation shields and other awards. Banners and pennants with names like Calcutta, Hurlingham and Oxford, 1959. The latter was pinned above the space's largest exhibit, and what Emil assumed the visitors must have been rowing the day they won the 1959 Oxford and Cambridge boat race. A full-sized coxed 8, complete with 16 oars.
"There he is,"
said Garcia, wandering to the boat after spotting Emil's interest. He removed the framed photograph beneath.
"And there's yours truly, standing at the other end."
Emil accepted the image. Nearly a quarter of a century might have passed since, but there was no mistaking the two tallest individuals in the photograph. Emil looked at Smith. He got a half shrug back.
"And here we are again at Hurlingham,"
said Garcia, taking another team photograph from under what had to be a pair of wooden polo mallets.
"You nearly cost us that trophy too, didn't you, Johnny?"
And in an instant the atmosphere's temperature had plummeted again.
"I ask you," continued Garcia's acid tone, "what kind of so-called gentleman brings just 2 polo ponies to a tournament?"
He sneered at Smith.
"Everyone knows a player needs at least 4.
It was Helen who broke this silence.
"Darling, our guests have had a long journey. We should allow them to freshen up, and I think someone should look at Johnny's bandages."
"Yes, I'll bet you do,"
said Garcia, giving his wife daggers. Rita was doing the same. The powering of a pneumatic drill from somewhere outside of the building dragged Garcia away from whatever was troubling him.
"Yes. I'm sorry, my apologies. Of course, darling, you're right, as always."
He had to raise his voice as the crystal and silverware decorating the dining hall's table began rattling. So did the exhibits decorating the hall, which appeared in danger of ending on the floor.
"I'm afraid they'll be working till dusk," said Garcia. "We won't be able to hear ourselves think."
He looked at his wristwatch.
"Shall we say back here for dinner at 8? Black tie, if it's not too much trouble."
Chapter 9. Emil finished toweling himself down and rummaged through his suitcase. Black tie? Emil didn't even own a pair of black socks. Not that adhering to any dress code was the priority. Smith clearly had history with the de Mendozas, and knowing what it was could be important. Doing his best with a blazer and PFA tie, Emil left the room. He bumped into Diego in the corridor outside.
"Where did you get that from?"
Diego straightened his tuxedo's bow tie.
"The valet staff. Do you want me to see if they can find you an outfit?"
Trousers 4 inches above his work boots, the same distance separating Diego's cuffs from his wrists, the old man couldn't have looked more ridiculous.
"No, thank you," said Emil. "Is Colonel Smith back from having his dressings changed?"
Diego pulled down on an earlobe.
"Can't you hear?"
He angled the same thumb at the door opposite. Recognizing the raised voice on the other side, Emil knocked and entered.
"You're unbelievable,"
Laura continued to rant.
"Is there any middle-aged woman on this planet you haven't bedded?"
"Leave him alone,"
said Rita, sidling up to Smith, who was also sitting on the guest room's bed.
"It was more than 20 years ago. Garcia needs to get over himself."
"Mama, you might be blind to Smith's womanizing ways, but I had his card marked from the moment we met."
"What's going on?"
said Emil, as if he didn't know.
"Go on."
Laura folded her arms.
"Confess."
Smith certainly looked like a man guilty as charged, especially now the swelling in his face had reduced. No bandages, just sutures keeping him together now. Smith looked at the floor, which, in anyone else, Emil might have taken for capitulation. Didn't fool Laura's super senses either.
"Here we go," she said. "Get ready for more lies."
Looking Laura in the eye, Smith said,
"Your aunt and I had a relationship before she met your uncle, and the better man won her hand. There's nothing more to it than that."
"As did this better man win my hand 20 years later."
Rita squeezed Smith's thigh. A harumph from Laura, in contrast to her mother's grin, made it appear as if their respective concerns for the visit had reversed. There was another knock on the door.
"Enter,"
said Smith.
"Your tuxedo, Colonel,"
said the bearer of a suit carrier in one hand and a pair of highly polished black shoes in the other.
"I managed to get the lipstick out of the shirt's collar," said the man, "but I'm afraid the jacket's cigarette burn is there for good."
Smith smiled.
"Well, that's quite all right, old chap. A legacy from my grandfather's days. A repair wouldn't seem right anyway." "Wait a minute," said Emil. You've brought your own tuxedo?
Smith turned his head to one side.
A much-treasured family heirloom, Inspector.
And for your education, we English call it a DJ, a dinner jacket. And just as Diego wouldn't think of arriving anywhere unprepared for his every eventuality, no English gentleman would dream of arriving anywhere unprepared should black tie be the required dress for dinner. Emil rolled his eyes. Now, if you ladies don't mind, one needs to get changed.
I can help you with that.
Rita was still grinning adoringly up at Smith. He patted her thigh. Man talk, darling. If Mother had appeared on the verge of exploding when arriving at the de Mendoza's, Daughter was on the cusp of going nuclear. Laura stormed out of the room. With obvious reluctance, Rita followed. Smith dismissed Diego, and the valet too.
"Oh, no,"
said Emil, as the door closed and he had clocked the fresh elastoplast limiting Smith's hand movements.
"If you think I'm going to help you to get dressed, you can forget it. Aiding you British instead of the Israelis when killing old Nazis was humiliating enough."
Smith shook his head.
"Have you still got my Beretta?" "Of course I have."
"Give it to me."
"Not in a million years."
"One of us may have to use it, and if you won't let me, then it's got to be you." Emil's refusal became disbelief.
"I can't fire a handgun. You shot me in the arm, remember? I'm supposed to be on sick leave."
Smith shook his head for a second time. "You can't shoot a handgun with the weight and kick of a 9mm, that's all. My .22 will be different. Give it to me." Expecting to look like an idiot no matter what he did, Emil retrieved the Beretta from one blazer pocket and the holster from the other. Easing the silencer from the leather, Smith screwed the device to the end of the pistol's barrel. He grimaced throughout. It was the same when loading the handgun's 8 rounds of ammunition. Pushing the magazine home, Smith sighed and said, "It's no good. It's got to be you." He invited Emil to retake the pistol. Emil looked at Smith as if being given permission to put the man out of his misery.
"What do you want me to do? Shoot you in the arm?"
The Colonel's attention switched to the view outside. "There's a scarecrow standing in the middle of that cornfield. Shoot it in the head."
"What for? We're surrounded by more protection than a Colombian drug baron visiting his poppy fields. If there's any shooting to be done, Garcia clearly expects his men to do it."
"Humour me." After emitting a sigh of his own, Emil took the Beretta and opened the window. Checking to see there was no one below, he put a bullet through the scarecrow's chest. Didn't hurt a bit. "The head, Inspector. The trade-off with a smaller and lighter firearm is less stopping power. So if you're to ensure the person you've just killed doesn't have enough residual energy to put a bullet in you, it's got to be the head." Emil wanted to squint down the Beretta's sights a second time, but his mistrust of Smith wouldn't let him.
"There's something you're not telling me. What is it?"
Smith met the cynicism with equal concern. "Garcia's men are protecting us from a threat outside of this winery. I'm more concerned about a threat from within." Chapter 10. Very James Bond. OK, the DJ covering the Beretta concealed under Emil's left armpit might have been 2 sizes too big for him, but at least he was correctly dressed for the occasion. As was Laura. The only difference being, Emil's deputy actually looked as if she belonged in an Ian Fleming novel. Unlike her boss, Laura's valet-supplied evening wear fitted like the proverbial glove. Elegant for sure, but nothing like as stunning as the gown's owner. Helen was sitting opposite Laura, who, together with husband/uncle at the head of the dining table, made for a hierarchy that Emil decided had to be deliberate. The beauty of society's upper echelons at the top, Laura's mother, Smith, and the local priest in the middle, with the presumably uglier lower orders at the bottom, Garcia's head gaucho, Antonio, Diego, and Emil. Even that positioning appeared designed to put the waiters in their place. Other than the family's butler, those serving the seated were all Huape Indians. The only concession to the classism was the de Mendoza's 17-year-old son, Thomas, sitting at the foot of the table. Emil figured he was only there to ensure anyone not used to fine dining didn't select the wrong fork, but the teenager spent most of the evening staring at Laura, or rather, staring at that part of Laura where the dress's designer hadn't left much to the imagination. Emil knew his deputy would say he was a prude, but Emil was glad the evening's only light came courtesy of the table's 3 silver candelabras. Juxtaposing Emil's inferiority complex was some outstanding food and drink, even if he would have preferred beef and beer over llama steaks and Malbec wine. A soup called gazpacho to begin with, cold, but Emil wouldn't dream of complaining. 3 further courses, just as edible, and something called sorbet in between.
To cleanse the palate.
Thomas seemed a little too pleased to educate. Emil could have done without the condescending, along with the teenager drooling in Laura's direction whenever he wasn't being informative. But overall the evening was quite pleasant, even if the occasional glance from Smith did suggest it might be wise not to get too comfortable.
"What's your take, Inspector?"
Emil looked at Garcia, introducing the tip of a cigar to the naked flame his butler was holding.
"The loss of the Malvinas War. What do you think that's going to mean for us all in the long run?"
The table fell silent. Emil didn't like being the centre of attention at the best of times.
I try not to get involved in politics,"
he said, choosing a Cuban cohiba from the selection he was offered. Garcia laughed.
"You don't have a choice, Inspector. You're a policeman. Politics got involved with you a long time ago."
If the generals are serious about truth and reconciliation, said Laura, then there will be an election.
She grimaced at others lighting cigars.
"Democracy?"
Garcia blew smoke above Laura's head.
"That's the last thing Argentina is going to get. Democracy would be the most desirable outcome."
Smith's contribution to the topic made Emil realize he and Garcia hadn't exchanged a word all evening, and if the look their host was giving the Englishman was any sign, Rita's observation of Garcia needing to get over himself was a work in progress. Slipping a hand inside his jacket, Emil checked the Beretta.
The junta just needs to crack down harder.
All eyes shot to Thomas.
And if they won't make the people behave, my father will, won't you, Papa?
If the glare Garcia had given Smith appeared designed to kill, how Laura's uncle was regarding Thomas implied his son might be next. Relaxing in his seat, Garcia took another puff of smoke.
"I prefer the word encourage the people to behave myself."
Everyone looked at each other.
"Encourage," said Smith. "That sounds ominous."
Another look of disapproval from Garcia, more measured this time.
"On the contrary, Johnny. Argentina is crying out for men like me. Men who can not only fill the power vacuum in which we now find ourselves, but provide the people with jobs, food, and housing too."
A third puff joined the fug drifting high in the hall.
"Only those with the means can provide it."
Smith scoffed.
"Well, I know you're a rich man, Garcia, but even you can't fund everything Argentina needs." "I'm not talking about the whole country," persisted Garcia. "I'm talking about the people one is closest to, those who need me as much as I need them. You've seen the building works." "You're building your workers' houses," said Emil.
Garcia nodded.
"And not just houses. Schools, a hospital, police station."
He acknowledged the priest sitting next to Smith.
"Even a church."
The priest smiled in appreciation.
"With you as their god, I suppose,"
mumbled Rita. Garcia didn't miss a beat.
"I'm particularly looking forward to the prison being completed."
He glowered at Laura's mother.
"Even my utopia will have its drug smugglers to punish."
Given the megalomaniacal way in which Garcia was talking, Emil half expected a model city of this model community to rise phoenix-like from the floor, followed by Rita plunging in the opposite direction. Now that really would be something out of a James Bond movie.
"The whole place sounds like a prison,"
said Laura. Garcia didn't take offence, but then Laura was his niece.
"Yes, I must admit there is no escaping. Villa de Mendoza will be as much a detention centre as it will be a paradise."
His eyes reverted to Smith.
"Only with fewer beatings. Eh, Johnny? A detention center? Said Emil. What crimes are you expecting your workers to commit? None. You've already experienced my security. The priority will be to keep others out.
More silence made Garcia add,
From the coming civil war.
A confusion of exchanged glances became concern.
You're expecting a war? Said Diego. My good man, this is South America, said Garcia. Our history is a legacy of nothing but war.
If you think there's going to be a civil war, said Smith, then this tiny oasis of yours won't last long.
Garcia laughed. My dear Johnny, Villa de Mendoza won't be the only refuge. I'm in constant communication with others in a position to save the worthy. Argentina will be a paradise of gated communities.
And the less worthy?
Said Laura. Like he had with her mother, Garcia's response was instant.
You mean the Montoneros guerrillas, the drug cartels, organized crime syndicates, and similar scum?
Garcia took another puff of his cigar.
Wiping themselves out through the frustration of not being allowed in, with any luck.
Actually, continued Laura, I was thinking of the law-abiding citizens too weak to tend the fields.
Garcia chose not to answer his niece this time. Smith broke the discomfort.
Gauchos have a history of limiting their loyalty whenever they deem it necessary.
Antonio, he was looking at Garcia's head rancher,
what's your take on this solution to Argentina's problems?
Spreading his fixed grin twice as wide, the middle-aged mestizo's weather-beaten features replied,
Me and my people are too busy taming horses and raising cattle to think of such things, gringo. Nice try, Johnny.
Garcia turned to his butler.
What about you, Atwood? Thinking of raising an army against me?
Atwood's loyalty maintained its straight-ahead stare.
The staff and I know our place, sir. Good man. You see, Johnny, said Garcia, the perfect utopia. A firm but fair benevolence at the top, caring for the less fortunate but just as worthy below.
He took Helen's hand.
Good job there's a woman behind this great man.
He kissed it.
One dreads to think of the monster I might be without her.
Chapter 11. An argument growing louder as it drew near distracted Garcia.
Ah, that will be the twins.
The row entered the hall.
If you insist on the world being destroyed by ice, said the first fat man to appear, then at least have the decency to acknowledge we humans will have caused it. Likewise, said the second rotund gentleman with him, if heat is to be our nemesis, then you should have the propriety to accept nature will be enacting her revenge.
Emil had to look twice, which was appropriate, given the new arrivals were a pair in every respect, right down to their clothing. And if the gauchos had appeared dressed for the last century, Emil's imagination had just swapped 1960s James Bond for 1870s Alice in Wonderland, Tweedledee and Tweedledum to be exact. Or rather, an aging Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Same trouser-bulging stomachs belted above the waist, oversized colourful bow ties, short jackets. The only difference was the twins' bald heads, sporting tufts of white instead of red hair above the ears. Even their speech seemed suitably nonsensical.
But we can at least agree on one thing, said the first fat twin. The world will end in the year 2000. Absolutely, dear brother, said the second.
They shook hands.
Laura!
Exclaimed the new arrivals simultaneously. Emil was treated to another vision of Lewis Carroll's famous work, Alice having to fend off as well as welcome the enigmatic twins' attention. Laura was in the middle of juggling her cousin's hugs and kisses with retaining the modesty of her dress when Smith said something that made all three stop.
"Did I hear you gentlemen correctly?" he said. "The world is going to end in the year 2000?
"Oh, the world will be fine," said the first twin. "Yes, it's just all life on it that's going to end," said the second. "The only thing we can't agree on," said the first, "is the method."
Back to the second.
Yes, my calculations have a new ice age, making the Earth impossible to inhabit by the year 2000, whereas my brother's scientific data, back to the first twin, is confident it will be global warming that finishes us all off.
The way Smith's eyes moved between the fat cousins meant he either thought the contradiction in prognoses was a joke, or he had blundered in trusting Laura to solve the diamond's mystery.
Let's have a look, then.
The twins had not only said it together, but each was extending a hand. Concern joined Smith's trepidation.
You are aware of the diamond's capabilities?
We are aware of what this so-called diamond is supposed to be capable of, said the first twin. But if its behaviour is as inert as the others, said the second, dismissing this ordinary everyday object shouldn't take long either. Hand it over.
Smith's concern elevated to a palpable fear.
Others? What others?
Others like yourselves, of course, came the simultaneous response. The Church, the Junta, the Montoneros, some other menacing types covered in tattoos. Oh, and 2 American gentlemen.
The twins exchanged clouded brows before adding,
You're not going to get angry with us too, are you? All 5 parties lost their tempers when they realized what they had was no more remarkable than a glass marble. It's why we're late, said the first. Yes, added the second. We had to go into hiding.
Smith, Emil, Laura, Rita and Diego stared at the dining hall's exit. Emil guessed they were thinking the same. Are the doors about to burst open again? Or is it not too late to reboard the minibus?
Come on,
said the twins, hands still outstretched. Hand it over.
I suggest extinguishing all the candles bar 1, said Smith, pulling himself together.
He must have accepted that although the twins would have been followed, and at least one of 5 confrontations imminent, why not learn more of the diamond while you can? Garcia's butler, Atwood, did the honours with the candles, and a minute later the hall was in near total darkness, save Smith and those sitting either side of him, Rita and the priest. Smith got to his feet. Reaching into a pocket, the man produced one of his many small black boxes, and turning his back on the one remaining naked flame, opened it. At least Emil assumed Smith had opened the box, for although the diamond couldn't be seen, the hall had brightened again. And if all-round gasps becoming coos as Smith turned to face the gathering once more was any indication, no one needed the twins' scientific expertise to recognize this was no ordinary glass marble.
"Be careful," said Smith,
offering the open box as if the glowing gem on show was a nuclear reactor on the cusp of going supercritical. 2 pairs of trembling fat hands took it.
"Remarkable,"
said the first twin, donning a monocle.
"It's warm,"
said the second, sliding on a pair of spectacles and hovering a hand above.
"And see how it dims when I block the candle's light?"
To a collective intake of breath, the monocled twin tipped the box, rolling the diamond into his hand.
"And observe how the light is brightest on the side facing the flame, my brother."
He closed the distance to the candle.
"And how the light spreads, and the heat builds as I... Ow!"
Rita screamed as the diamond fell on the table, rolled off, and as any ordinary glass marble might, disappeared underneath. The hall plunged into near darkness again.
"Be a good sort and get that, would you?" said the twins together.
A single candle might have been the only light, but Emil could see the pair were looking at him.
"We're getting a bit old to be scrabbling around on our hands and knees."
Too fat, you mean, thought Emil, getting down from his seat. The dining hall may have been in twilight again, and the table even darker underneath, but the diamond's motionless and dimming form was visible, resting between 2 floor tiles. Emil crawled towards it. There was a clatter of metal on stone.
"Goodness me! What was that?"
said Rita.
Nothing,"
said Emil, sliding the Beretta back into its holster and securing the retaining strap. Reaching the diamond, Emil inspected it himself. The twin with the monocle was right. The little light left in the gem was fading from one side. Emil peered closer. Not just fading, but moving. Moving to the centre of the gem. Emil took out his cigarette lighter for a closer look. A spark later, and Emil had not only dropped the lighter and gem as if both were white-hot, but banged his head on the table's underside. Hands grabbed his feet, and the next thing Emil knew, he was back in a chair.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
said Smith, checking Emil's hands. But for snow blindness, Emil would have done that himself. The pain was easing, so he assumed embarrassment was the reddest thing about him.
Idiot.
Letting go, Smith crawled to retrieve the diamond himself. The twins continued their dining room experiments, the pair's conclusions confirming what the visitors already knew, and Emil had seen for himself in the split second between the lighter's ignition and the diamond becoming too hot to handle. The gem absorbing one source of light and heat, multiplying it, and radiating the result.
You know what this means,
said the monocled twin, looking up from a notebook. He waited for his brother to finish scribbling his own calculations.
The Earth can be saved.
Again the pair had said it together.
Yes, said the bespectacled twin. Find enough of these heat-emitting diamonds and we can delay the next ice age.
The monocled twin looked at his brother as if he had taken leave of his senses.
What are you talking about? It's the very opposite. Replace fossil fuels with these CO2-free energy sources, and we can stop the Earth from overheating.
They resumed the argument first heard when entering the hall. Some of those seated joined in, but Emil was pondering the significance of the other strange thing he had sensed before dropping the diamond. An awareness of the gem trying to communicate. Chapter 12. From somewhere deeper within the villa, a telephone rang.
"But that's impossible,"
said Laura.
"The diamond emits more power than it absorbs. It breaks the laws of physics, fusion, fission, electromagnetism, thermodynamics, quantum mechanics, you name it."
The twins looked at each other.
"She's right, you know,"
they said in unison.
"Further study is required."
The telephone stopped ringing, and something about the waiter who rushed into the hall a few seconds later made Emil think he had been wise not to unpack his bags. The waiter headed for Atwood, the butler, who bent, enabling the shorter man to whisper.
"To the laboratory,"
enthused the twins.
"Your winery has a laboratory?"
asked Smith. Despite aiming the question at Garcia, Smith was looking at Atwood, whose habitually straight-laced expression had creased with concern. The butler approached his master.
"It's where we analyze the quality of our wines," said Garcia, "and experiment to a certain extent, but the twins have added some scientific equipment of their own."
Atwood was whispering in Garcia's ear. Removing the napkin from his lap, Garcia stood.
"Ladies and gentlemen, for your safety, I'm afraid I must ask you to retire to the laboratory anyway."
A distant crack of automatic fire took everyone's attention to where it had come from. The winery estate's main gate, Emil decided.
"It is as I feared," said de Mendoza, as if acknowledging fate. "The war has begun."
"I suspect they might only be here for me, Garcia," said Smith, getting to his feet.
"Shut up, Johnny."
Garcia accepted one of 3 automatic assault rifles Atwood had found. Antonio, the head gaucho, took the spare. He left the dining room. Using the rifle to gesture at the sporting exhibits, Garcia said,
"Time and time again your blundering has let me down, Johnny. You won't be snatching defeat from the jaws of my victory this time."
Garcia turned to his butler.
"Escort our guests, the house staff and my family down to the cellar, please, Atwood. Shoot anyone you don't recognize trying to join you."
"Yes, sir." Garcia glowered at Smith.
"And shoot anyone trying to leave."
"Yes, sir."
"Wait a minute,"
said Thomas.
"Where's my rifle?"
Like he had with Rita, Garcia didn't miss a beat.
"And you have permission to punch my son in the face, should he try leaving the cellar."
"Yes, sir." Atwood marched to the dining room's exit and, extending a hand into the corridor outside, said, "This way, please." More distant automatic fire, and Garcia clearing the table for the ammunition, magazines, and ammo pouches Antonio had arrived back with, made everyone else stand.
"Be careful, darling."
Helen kissed Garcia's cheek. Pausing the loading of rounds, he smiled back. Considering the stakes, Emil expected the lady to be all over her husband with fear and affection, but he had the strange sense that should this gated community's saviour not return victorious, Helen would just accept it. Emil put it down to the British and their so-called stiff upper lip.
"It's not fair,"
said Thomas, as Atwood pointed down the cellar's steps.
"First chance I get to prove myself as a man, and I'm stuck with the women and children."
Emil looked at the villa's chefs, waiters, valets, chambermaids, and youngsters following the teenager. A bit unfair to call all of them women and children. The de Mendozas had so many servants, Emil wondered if the cellar would have the space, but he needn't have worried. The underground store contained the money-making side of the family's utopian dream, which, given the miles of vineyards outside, was extensive. Shelves of bottled wine, rows of car-sized wooden barrels laying on their sides, the giant presses needed to squeeze out the Malbec grape's precious juice, and beyond that, the winery's laboratory. At least, judging by the way the fat twins were striding towards the cellar's far end, with Laura right behind, Emil assumed that was where the laboratory would be. He hoped the twins knew what they were doing. The cellar's electric lighting was a darn sight brighter than what an old Nazi U-boat could muster back in the cavern.
"Oh, well," said Smith. "At least we won't get bored."
Selecting a wineglass from a box full of the crystal, he put a hand on a barrel's tap.
"May I?"
Smith was looking at Helen.
"You won't enjoy that vintage," said the lady. "It's still fermenting. Come with me."
Rita looped her arm through Smith's, and they did. Emil was about to follow. The click of a lock had been accompanied by the illumination of a red "Do Not Enter" sign above the laboratory's door, when he spotted Atwood and another member of the villa's staff dragging Thomas down from a vehicle ramp. Judging by the ground-level trapdoor at the top, the teenager must have tried making an escape.
"I'm sorry, Master Thomas," said Atwood, "but your father's instructions are implicit. Any attempts to leave the cellar must be stopped, and by force if necessary."
"You wouldn't dare!"
Thomas broke free from the man's grip, a little too easily for Emil's liking, the boy's next break for freedom thwarted by a waiter's fist. Tumbling into a moaning heap at the bottom of the ramp, Thomas put a hand to his bloodied nose. He burst into tears. Emil checked to see if Helen was witnessing the onlooker's enjoyment of her son's humiliation, but she, Smith, Rita, and Diego were out of sight. Excitement over, Atwood found a first-aid box, and together with the fist-happy waiter, encouraged Thomas to sit with the rest of the de Mendoza staff. Card games, knitting, reading, praying with the priest, practicing for the day when Garcia and his militia would have to fight off invaders was a regular occurrence, judging by the relaxed attitudes present. The odd distant burst, elevating to a sustained exchange of gunfire, didn't even raise heads, let alone concerns. Emil looked at the double trapdoors at the top of the ramp. He hoped a chain joining the handles would be enough to defeat any avenging agents intent on getting through. Emil wandered to join all bar one of his fellow visitors, when a dull thud and dust raining from the cellar's concrete ceiling made him stop. Was that a grenade? Checking the security of the Beretta, Emil hastened past the grape presses, barrels, and wine racks.
"I'm getting blackberries, plums, licorice, and coffee beans," said Smith, with his nose in a glass.
Another explosion from somewhere outside of the cellar made the British agent look up.
"And a hint of cordite."
"Stop showing off, Johnny."
Helen's smile turned to Rita.
"He was like this when we were dating. Johnny hasn't changed one bit."
Rita didn't smile back. Diego was examining a bank vault-style door cemented into a wall.
"What's in here, Senora de Mendoza?"
"Helen, please. That's where we keep the most valuable wines. Everything from a Chateau Mouton Rothschild to a Saint-Emilion Grand Cru to a Romanée Conti. Actually, given most of it was bottled in the last century, it's probably more port than wine by now. But that hasn't stopped the bank from accepting it as collateral in my husband's endeavours."
"French wines," said Emil. "Not your own?"
"Goodness me, no," replied Helen. "We'll get there one day. But while first-world vintages like these can achieve upwards of $20,000 a bottle, they'll always be the better investment."
Diego let out a whistle.
"How many bottles have you got?"
Emil had winced at the old man's directness, but Helen seemed happy to answer.
"A couple of hundred."
Emil had to stop his own shock from expressing a whistle. Helen had just offered Emil a glass of the winery's latest vintage, when Atwood's appearance and the words,
"Your guests are required in the laboratory, madam,"
ended the tasting session. Smith encouraged Rita to follow the butler, and Diego and Emil were right behind the pair when another explosion knocked everyone off their feet. Coughing at the dust there was no choice but to inhale, Emil had just confirmed Rita and Diego could stand when he realized Smith and Helen weren't following. An outbreak of gunfire and screams up ahead made Emil draw the Beretta, and as the dust cleared, the inspector was torn between charging after Atwood to defend against whoever had or was trying to enter the cellar, or risk a bloody encounter with the wine racks that had collapsed behind.
"Oh, my God," said Rita. "John, darling, are you all right? Can you hear me?"
Emil assisted Diego in lifting the first of the toppled wine racks, but the crack and zing of a bullet past his ear, the shattering of more glass and Malbec wine flooding the floor, forced Emil to leave Rita and Diego to it. Turning a corner, Emil came face to face with one of the Montoneros guerrillas seen at the cathedral, dressed in the terrorist group's familiar combat fatigues and red armband this time. The man was holding an AK-47.
"Where's Smith?"
he said, raising the weapon. Emil didn't hesitate. His reply was 2 rounds from the Beretta. The impacts were powerful enough to knock the guerrilla off balance, causing the single bullet he had fired to pass harmlessly above Emil's head. But as the man's attire included a flak jacket, Emil's next shot needed to be deadlier. Praying the round would cause a neat pea-sized hole between the guerrilla's eyes, Emil extended the Beretta, and, using his left hand to steady the grip, squinted down the pistol's sights. The terrorist's forehead exploded. Emil looked at the Beretta. He had yet to pull the trigger. The near-headless corpse collapsed, revealing the person responsible. Thomas. Mouth gaping, the teenager lowered the weapon he had used, another Montoneros' AK-47. If Thomas had been a boy upon entering the cellar, Emil was looking at a man now.
"Cease fire!"
came a call from the top of the ramp. It was Garcia's head gaucho, Antonio. 2 other ranchers were with him. The ramp told the story of the brief firefight, and as the 3 men descended, they gave the 2 motionless communist guerrillas lying there a couple of kicks. A quick scan revealed the villa's casualties were effectively 0. The waiter, who had punched Thomas in the face, was bleeding from a head wound, presumably suffered when the trapdoors had been blown open, and the red, flowing from Atwood's shoulder, was the result of a terrorist bullet fired straight after. Staff screaming and cowering just moments ago were busy covering both men in dressings and appreciation for the heroics.
"Please,"
shouted Diego,
"help us get them out!"
Emil's priorities changed, and as more distant gunfire had set Antonio and his men racing back up the ramp, Emil ran in the opposite direction. The villa's staff were applying first aid here, too, where Diego and Rita had cut themselves on the thousands of wine bottle shards, thwarting Smith and Helen's rescue. Emil scanned for another way past. He caught sight of a boy, aged about 10, crawling out from behind a barrel. Emil grabbed him.
"Is that the way through?"
The boy appeared stunned, but he nodded. The child then said something which Emil couldn't understand, as it was in the same Spanish Quechua dialect heard when entering the de Mendoza estate. Clear enough to the woman behind Emil, as, tearing him from Emil's grasp, she clamped a hand over the boy's mouth. His mother, presumably. Squeezing past the barrel himself, there were groans on the other side, coming from the cellar's vault-like keep. The door securing the de Mendoza's most valuable wines was ajar. Preparing to administer whatever medical help would be required here, too, Emil entered the walk-in safe. His eyes fell on a pair of bare buttocks. For a moment, Emil thought he was witnessing the grotesque sight of what a bomb can do to 2 people in close proximity. But given the stockings sheathing the legs wrapping Smith's exposed flesh didn't have so much as a ladder, he guessed first aid was the last thing the couple needed. Leaving the seething mass of groans, moans, and gasps, Emil vacated the keep. He had to. Emil was feeling sick. Rita and Diego broke through the toppled wine racks at the same time.
"Oh, my God,"
said Rita, staring at Emil's distress.
"Please, don't tell me."
Desperate to keep both, and Rita especially, out of the keep, Emil blocked the way and blurted,
"Whatever you do, don't look."
Catching Rita's collapse before she had hit the floor, Emil and Diego were about to search for fresher air when Rita stiffened in their arms.
"I think the wines will survive, Helen,"
said Smith, walking out of the keep.
"Ah, Inspector. Was that my beretta I could hear earlier?"
A blushing Helen de Mendoza was right behind.
"I trust you found a good use for it. Shall we see how Sergeant Gomez and the twins are getting on with the diamond?"
Chapter 13. Pipettes, funnels, tubes, beakers. Other glassware moulded or twisted into shapes befitting a scientific purpose. Microscopes, Bunsen burners, clamps, stands, and scales. The laboratory was pretty much as Emil had expected of a winery keen to produce Malbec worth $20,000 a bottle. Not so much the electronic device the twins were standing over. Cables, wires, dials, and with a door that gave the white box the appearance of a small fridge, it was fair to assume the diamond was inside.
"Is everything all right, Mama?"
asked Laura. The lighting might have been as dim as the dining hall, but such was Rita's seething, total darkness couldn't have hidden her anger. Rita appeared on the cusp of exploding.
"I'm fine,"
was the curt response. That triggered one of Laura's confused robot-like head twitches, which after flitting over those present settled on Emil. He affected ignorance with a shrug. Given the scowl in return, Emil guessed he was in line for another of his deputy's instant truth-exposing interrogation techniques. Just as well Helen had made her excuses and left. No one needed to be a super savant to recognize her guilt. In contrast, Smith couldn't have been more bemused, even if the sweat beading his forehead was peeling the Band-Aid stuck to it.
"This is the spectrophotometer,"
said the monocled twin, giving the white box a pat.
"The winery uses it to gauge fermentation, but we geophysicists find it useful for revealing the properties of minerals and rocks." "Yes," said his bespectacled brother. "Place the sample inside, turn on the spectrophotometer's light, measure the difference between the photons absorbed and those scattered, and gain knowledge."
Emil groaned to himself. Standing in a science lab was one thing. Being subjected to a science lecture was something else.
"But a mineral capable of multiplying the light absorbed before scattering is a different matter," said Monocled. "And as much as we would like to explore the extent, increasing the spectrophotometer's brightness would almost certainly result in the device's destruction." "So," said his brother, "subjecting the gem to a single particle of light would seem the safer option." "But there's one problem," added the monocled twin. "The nearest single particle of light emitter is in the United States of America."
Everyone looked at each other.
"Then why are we here?"
said Emil.
"Because we don't need a single particle of light emitter," said Laura.
With that she had opened the spectro thing, removed the diamond, and returned the gem to its small black box, sitting on the laboratory's bench. As the ambient lighting would suggest, the diamond was emitting a gentle glow. Laura flicked a switch, turning the laboratory pitch black. "Watch," she said, as the diamond dimmed. Seconds passed.
"What are we watching for?"
asked Emil. "Shh!" Laura and the twins had said it together. Emil checked his watch. He wondered how Garcia and his militia were getting on. The gunfire had ceased, and as no one seemed to be throwing grenades— "There," said Laura. The diamond had brightened for a moment.
"And?"
said Diego.
"The diamond has just received a single particle of light," said Monocled. "Or rather," said Bespectacled, "a boost to the same stream of invisible subatomic particles continuously bombarding the Earth. Neutrinos."
"Neutrinos,"
said Emil. Laura explained.
"They're what's left after the Earth's magnetic field and atmosphere has filtered out most of the sun's harmful rays."
"Yes," said Monocled, "and such is a neutrino's inert state. Most pass harmlessly through the Earth and out the other side."
"Except for these,"
added Bespectacled, tapping the diamond with a finger,
"which are not only multiplied before being spat back out again, but in the form of visible light and heat."
Laura switched the laboratory's darkroom-like ambience back on again.
"Don't you get it?"
she said, staring at the onlookers' empty faces. Laura approached a wall chart entitled The Electromagnetic Spectrum.
"If the diamond can absorb harmless neutrinos before radiating something more powerful, Just think what it can do with gamma rays.
Her finger stabbed a point beyond the ultraviolet end of the chart's rainbow-like image, marked highest energy. Smith seemed to know what she was talking about. A nuclear explosion.
And then some, said Laura. A single rad of gamma radiation might be enough to make Hiroshima and Nagasaki look like a couple of fireworks.
Rita was as perplexed as Emil.
But the army said it wasn't an atom bomb. That's because the diamond wasn't absorbing, multiplying and emitting gamma radiation when the army pointed a Geiger counter at it, said Laura. Not that any of us would be around to discuss the matter if the diamond was. Gamma ray bursts are some of the universe's most destructive forces.
Emil couldn't stop his cynicism from joining in with the exchange.
So someone has invented something that's capable of destroying as well as saving the world. Why doesn't that surprise me?
Predictably, Smith seemed enthused by the horror.
Who made it? And where can we find more?
Laura appeared about to vent anger when she calmed.
That's,
She looked at the twins.
In the realms of speculation.
Everyone turned to the brothers.
Well,
said Monocled, scratching his chin,
I suppose it depends on what you mean by who.
Nobody answered. Bespectacled returned to the spectrophotometer. He placed a hand on the device.
Although the little light we've dared to introduce confirms the diamond has a carbon construction, we clearly can't risk cutting into it to find out more. And as an electron microscope might also end up a molten mess when taking a closer look.
He trailed off.
Please don't say it out loud, brother. It's embarrassing enough. We're supposed to be men of science, for goodness sake.
Whatever Monocled had meant by that, Bespectacled concurred.
As you wish.
He straightened up.
Yes, manufacture is possible, but we're 99% certain this gem is at least 1 billion years old.
Emil wasn't the only one to twig that wasn't the whole story.
What are you not telling us? Said Smith. The diamond produces its own power. Is that being done naturally or not?
More furtive glances, awkward looks, and shifting feet from the scientific minds present.
We think the diamond might be a conduit, said Laura. The power itself originates from elsewhere.
Somewhere else, said Emil. Where?
Laura looked at the twins, who raised their eyebrows as if daring her to answer the question. She did.
Another universe.
A chatter of disbelief was broken by one of the twins giving the spectrophotometer a slap, making everyone jump.
The finding might be as embarrassing as much as it is impossible to accept, but there is evidence to support the claim. A sense of the diamond trying to communicate, said his brother.
That focused Emil's attention. Communicate, said Smith. As in talk?
That was our next question, said Laura. Have you sensed it too?
Smith didn't reply. Emil did it for him.
Yes, when I was under the dining table. I didn't mean to use my lighter. Something made me.
Everyone took a step back from the laboratory's bench. It was Diego who broke this silence.
The bishop said God was inside the diamond.
Everyone bar Smith and the twins made a sign of the cross, Rita mumbling,
"Saints preserve us,"
too.
God, said Monocled. The God particle, maybe, but my money's on a black hole. White hole, contradicted Bespectacled. My dear brother, said Monocled, white holes are a hypothesis. Black holes are a fact. On the contrary, said Bespectacled, this diamond proves white holes exist. If the gem was a black hole, not only would it be impossible to carry, but that same space-time distortion would have drawn us, the Earth, and half the solar system inside by now. And as it clearly radiates more energy than it sucks—
Gentlemen, please, interrupted Smith. I'm going to assume you don't know who made the diamond. But where can we find more? Whatever the nature of Smith's mission, the British agent clearly didn't seem to appreciate that what had been sitting at the bottom of his pocket all this time might be capable of explaining as well as destroying the meaning of life. The twins scowling at each other was followed by Monocled saying,
"Diamonds form deep within the earth before being ejected by volcanoes. If you want to find more, then a search of the Andes Mountains would be the next logical step."
Smith's whole body seemed to deflate.
"The diamond was ejected from Ojos del Salado," said Laura. "It's an extinct volcano in the Catamarca province."
Smith perked up. "How do you know that?"
"The hieroglyphics on the stone tablets."
Laura seemed to avoid Emil's gaze, and it was a few seconds before he realized why. Ojos del Salado overlooks Ariloche, the Pampas village where Josef Mengele conducted his evil medical experiments. Chapter 14. After breakfast the following morning. Garcia de Mendoza's gated community contained more than a winery, agriculture, houses, church, school, prison, and a militia. The utopia could boast its own honours and award system too. A round of applause accompanied Helen pinning a medal on the waiter injured when the Montoneros guerrillas had blasted their way into the cellar.
"Why didn't you tell me?"
said Emil, using the applause as cover.
"Because I knew it would upset you," said Laura. "Sergeant Gomez, how many times do I have to remind you
Emil was interrupted by the appreciation fading and Garcia's head gaucho Antonio announcing the award ceremony's next recipient.
"And the Garcia de Mendoza Medal for Valor also goes to Senor David Atwood."
Unsurprisingly, Garcia's butler was in a wheelchair, the bandages swathing the man's chest making Helen hesitant. She put the medal into Atwood's hand. Another round of applause, which the visitors were pleased to join in with.
"Anything to do with Maria Fierro upsets you," continued Laura. "And as having to assist Colonel Smith is already upsetting us both, I didn't want to make matters worse."
"Sergeant Gomez, I won't tell you again. My private life is my affair. I am your superior, and as my deputy I expect you to inform me of anything that might—" "And Garcia de Mendoza's highest award for bravery goes to—"
Antonio's enthusiasm for the occasion seemed to fade.
"Master Thomas de Mendoza."
Garcia himself pinned the medal this time, a medal that looked suspiciously like Argentina's own highest award for gallantry, the Nation to the Heroic Valor in Combat Cross. If anyone was glad Garcia's son Thomas had shot that Montoneros guerrilla when he did, it was Emil. But if the community's less than enthusiastic applause for the boy's action was any indication, Emil wasn't the only one to think nepotism had as much a part to play as altruism in this so-called solution to Argentina's political problems. Celebratory gunfire ended the awkwardness, and as the ceremony closed and Villa de Mendoza's citizens smothered their heroes with the affection deserved, the Garcia family approached those gathered by the minibus and preparing to leave. Hugs, kisses, handshakes, and backslaps later, Garcia turned to Smith and said,
"Come on, Johnny. I can't let you go with this bad feeling between us, and especially on such a joyous occasion."
Garcia offered a hand.
"What do you say? Bury the hatchet?"
Considering the bad feeling had only ever been one way, Emil guessed Smith choosing to meet the enthusiastic handshake was to avoid a scene, even if the Englishman's follow-up of "The better man has clearly won" was open to interpretation.
"Damn right, Johnny,"
said Garcia, pulling his wife and son in for a hug.
"And not only on the battlefields of sport and war."
He kissed Helen's blushing cheek.
"In matters of the heart, too. I can't recommend family life enough."
Garcia grinned at Smith.
"You should give it a try."
Fearing Smith's next response might involve a less subtle innuendo, Emil opened the minibus's sliding door and had just invited all to board when Laura said,
"Where are the twins? I can't leave without saying goodbye to my cousins."
"Out of our way!"
came the simultaneous cry, answering Laura's concern. The two fat men led a train of porters carrying suitcases and bags.
"I hope we're not too late."
"You're coming with us," said Laura.
"My dear cousin," said Bespectacled, "you're on the cusp of revealing the scientific discovery to end all scientific discoveries. And no scientist would want to miss out on that,
added monocled. Laura seemed pleased, and as Smith hadn't raised any objections, Emil invited the twins to make themselves comfortable. Rita boarded the minibus instead. Having scowled throughout Smith and Garcia burying the hatchet, Emil guessed Laura's mother was in no mood to accept the olive branch heading her way, a case of wine. Garcia had just presented Laura with the Malbec when there was a distant crack of yet more gunfire. A member of the house staff asked for and got Garcia's attention. Nodding as the man spoke, Garcia looked at where the firefight was coming from and said, "You had better take the back way out of the estate." His face soured at where Rita was sitting in the minibus. "If the extent of tattoos is any indication, I'd say it's time to teach the Kali a lesson they're unlikely to forget." Emil couldn't decide if the drug cartel would, in reality, be after Laura's mother, Smith, or both. "Follow me," said Antonio, mounting a horse. "Vamos!" To the sight of men rushing to take up arms and women and children being led to the cellar, Diego threaded the minibus through the community's building site, past more greenery of groves, orchards, and irrigation systems, and down the track where Antonio was cantering his charge. Emil checked on the new passengers, or rather, the effect the twins were having on the minibus's ride. Ruts in the track weren't helping, but the additional weight appeared to have rendered the bus's suspension all but useless. The decision to welcome the pair was in danger of testing Diego's talent for make-do and mend to its limits. Reaching the Andes side of the de Mendoza estate, Antonio returned Emil and Laura's handguns and bade the travellers a huape farewell. Laura's 9mm disappeared into her purse, but Emil dropped his pistol into the minibus's glove box. The weight alone was paining his upper right arm. And anyway, Smith's Beretta was enough. "Ojos del Salado is 12 hours away," said Smith, studying a map. "Where are we staying the night?"
"Bariloche," said Laura. "I've already spoken to the parish priest. We'll be sleeping in an abandoned orphanage."
Chapter 15. 3 rest stops, 2 roadside repairs, and a detour via a scrapyard to replace a broken suspension arm later, and Diego had turned off the main highway and was heading up the minor road leading to Bariloche. Emil's heart sank, and the closer they neared the village, the more he struggled to prevent his trepidation from morphing into nausea. Passing the point where Pedro had stopped 2 rogue policemen from killing him, Emil needed a distraction.
"Ojos del Salado covers a pretty big area, Sergeant Gomez," he said, waving a hand at the rising ground ahead. "Where are you going to start?"
"The cave paintings."
"Cave paintings?" said Emil. "If there are any cave paintings in this part of the Andes, I'm sure my fiancée or her mother would have mentioned them."
Laura looked at him.
"They were mentioned in the hieroglyphics."
Emil scoffed.
"I know you only have to glance at a map to know where you're going, Sergeant, but unless those stone tablets contained a grid reference, the diamonds may as well be on another planet."
"We don't need a map or a grid reference."
Laura had turned to Smith, or more specifically, the small black box being rotated in his hands. Smith didn't look up. The cross on top of Bariloche's church appeared, conjuring more unsettling recollections for Emil. The spot where Padre Martin had first met and escorted him into the village. Emil's judgmental assessment of the orphans being inbreds. Meeting, falling in love, and supposedly being engaged to a woman refusing to open his letters. Mengele's lair. The evil of the basement beneath. And as Diego drove the minibus through the neglected outskirts of Bariloche itself, the day Emil lifted Sophia's lifeless body from her cot. He had to swallow.
"Park outside the church, Diego."
The old man did as Laura asked. No signs of life, but everyone got out to stretch their legs anyway. Everyone except Smith, who was still examining the black box.
"Are you coming?"
said Emil. The Englishman looked up. He scanned the scene.
"Don't you think this is all a bit too convenient?"
His wandering eyes settled on the hill containing the burnt-out wreck of what had been Mengele's house. "I mean,
What are the chances of this super diamond's origins also being where Josef Mengele created a Superman?
Smith's demeanour had changed. Gone was his usual confidence mixed with arrogance, and in its place was a strange, pensive manner. Rita thought the same.
"John, are you all right?"
She placed a hand on his arm. If Laura's mother did suspect what Emil knew for certain about her lover's fidelity, she had parked the misgiving. Smith didn't answer, choosing to place the black box against his temple instead. A second later he said,
"I need to make a phone call."
Smith was looking at the church, and as everyone turned to view the same, its entrance opened.
"He guided you here, then," said the Irish priest, stepping forward.
Quizzical looks made him add,
"Our Lord God."
Squinting at the setting sun, the priest pointed at Ojos del Salado's peak and said,
"Whatever the Almighty requires you to do, it must be important."
He drew a sign of the cross, prompting the believers amongst the arrivals to repeat the gesture.
"May I use your telephone, Padre?"
No time for introductions, then, thought Emil.
"But of course, Senor,
Smith." The Englishman barged past the pastor. Definitely something not right. Emil chased after him.
"Mind if I listen in?"
said Emil, once both men were inside and striding for the church's office.
"Not at all, Inspector, but you're liable to find the conversation somewhat confusing. It will be in code."
Entering the office, Smith pulled up a chair, produced a notebook and pen, and consulting his wristwatch said,
"It's just after 2000 hours, which means the code's key will be X-ray Golf Lima Romeo, and the corresponding lock,"
he found the notebook's pages,
4817.
Smith sat to jot a series of other letters and numbers. He looked up.
"Are you still here, Inspector?"
Emil took in the office's details, which hadn't changed in the 5 years since he had needed to use the same telephone to report Mengele's crimes. A chair, rickety wooden desk, a couple of box files, then the telephone itself.
"You won't be the only one to think Mengele's connection with the diamond has to be more than a coincidence," he said. "Someone's bound to be listening in."
Smith picked up the telephone's receiver.
"Then I won't have to repeat myself, will I?
Operator, I'd like to place a long-distance call to London, England, please." With a sigh, Emil scanned the rest of the church, which also hadn't changed in 5 years, and the century before that. Exposed wooden roof covering a mix of mud and sandstone walls, plain wooden pews divided by a short aisle leading to tea lights illuminating a statue of the Virgin at the end. There was even a wavering of taped organ music, just as there had been when Emil first entered the place of worship and been astonished by the sight of Maria's mother kneeling in front of 6 child-sized coffins. No coffins today, but there was a similar solitary pious female figure dressed in all-encompassing black, and when Emil recognized the rosary beads clasped between the lady's raised hands, he gulped.
"Yes, I'll wait."
Placing the receiver in the crook of his neck, Smith resumed his jotting of letters and numbers. Emil faced the man.
"I'm going to inform the person kneeling at that altar what you've told me about the son she's no doubt praying for."
Emil had angled a thumb over his shoulder.
"Anything you would like me to add?"
He stepped aside, giving Smith the same view of Maria's mother.
"One moment."
Covering the receiver's mouthpiece with a hand, Smith pondered the sight.
"I'll speak to her myself."
"You will not."
Adopting an ape-like stance for fear of how Smith might react, Emil curled 2 fists and said,
"Tell me everything you know about Juan Fierro, or I tell Rita everything I know about what I saw in the winery's keep."
Smith's hand didn't move from the receiver's mouthpiece. Staring at Emil as if pondering how best to kill him, Smith said,
"You can tell the surrogate that the one surviving boy she gave birth to has followed in her daughter's footsteps and is now practicing medicine."
Emil had to know more.
"What kind of medicine?"
"Aunt Aggie?" "No." "Yes, as soon as you can, please. Tell her it's her nephew, Cedric." Smith recovered the receiver. Appearing to compromise, he peered at Emil and said, "What kind of medicine do you think the superhuman result of superneurosurgery would like to practice?" Containing his anger, Emil headed down the aisle. A battle began, in his head, between the need to deliver the news he knew Maria's mother would be desperate to hear and the equally passionate requirement for answers of his own. Why was Maria returning Emil's letters unopened? Was the engagement off? Had she met someone else? Was Maria in trouble? Had the Americans got wind of her super-neurosurgery and made an offer that couldn't be refused? Legs wading through and then sticking in the emotional equivalent of quick-drying cement, Emil was about to interrupt Mama Fierro's prayers when she stood up to leave.
"Emil? Is that you? Oh, thank the Lord."
A brief embrace, and Maria's mother stood back again.
"Emil, we must discuss your wedding."
Chapter 16. Emil drew closer to the altar's tea lights. He checked the letter's date. 2 weeks ago. At least Emil knew his love was alive. The letter Mama Fierro had given Emil contained what one would expect of a daughter keen to update her mother on life as a medical student. Top of the class when it came to inserting catheters, apparently. A summary of Maria's peers, a funny anecdote, the weather in that part of America, and what had just complicated Emil's desperation to know why Maria kept returning his letters unopened, confusion. For the correspondence also included a question on how best to blend Emil's side of a traditional Catholic wedding with her part, Pampas Indian needs. What was Emil's fiancée playing at?
"What do you think?" said Maria's mother. "Father Orion says he's happy for the local cacique to assist the ceremony, so long as your vows don't mention Hunukwa himself."
Emil was still trying to make sense of Maria's contradictory behavior, but he had heard the strange name.
"Hunukwa," he said. "Who's that?"
"The Huapi god of the mountains," said Smith, striding down the aisle. Sliding the notebook inside one half of his jacket and the pen in the other, Smith extended a hand. "How do you do? My name's—" He wasn't allowed to finish.
"Juan? Oh, my baby boy! It's Juan!"
If the contents of the letter had come as a shock to Emil, watching Maria's mother cling to Smith as if he really was her long-lost son made the policeman fear for his sanity. Hands hovering in mid-air as if not sure whether to return the hug or strangle the sobbing lady, Smith appeared about to peel Mama Fierro away when she let go, but only to fuss as any mother might when faced with an offspring covered in half-healed cuts and bruises.
"Have you been fighting again?"
she said, wiping her eyes on a tissue.
"What are you boys like? And what's this?"
Mama Fierro tugged the front of Smith's jacket.
"A city suit won't last long in these parts. Come on."
Smith allowed himself to be steered back up the aisle.
"Let's see what we can do about fresh plasters, clothes, and getting some hot food inside you. You're much too thin."
Emil followed, expecting to confirm the truth whenever Smith crashed Mama Fierro back to it. But bizarrely, the Englishman seemed content with the situation, even saying he was looking forward to a bit of home cooking. Surely Mama Fierro would realize her mistake. Smith was at least twice Juan's age. The three stepped outside of the church, and if Emil had been expecting Smith to come clean during the introductions that followed, forget Emil's sanity. What Smith said next made the inspector fear for the Englishman's mental health. "And this is my mother, Mama Isabella Fierro." Emil's wasn't the only jaw to slacken at that nonsense. It must have been the beating Smith had taken in the junta's detention centre, some kind of delayed brain trauma. That would certainly explain the personality change. And the way Laura, Rita, Diego, the twins, and even the priest, Father Orion, were looking in disbelief, it was plain they held similar concerns. As usual, the incredulity had set Laura's head going, the darting and twitching ending with a glower for Emil, but it was pointless asking him to explain. Emil was still trying to get his head around Maria's strange behaviour, let alone why a British Secret Service agent might have lost his mind. It was almost as if Smith was another person. Chapter 17. The modest tumble-down shack Mama Fierro called home was quite the contrast to the de Mendoza household. An open fireplace for cooking, doubling as the property's only source of heat, pan of boiling water on top, smell of burnt charcoal heading for a hole in the roof above, the other bare essentials needed to sustain a middle-aged widow living alone, various utensils, a stone basin, the odd bit of crockery, clothes hung out to dry, and a single box bed where she had invited Smith to sit. Emil didn't dwell on the bucket next to it. Such was Mama Fierro's hermit-like existence. There was only one chair, so Emil pottered around outside for something suitable for him to sit on, just as he had to whenever Maria and he visited as a couple. Placing the upturned crate next to the one-room property's table, Emil sat and tried understanding Maria's contradictory intentions. Or he would have done if it wasn't for the sickening sight of Smith persisting in his Juan Fierro fantasy.
"Mama, do you remember when Pedro said he broke his arm on purpose, just to get candy out of Uncle Joe?"
Maria's mother was salting 2 beefsteaks. She chuckled.
"Yes, he was always getting into scrapes, that one. Mind you, you children are constantly scheming to get candy out of Uncle Joe in one way or another. How the poor man put up with it, I'll never know."
Mama Fierro was either in denial, or Mengele's brainwashing of the village as their saviour was something that would only end once Araloche's oldest survivor was no longer around to remember him.
"And what about that time Grandpa Castro was changing a cartwheel and the bricks collapsed?" continued Smith with his lies. "We had to lift it off him."
Swapping the pan of hot water on the fire with the steaks, Mama Fierro said,
"You remember that? Goodness me, you couldn't have been much more than 4 at the time."
How Smith could have known such detail was beyond Emil, but the cruel and needless subterfuge had to end.
"Mama Fierro," he said, "don't you think Juan looks a little old for someone in their early 20s?
Frowning as if Emil was the one being deceived, the lady said,
"My sons were lifting 2-ton carts off their careless owners when they were 4 years old, Emil. You saw how Uncle Joe's miracles affected the orphan's growth."
She placed her hand on Smith's shoulder.
"Of course my Juan is going to look older than 22.
Emil had to leave. Pushing back on his makeshift seat, he said,
"I'm going outside for a cigarette."
"But you haven't eaten yet, and it's your favorite, chimichurri steak."
"It's okay, Mama. I'll be right back."
Emil looked at Smith. "Are you coming?" He hesitated before adding, "Juan?" A minute later, and the pair were filling the night air with smoke.
"We both know you can't possibly be Juan Fierro," said Emil. "Where did you get all that stuff?"
Smith retrieved the black box.
"The same way Mengele couldn't possibly have known how to make a Superman without help. Education."
Emil stared at the container.
"Are you telling me that diamond emits knowledge, as well as heat?"
Emil didn't expect Smith to reveal anything useful, and sure enough, smiling wryly, the man said,
"The twins have confirmed the gem is trying to communicate, Inspector, and by your own admission you've experienced the same. Not difficult to think the diamond might have something to say."
"You talk as if it were alive."
Smith leaned closer to Emil.
"Maybe it is."
Emil took a step away. Smith swapped the pretense for a provocation.
"That's a strange reaction for someone eager to know why his fiancée keeps returning his letters unopened."
"How do you know about that?"
"Well, I suppose I could say it's your sergeant's inability to keep secrets from her mother, and Rita's habit of telling me everything she knows."
Smith rattled the box.
"But I'm sure you would rather find out for yourself."
He offered the box. Emil stared at the small black cube. He was being played again, but such was Emil's need for facts.
"If what you say is true," he said, "then you already know the answer."
"And a lot more besides, Inspector. But as being a professional liar, conman and cheat is part of an MI6 agent's job spec, you won't believe me. And anyway, wouldn't you rather experience why your fiancée has severed contact while planning to marry you at the same time?
Experience?
Reclosing the distance, Smith placed the box in Emil's hand. Fearing a repeat of the blinding flash under the de Mendoza's dining table, Emil was about to pass the container back when he was revisited by what had caused him to strike the cigarette lighter in the first place. A sense of the diamond wanting to engage. Compelled, more than electing to do so, Emil placed the box against his temple. Part 2. Chapter 18. Into the Multiverse, 1985.
Inspector Vazquez?
Emil looked at his new sergeant.
There's a lady in reception who says she knows you. Dr. Maria Fierro?
Emil's stomach tightened. 3 years since he had heard that name. 3 years since he last saw her. 3 years since they promised each other they would marry, just as soon as Maria had returned from North America.
Show her in.
The tightness became nausea. Emil distracted himself by tidying the desk, but the rattle of a cup against its saucer made his nervousness plain. He put both down and grabbed his fingers to stop them from shaking, when the only woman he had ever wanted to spend the rest of his life with appeared. Emil stood up. It was like meeting for the first time. He blushed. So did she.
Shall I close the door, boss?
Emil didn't respond. The sergeant looked at them both, staring at each other. He raised his eyebrows before closing it anyway. The noise of the door shutting broke their trance-like state. The pair began talking over each other. When it became clear Maria was just as anxious, Emil raised his hands to end the incoherence.
First things first.
He walked around his desk and pulled up a chair.
Please, have a seat.
The smell of her perfume as she sat made Emil close his eyes. He opened them again, took a deep breath, and walked back to his side of the desk.
Can I get you a coffee or something?
Emil hoped the tone of the question was appropriate, given their history, whatever appropriate meant.
You haven't changed one bit.
The passing years hadn't diminished the power of Maria's smile either, and Emil could feel himself folding in the presence of it. He took another deep breath. Tapping his expanding girth with both hands, Emil said,
Well, if this isn't obvious, then the receding hairline and moustache must be.
His fingers ran through and down both thickets.
You, on the other hand, are exactly the same.
Emil wasn't joking. Maria could still pass for the 25-year-old she was when they first met. The visitor surveyed her surroundings.
So, you made it then?
Emil did the same.
Nothing's changed. Inspector is probably my ceiling. Although I see you achieved Padre Martin's hopes for you. Doctor? Pathology at the moment, but I hope to specialize in pediatrics eventually.
Emil asked the question he had to.
Married?
She shook her head before asking him the same. He shook his head too.
How's your mother?
She's fine.
And that just about brought them both up to date. Emil's nervousness ended, but only to be replaced by bitterness. He had difficulty in not letting his words sound resentful.
Why, Maria? Why did you stop replying to my letters?
The love of his life dropped her chin.
Please don't, Emil. It's too painful.
Too painful? Then why are you here? To torment me? You know how I felt about you.
He hesitated before adding,
How I've always felt about you.
Maria pulled herself together and sat up.
I'm here on official business. I'm part of the team that's investigating the junta's war crimes, and we don't want the police arresting us when we start digging up graves in search of the disappeared.
Her words seemed out of context, but Emil knew she was serious. He'd been expecting something similar ever since the junta had been ousted and a new government elected on a promise of truth and reconciliation. Despite the mixed feelings, Emil forced himself to do his job.
The police will give you whatever assistance you need, Doctor. We certainly won't arrest anyone for desecrating a grave. Just make sure your colleagues have the necessary documentation."
They half smiled at each other. Maria became visibly more uncomfortable.
"There's something else."
She appeared reluctant to look Emil in the eye.
"Ariloche doesn't come under our jurisdiction, but I require the same access."
Emil didn't need to be a police inspector to recognize an ulterior motive when he saw one.
"What for?"
"I need to take samples from some of the graves there, too."
"But you've just told me Ariloche doesn't form part of the Commission's remit. So why?"
"Have you heard of DNA?"
Emil hadn't. Maria explained.
"It's a bit like the body's fingerprint, only you don't need a living finger to prove someone's identity. Just a small tissue sample, like a fragment of bone."
Emil rolled his eyes, stood up and reached for his cigarettes.
"For God's sake, Maria, are you still trying to find your brother?"
Maria talked as if the last 3 years had never happened.
"He has to be found, Emil, and DNA could help with that."
The inspector offered a cigarette to the only woman he had ever loved. She refused it.
"There's talk of producing a database of everyone's DNA. Unlike fingerprints, family members can be identified using it. If I can get a sample from one of my brothers, I can add it to the database, and if ever Juan's is added too, we'll be able to find him."
Emil inhaled from the Marlboro.
"There are a lot of ifs in there, Maria. Getting the piece of bone you require won't be a problem, and I guess adding whatever you get from it to some kind of database won't be an issue either. But even if the same is done at the other end, all that will prove is that Juan is dead."
"Only a sample of saliva is needed from a living person, and police in the UK have started taking swabs whenever they make an arrest."
Emil scoffed.
"So we're back to contacting the British again."
He sat down.
"In case you didn't notice, they kicked our asses out of the Malvinas a couple of years back. So if relations with the UK were complicated before, they're all but impossible now. And anyway, I would have thought the nature of their victory all but proves they're still an evil empire hell-bent on conquering land that doesn't belong to them. Hardly a nation of sheep waiting to be led to the slaughter."
Maria gave a look of disapproval.
"I should imagine my Pampas forebears thought exactly the same when the Spanish conquistadors first invaded what eventually became Argentina. But we mustn't let political differences get in the way of our relationship."
Emil ignored the historical irony and jumped on her last word.
"And what exactly is our relationship?"
Maria put her head down again.
"You can do much better than me, Emil."
"What are you talking about? You can't still be worried about our race differences. It's the 1980s, not the 1880s, and you're more professionally qualified than I'll ever be. A few racist bigots might still exist, but things are changing rapidly."
She interrupted him.
"You need someone who can give you children, Emil, and I will never be able to do that."
1982. Emil stared at the small black box.
"Happy?"
said Smith. The diamond's influence slipped away. It was like awaking from a vivid dream and needing a moment to work out what was real or not. Emil's head snapped in all directions. Mama Fierro's home, Ariloche's other ramshackled buildings, the slopes of Ojos del Salado silhouetted against a starlit sky, and steaks sizzling on a griddle.
"Am I back?"
"Ow!" The cigarette burning his right hand confirmed it.
"To a degree,"
said Smith, recovering the box. "Happy with the paradox of Maria returning your letters unopened while making wedding arrangements with her mother?" Emil's understanding was clear, but he was far from content.
"She can't have children,"
he said, staring into space.
"Maria can't have children, and thinks I should marry someone who can."
Smith sighed.
"Well, that's women for you. Always blaming themselves for the evil of others."
That classic bit of Smith heartlessness proved Emil was back to reality. He glowered at his antagonist.
"What are you talking about? If being repeatedly raped by her father wasn't horrifying enough, that bastard Mengele butchered the abortion. She can't have children.
Emil's anger fell to the acceptance of another truth the diamond had revealed.
And she can't bring herself to tell her mother, because she knows it will break her heart.
Taking a last puff, Smith's cigarette fell to the ground. "Yes, very sad," he said, grinding the butt with a foot. "Shall we go back inside? I don't know about you, but the smell of those steaks is making me hungry." He pointed the way. Emil stayed put.
"I've got to tell her. I've got to tell Maria nothing can come between us."
"Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, Inspector. In my experience, true love always finds a way. After you." Smith was still pointing.
"I'll write something tonight. Mama can enclose it with her next letter. That way Maria is bound to read."
Emil turned his head to one side.
"You know, don't you?"
"I know our dinner must be getting cold."
"You already know what's going to happen to Maria and me."
Steeling himself, Emil said,
"Give me the box."
"We've yet to discover the diamond's true purpose, Inspector. Learning everything about one's future can't be healthy." Emil had drawn the Beretta.
"Give me the box, before I make you."
2028.
Grandpapa, will you tell us the story of how you rescued Grandmama from the monster?
Emil crouched to the child's level.
"What again?"
The little girl's head bobbed up and down. He turned to the rest of the orphans.
"Would you all like to hear the story again?"
Maria apologized to the orphanage's staff. The children's habit of demanding the raconteur in her husband just before bedtime was beginning to test her patience, not with the children, but with the 73-year-old going on 10 who always gave in to what the orphans wanted. Ignoring his wife's protests, the retired police inspector sat in his favourite armchair, while those determined to make the day last as long as possible gathered around.
"A long time ago, and in a land very far away, there once lived a monster who kept the beautiful Princess Maria prisoner in a big castle high up on a hill."
The children had heard Emil's tale many times, but still stared in rapt attention.
"The monster was so bad. Do you know what he had for his dinner every day?"
A dozen little faces knew the answer, but still grinned in eager anticipation of it.
"Children!"
The youngsters squealed in horrified delight. Emil calmed them.
"But we all know what his big mistake was, don't we?"
Heads nodded.
"The greedy pig swallowed the children whole, which meant they didn't go to heaven, but carried on playing games with each other in his tummy."
Nods turned to giggles.
"Now, as you can imagine, lots of children running around in anyone's belly would make them grumpy, but especially a monster, and it didn't take him long to blame someone else for his tummy upset. And guess who that was?"
12 hands shot up, followed by 12 correct answers.
"That's right. But he shouted at Princess Maria so much it made her cry, and when a certain handsome prince, who just so happened to be riding past, heard her sobs, he decided to investigate."
The old man made out to preen himself.
"The handsome and dashing Prince Emiliano."
The children tittered. Emil mocked a look of disapproval in return.
"Rode my horse as fast as I could, and in no time at all, found myself looking high up towards a window in a big castle, where a beautiful but sad princess looked straight back down at me. Needless to say, we fell in love with each other there and then."
Emil put a hand over his heart and blew his wife a kiss with the other. The orphans tittered as Maria pretended to fan her blushes and blow a kiss back. The pantomime continued.
"But how to get into the castle and rescue her? The walls were all high, smooth, and impossible to climb, and the only entrance was a heavy wooden door that was firmly shut."
The children looked in different directions, as if trying to work it out. Emil raised a finger.
"But then, from deep within the castle came the sound of rumbling. The ground began to shake. The noise became louder and louder until there was no mistaking it. Footsteps. Big monster footsteps. And the next thing I knew, the door swung open, and there before me stood the biggest monster I had ever seen.
Maria rolled her eyes, as 12 gasps just seemed to encourage her husband.
Although, to be honest, it was the biggest belly I had ever seen.
Emil stuck out his own ample stomach to illustrate. His audience showed their appreciation, even though eyelids were beginning to droop.
"What do you want?" said the monster. To which I replied, "I have come to rescue the fair Princess Maria. Out of my way!" "You'll have to get past me first," said the monster. And the next thing I knew, both he and his big belly came bouncing towards me.
The children were loving every word, but struggling to stay awake. The orphanage's staff began collecting those no longer capable of holding themselves up.
He left me with no choice. I drew my sword, and with a single thrust, plunged the blade deep into his evil heart.
The listeners' response became less enthusiastic as their numbers reduced.
Once I was sure the monster was dead, I used my sword to cut open his belly, and what do you think came tumbling out?
Only a few of the orphans had the strength to answer.
That's right. And once I was sure all the children were safe, I rushed into the castle, freed Princess Maria, and asked for her hand in marriage.
The rate of audience attrition was increasing, so Emil traded theatrics for haste.
Anyway, just as we left the castle, it became clear one of the children was still trapped in the monster's belly, and I was just about to free him too, when to our amazement, a baby monster appeared. Guess what happened then?
Just one voice answered.
That's right. He ran off down the hill and out of sight as far as his little legs could carry him.
Only the little girl remained, and even she was having difficulty paying attention. Emil picked her up and sat her on his knee.
Who would have thought it, eh? Monsters can have babies too. It worried us a lot, and especially Grandmama, who said we could only get married after he'd been caught.
He gave his wife a look of disapproval.
And I gave up smoking.
Maria was now the only listener. Emil teased her.
Imagine, when decades later, who should appear on television but the very same baby monster. Only he wasn't a baby now, and certainly no monster. No, he'd become an angel. An angel that healed the sick and cured the lame. Just like Jesus.
Emil rose with the sleeping child in his arms.
Imagine how silly the fair Princess Maria feels now.
Maria sighed at what she had to suffer whenever Professor Savage was mentioned in the media.
You tell that story differently every time.
Well, that's because I can't resist finding new ways to torment you with it. And anyway, you were right all along. Juan was created to be a shepherd. The good shepherd.
The doorbell rang, and one of the staff answered. Emil and Maria were about to take the last of the orphans upstairs when the visitor called out.
Inspector Vazquez? Not anymore, Sergeant. I retired years ago. What can I do for you?
Sorry to disturb you, sir.
The young officer seemed both embarrassed and enthusiastic at the same time.
The International DNA database went live recently, and I thought you might like to know a link has been identified to a missing person case you were working on.
The retired couple knew the international reputation of Maria's brother meant the police would come knocking sooner or later, and prepared themselves to look surprised.
Turns out there's a connection with that famous brain surgeon from England, Professor Sir John Savage.
Of the two, Emil was the most animated.
No, really? That's amazing. Did you hear that, darling? Somebody famous is related to a missing person case I was working on. Can you believe that?
Maria dug the tip of a finger into her husband's back.
Sergeant, may I ask how he came to be on the database? I know the intention is for everyone to be registered eventually, but at the moment, it's just those who've been arrested for something. Are you able to say what it was? I shouldn't really, but it will be in tomorrow's newspapers, so I don't suppose there's any harm.
The police sergeant became less enthusiastic.
Hard to believe, I know, but it looks as if he's been in league with just about every terrorist, dictator, and rogue state there is. Social media is rife with rumour.
He addressed Emil again.
Sir, I know it's a long shot, but was there anything back then that could be relevant to his arrest?
Emil needed time for the news to sink in. 20 or even 10 years ago, he would have said something, but not now. Maria and he were much too old to get involved in all that again. He felt guilty as he lied.
No, Sergeant. It was just a missing person case, and a lot of people disappeared in those days.
The officer seemed content with the answer.
Well, whatever Savage has done, nearly every country is trying to extradite him to answer for it, and we can all guess who will win that battle.
The polite young man thanked the old couple for their time and left. Emil went back to climbing the stairs with his charge.
Nice boy. Should go far. Anyone who addresses their elders as sir and not boss should go far, in my opinion. He might even make captain. Attitudes have certainly changed since my day, thank goodness.
We have to go to England.
Emil was expecting his wife to say something like that, but he still winced.
What on earth for?
I must talk to him.
He shook his head and continued the climb. Maria caught up with Emil at the top of the stairs.
If one is going to be extradited to the US, then there will be a hearing, and I must be there.
A member of the orphanage's staff took the sleeping girl from Emil, who turned to his wife. He lowered his voice.
Maria, it's been 2 years since we found out what happened to Juan, and has he replied to any of your letters or emails since? What makes you think he would be happy to talk to you?
Emil pondered the obvious.
Forget that. What makes you think the UK authorities will let you see him in the first place?
He put a hand on the small of Maria's back and encouraged her towards their room.
Just let the Americans deal with it. It's what the world's policeman does.
Maria stood her ground.
You don't understand. I was right all along. What Uncle Joe set in motion nearly 70 years ago is about to be realized.
Emil regarded her with a mixture of suspicion and betrayal.
What are you talking about? What was set in motion? What are you still hiding from me after all these years?
Maria did something she hadn't done for decades. Drew a sign of the cross.
He's going to kill us, Emil. He's going to kill us all.
Chapter 19, 1982. Emil had to blink. He was sitting at Mama Fierro's table.
Didn't you like it?
Emil stared at his future mother-in-law, and then the empty plate in front of him. Fork in one hand, knife in the other, Emil had arrived back mid-chew. He swallowed the mouthful.
Yes, Mama. It was delicious.
My congratulations, Marjorie. Best steak I have ever tasted. Smith was sitting opposite Emil. There was an empty plate in front of him, too. Dabbing his lips with a napkin, Smith said, "And I agree. We should let this Huape cacique lead us to the cave paintings." Emil was still being distracted by discovering Maria and he would not only be getting married, but running an orphanage in their old age. Not that he could enjoy the moment. Emil's fears had been replaced by a new concern, Juan Fierro turning out to be an even bigger monster than Josef Mengele. Smith's words registered.
"Cacique,"
said Emil. Mama Fierro took the plates to the wash basin.
We've just discussed it, Emil. The Cacique Maria wants officiating at the wedding. If the ancients did leave cave paintings somewhere on Ojos del Salado, he would know where they are.
She doused the dishes in hot water from the fire.
I thought the diamond, isn't there a map?
Given the threat from the other interested parties, it was probably best if Maria's mother knew as little as possible. Emil patted himself down. Where was the diamond? Smith got to his feet, answering the question. Putting the small black box into a trouser pocket, Smith picked up a towel and dried the plate Mama handed him. "I think it would be better if we trusted someone rather than something," he said, "especially as that something could lead us somewhere we would rather not end up." Emil knew what Smith meant. The visions were so real there was a sense of never returning from the futures the diamond had shown. Like a drug addict, desperate to escape the realities of this world, only to end up a permanent resident in the next.
"The cacique knows the mountains better than anyone," said Mama,
clattering dishes.
"That's where he lives."
"In a cave?"
asked Emil.
"Oh, no. Exposed to the weather. It's part of his commitment to Hunukwa. And in return for this lifetime of devotion, the god of the mountains protects him."
Emil wondered if this knowledgeable but otherwise naive hermit would turn out to be as much a myth as Hunukwa.
"How long has he been doing that?" he asked.
"His story is legend," replied Mama. "My grandmother told it to me when I was a little girl, and her grandmother to her, so he would have to be well over 100. Some say the cacique's been serving Hunukwa for thousands of years."
That made Emil take a swig of beer, which, like the steak, he also couldn't remember enjoying, but assumed he had. Emil looked at Smith.
"Coming outside for a smoke so we can discuss the details?"
Mama thought that a good idea.
"Yes, it will give me a chance to clear up after the pair of you. Off you go."
30 seconds later, and Emil was making his concerns plain.
"We'll need the diamond to find the paintings. This cacique sounds as much a fantasy as the rest of the Huapi tribe's pagan nonsense."
"Oh, I don't know, Inspector. Some religions would consider Catholicism's requirement to kiss statues a strange thing to do."
"I don't kiss statues,"
responded Emil indignantly before admitting.
"I hardly go to church."
"Nevertheless, we've both experienced a side to the diamond beyond an extreme energy output and should be careful." Smith felt for the container. "I'm not even sure it's safe to keep in my pocket."
"What do you mean?"
"Surely you've noticed the change in my character, Inspector." Smith narrowed his view of Emil. "I'm certainly watching you become a different person."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Smith checked to ensure their host wasn't listening. He whispered anyway.
"It isn't only Mama Fierro who thinks I'm Juan. The diamond is willing me to believe it myself, going so far as to furnish my mind with the boy's childhood memories."
The person the diamond had said Juan would grow up to become in the year 2028 was just as worrying for Emil.
"Colonel Smith," he said, "does the name Professor Sir John Savage mean anything to you?"
Smith hesitated, as if having to think before answering.
"That's the name Juan Fierro goes by in England. John Savage."
Chapter 20. Outside Mama Fierro's house the following morning. Slipping the ring box into a rolled-up pair of socks, Emil wrapped all 3 items inside a handkerchief and tied the completed bundle to the end of a broom handle.
"What are you doing that for?"
asked Laura. Emil slid the handle over his shoulder.
"There's a method to the madness," he said.
"You look like a hobo,"
said Rita. She wasn't wrong. Besides this hobo's bindle, Emil was dressed in what Mama Fierro had insisted would be sensible when trekking up the side of a mountain with only a late winter sun for warmth. Long johns, bombacious trousers, a couple of shirts, 2 layers of loosely tacked llama fleeces, and a rope belt, stopping the lot from falling apart. Smith was similarly attired, only being the type who cut a dash in whatever he wore, the impression was more action-seeking adventurer than Emil's dishevelled tramp. The man even had his own hiking boots, which was just as well. Few Argentines had feet that big, let alone what some diminutive mestizo had left behind when abandoning Ariloche to its worsening fortunes. There was something else about the Englishman.
"What's happened to your face?"
said Emil. Removing a mitten, Smith ran a hand over the injury-free complexion. A wince-free exercise of his jaw confirmed the recovery. "I told you we need to be careful with the diamond," he said.
"Does the same go for your hands?"
asked Laura. Smith flexed the joints. "Apparently so."
"I take it you want your handgun back."
Emil reached for the weapon and realized he too had recovered a full range of movement. Emil exercised his right bicep. No discomfort, let alone pain. Emil had just handed Smith the bundled Beretta when the toot of a horn heralded the return of the minibus. Diego, the twins, and Father O'Ryan got out of the vehicle, the latter leading the reason for the trip, the purchase of an adult male llama.
"Excellent pack animals, llamas," said the priest. "Ideal for your purposes."
"What purposes?" asked Emil. "We're carrying what's needed."
"Laura will need more food and water if she's to decipher the cave paintings," said one of the fat twins. "Yes," said the other. "A suitable selection of scientific instrumentation will be required too."
He patted the cases the twins had loaded at Mendoza.
"An electron microscope, cameras, recorders, various other EMF detectors, the full gambit."
The twins were still wearing what they had when first seen in Mendoza: high-waisted trousers holding back bulging stomachs, short waistcoat-style jackets, and large colourful bow ties. Laura's cousins appeared set to lecture a class of physics undergraduates, not tackle mountains.
"Where are your fleeces?"
said Emil.
"Your climbing boots."
"My dear Inspector," said the first twin, "do we look as if we're built to go mountain climbing?" "Yes," said his brother. "We'll escort you in the minibus as far as we can, set up a base camp, and await your return." "That could be ours," said Laura. "Don't worry," said the first twin. "We have an important scientific discovery of our own to research."
Diego revealed something else the ranch had been happy to part with: a side of beef nearly as big as the llama.
"A breakthrough in nutrition," said the second twin. "The best chimichurri steak recipe in the whole of Argentina."
The sight of Mama Fierro exiting her shack made the pair smack their lips. She passed Diego some herbs and presumably the recipe. Not that Emil was interested. Trepidation for what lay ahead had long since suppressed his appetite. Chapter 21. 4 hours later, and wheels refusing to grip an ever-steepening incline, meant the minibus had reached the base camp the twins had mentioned. Diego got on with setting up the barbecue needed for the pair's scientific research, and as Rita had elected to keep Mama Fierro company back in Araloche, Laura's mother still wasn't officially speaking to Smith. Just 5 continued the journey on foot: Emil, Laura, Smith, Father O'Ryan, and the laden llama. The priest led the animal, which he had christened Paz, the Spanish for peace, although, given what Emil got in the face when trying to make friends with the beast, war might have been a better fit.
"Sorry about that, Inspector,"
said Father O'Ryan, watching Emil wash his face of cud and slime in a nearby stream.
"A donkey would be more traditional, but the ranch didn't have any."
"Traditional?" asked Laura.
"Oh, yes. A donkey would often accompany Jesus when spreading the Lord's word," said the priest. "But there's no reason a llama can't serve this humble representative just as faithfully."
Emil was drying his face and neck on a handkerchief.
"We're on a journey to find some cave paintings, Padre. Not a mission from God."
Father O'Ryan smiled.
"You might be on a quest for evidence of pagans long since dead, Inspector, but converting their descendants is my purpose."
He looked up the incline ahead and at the miles of crags, bluffs, steeper rocks, and snow beyond.
"One can only pray my work is done before having to unpack the crampons and ice axes."
"You're hoping to convert the cacique to Christianity?" said Emil.
"Well, if Maria wants us both officiating at your wedding," replied O'Ryan. "Terms and conditions at the very least."
That set Laura's head going.
"Wedding?"
she said. Emil moved to block the priest's view of his deputy.
"Yes, that's right, Sergeant. The wedding is to take place the moment my fiancée returns from America."
Emil widened his eyes in the hope Laura would take the hint the subject was off limits. She didn't.
"But the letters. Maria Fierro's intentions couldn't be clearer. She wants nothing to do with—"
Emil had stuck Maria's latest letter to her mother in front of Laura's eyes.
"Yes, that's right, Sergeant Gomez," he repeated. The letters that make it clear my fiancée wants both the padre and the cacique presiding at the service."
Face frowning as if about to turn inside out, Laura removed her gloves and took the 2 pages of correspondence. In less than a second she had not only exhausted everything Maria had to say, but was holding the pages up to the light, as if searching for a hidden meaning. For a moment Emil feared his deputy's obsession with the truth would mean the unpacking of a scientific instrument, but to his relief Laura handed the letter back.
"Whatever," she said.
Laura took the lead up Ojos del Salado. The 3 men followed, a less accurate spit from the llama making Emil think it might be safer if he brought up the rear. Being of religious, geological, and more recently tourist interest, the extinct volcano's middle inclines were not only clear of vegetation, but well marked. Hand-painted signposts pointed the way, and when these ran out, strategically placed piles of rock dictated the path. But as the hours passed, the elevation rose, the temperature dropped, and the terrain steepened, what had been a well-defined route, characterized by scattering chinchillas and wild geese taking to the air, broadened into a scree of shale, with only the odd bush for signs of life. Laura came to a halt. The travellers were well short of terrain that needed hands as well as feet to climb, so the journey couldn't be over.
"The cacique will be here somewhere," said Emil. "Mama Fierro said we might have to wait. He'll find us, apparently."
Laura fell on her knees. "What is it?" said Smith. As if making a peace offering, Laura extended 2 upturned palms. The men approached.
"Don't come any closer,"
she said, fixating on whatever her super eyesight had detected. Father Orion steadied Paz as the pack animal had become skittish, but Emil and Smith knelt to Laura's level.
"A tripwire,"
said the Englishman. Laura's fingers traced the taut and barely perceptible line.
"More like a tripped nylon cord,"
she said, looking along its almost invisible length. Getting to her feet again, Laura surveyed the scree. A head twitch was followed by her extending a finger and saying,
"There. Can you see it?"
Emil couldn't, until a glint of reflected sunlight made him realize something was dangling amongst the rocks up and right of where they were heading, or rather some things.
"Tin cans,"
said Smith. He smiled at Emil.
"Looks like our cacique guide might be more down to earth than his legend would have us believe."
Laura stepped over the makeshift early warning alarm system.
"Keep Paz away from the tripwire, Padre. We'll be right back."
The 3 had just crossed the next crest when Laura said,
"Can you hear that?"
As they were a few meters abeam the tin cans and a gentle breeze causing the wind chime-like device to make the odd tinkle, Emil assumed she was referring to the alarm system, but as usual, Laura's super senses were at work.
"An engine,"
she said, craning an ear. Laura headed for its location, behind the tin cans. A few more meters and the men could hear it too. What sounded like the steady hum of a petrol generator was beyond the next boulder. The group rounded the feature and met more than a device capable of producing electricity, the small wooden caravan attached to it, window, a door, wheels, a tow hook, and an attempt to blend the one-person dwelling in with its surroundings. The drape of sand-coloured camouflage, half hiding the caravan, doubled as an awning. As the rocks on all sides were higher than its chimney, Emil wondered if the little home hadn't been helicoptered in. The travellers drew closer, revealing another noise, fast-talking voices from a radio or television set. The interlopers jumped when a louder voice screamed, "Goal!" and the caravan began rocking as someone inside leapt about the tiny house.
"Increíble!"
he shouted.
"Asombroso perfección! Maradona truly is the greatest!"
"Who's Maradona?" whispered Laura. Emil never knew what was the more astonishing about his super-savant deputy, her bottomless pit of encyclopedic knowledge or Laura's complete ignorance of the basics. The 2 men looked at each other.
"Only the world's greatest footballer,"
said Smith. Laura shrugged before pulling down on what led into the caravan's part-open window, the nylon tripwire. The tin cans clattered.
"Oops! Customers!"
said the voice inside the caravan. The football commentary ceased, The door opened and out stepped a skinny half-huape man in a loincloth, donning a knee-length white wig with one hand and attaching a fake beard with the other. He looked at his customers.
"I can explain everything," he said.
Chapter 22. Of everyone, Father Orion was the least impressed. He shook his head at the television set and other mortal trappings a monk-like cacique was supposed to reject. Bed and duvet, stove, coffee percolator, packets of crisps, cakes, biscuits. The caravan even had a minibar stocked with alcohol.
"If worshipping graven images wasn't bad enough," grumbled the priest, "deception is a sin only forgiven by a firm commitment to one's true lord and master." "I don't worship anything," said the cacique, removing his wig. "Keeping Harpave traditions alive is my job, and if that means telling tourists what they want to hear, then so be it."
The padre growled. Emil scanned the dwelling. Comfortable, but clearly not for millennia.
"How long have you been doing this?" he asked.
12 years. My brothers and I take it in turns. Her father and uncles did it before that, and granddads and cousins before them. We go right back." "You're not a 1,000-year-old spiritual Indian chief, then?" said Laura. "Of course not. I'm 28. And anyway, there's no tribe to be a chief of these days. But we're as good as. Who else is qualified to do the job?"
Logical, but the funny little man's honesty was doing nothing for his forebear's myth. "Does your job include leading tourists to caves?" asked Smith.
"Oh, yeah. Top of the agenda. But I make most of my money from the stories I tell when we get there."
Another growl from Father Orion.
I mean the donations I receive on behalf of Hunukwa, or through telling stories." "What kind of stories?" asked Laura. "The usual. Good versus evil, light overcoming dark, gods fighting monsters, that sort of thing. But I always leave Hunukwa's story till last, because it's a good one."
The duty cacique grinned.
"The Jewel of the Diamonds."
That got everyone's attention. "I don't suppose you would care to regale us of that particular tale?" said Smith.
"Sure."
Still grinning, this more mortal version of what the travellers had been told to expect extended a hand.
5 pesos each.
When nobody moved, the cacique dropped both smile and the price.
2 pesos each?
Smith produced a roll of dollar bills, and peeling a 20, reignited the cacique's enthusiasm for the job.
"Oh, for that I can give you the full works."
Redonning the wig, he reached for his fake beard. Smith relieved him of both. "Just tell us the story," he said.
"But I have to get into character," said the cacique. "It's part of the act."
"Forget theatrics," said Emil. "We're not tourists."
"And please," added Laura, looking at a sinking sun, "we don't have much time. A synopsis will do."
The cacique's puzzlement morphed into a wide-eyed expression and then a shrug.
"It's your money."
He took a seat on the step outside the caravan's door.
"Well, basically, Hunukwa, that's the god of the mountains, had just finished doing his volcano bit to punish the locals for not praising him enough, when the villagers still alive noticed that although the lava had cooled and the fires died down, 2 flames wouldn't."
He leaned forward in his seat.
"But these weren't ordinary flames. Hunukwa had evicted his son and daughter from the mountain, and they were in a terrible rage about it."
The cacique couldn't sit on his theatrical hands for long. Extending 2 forefingers, he animated each as if holding glove puppets.
"This is all your fault,"
said the cacique, affecting the voice of a child demigod.
"No," responded the other forefinger. "If you had done what I said, this would never have happened."
"Nonsense,"
replied the first finger.
"If you had listened to me, we wouldn't be in this mess." "What are you talking about?" said the second finger. "If you hadn't—"
Smith had gripped the funny little man's wrists. "I believe you mentioned something about diamonds." A look best described as annoyed acceptance was followed by,
"It's what the flames became at night," said the cacique. "They needed light to maintain the argument, and when the sun went down, the pair reverted to what they would have been underground. 2 cold and completely unargumentative diamonds." "What did your ancestors do next?" said Laura.
The cacique looked at his audience as if the answer was obvious.
What any Hoape would when fed up with seeing crops burnt and livestock incinerated during the daylight. The moment the diamonds were cold enough to pick up, the villagers threw the pair back into the volcano, but Hunuk Hoa kept spitting them out.
And? The priest might have been disapproving of paganism, but he was still interested in the story.
The villagers took more drastic action, explained the cacique, separating the diamonds and burying each as far away from each other as possible.
How far? Asked Emil. The funny little man was clearly disappointed at being denied the full impact of his storytelling powers, but the ending was no less intriguing.
The remotest, coldest, and darkest places the Hoape knew. The North and South Poles.
Chapter 23. Emil looked at the bindle dangling at the end of the broom handle. He considered asking Smith to carry it. The net camouflaging the caravan darkened. The sun had disappeared behind Ojos del Salado, and night was fast approaching. "You had better lead us to the cave paintings while it's still light," said Smith.
Paintings?
The cacique had furrowed his brow.
There's a cave, but no paintings. If there were, I'd be charging a downside more than 5 pesos each.
Another disapproving look from the padre.
I mean, Hunuk Hoa would be demanding a more generous offering.
A tut meant the padre didn't want to hear that either. The cacique's words had provoked a different reaction in Emil. His shoulders sagged.
I knew there would be a reason why I've never heard of them.
Are you sure?
Said Laura.
Of course I'm sure, said the cacique. I know the mountain like the back of my hand. If it's cave paintings you're after, then you're about 2,000 clicks too far north. Try Cueva de las Manos in southern Patagonia.
Now everyone appeared crestfallen. Everyone except for Smith.
"Take us there anyway," he said.
A few minutes later, and the 4 plus Paz the llama were following the funny little man who had insisted on wearing his loincloth, long white wig and false beard.
"Aren't you cold?"
asked Laura. The cacique wasn't even wearing sandals.
"Freezing,"
he said, trotting back and forth on the ledge leading to the cave.
"But a commitment to Hunuk Hoa is a commitment to Hunuk Hoa, and if I'm to come back as an eagle and not a snake in the next life, sacrifices have to be made."
"Our true lord and master would be a more generous benefactor, my son."
Father Orion patted the fleeces, covering the scientific instruments burdening Paz. The funny little man stopped trotting up and down the ledge. He peered at the priest.
"Didn't the devil tempt Jesus during his time in the wilderness?"
Father Orion hid his annoyance this time behind a pair of firmly narrowed lips. Smith had dropped behind the llama, giving Emil the opportunity to discuss the cacique's strange tale.
"Which diamond do you think we have?"
he said, speaking from the corner of his mouth. Smith didn't answer.
"Hunuk Hoa's son or his daughter?"
Smith looked at Emil with the same contempt Father Orion was giving the cacique.
"You don't really believe in that nonsense, do you? The Huape's ancestors wouldn't have known the earth was round, let alone have developed a society advanced enough to conquer the poles."
Lifting the bindle from his shoulder, Emil hung the bundled diamond in front of the pair.
"But all legends contain at least some truth," he said. "And you and I have seen enough to know that if this diamond did come from Ojos del Salado, it's making us take it back."
Smith stopped walking. He turned to Emil.
"The diamond isn't interested in returning to its roots. It wants a reunion."
A typically obscure response from Smith, and Emil was about to press for more when what the cacique shouted from up ahead made both men stop.
"The path gets a bit narrow here," he said. "So watch your step."
An understatement, if ever there was one. The ledge that curved around as well as up the bluff leading to the cave had become a lip barely wide enough for the laden llama to pass. Just as well Emil didn't suffer from vertigo. The clear drop to the left had to be 1,000 feet.
"What a view,"
said Smith. Some plain speaking from the Englishman for a change, for as unsettling as being one step from certain death was, the vista it afforded was stunning. Hundreds of miles of commanding peaks and troughs formed the backdrop to a panorama of lesser heights, each made from what one might expect of a volcano that had spent millennia coughing up every rock, mineral, and gem known to man. The colours alone attested to that. Reds, oranges, and browns of iron and copper, slivers of pink and grey indicating feldspar and magnesium, acres of white salts edging lakes just as large, and made azure blue by the same acid process. There were yellows too, which, given the taint of rotten eggs in the air, had to be sulphur. How the odd patch of green was surviving in such a hostile environment, Emil didn't know. The landscape was even venting steam. And if the scene wasn't breathtaking enough, the sun's rays still dragging over this part of the Andes Mountains were causing the colours to change, as if fingers were manipulating a giant kaleidoscope. The impression was of God, or the cacique's Hanukua, approving of this attempt to solve the diamond's mystery, and choosing to reward the travellers with a spectacular, and one to end all spectaculars. The performance certainly put the average New Year's Eve celebration in its box.
"Better not show too much appreciation," said Smith, recovering his cynicism. "Our guide might want more money."
Talking of whom,
"The cave is just around the next corner," said the cacique. "I'll see you there."
His trotting back and forth became a sprint in just the one direction.
"He seems in a hurry," said Laura.
Emil groaned.
"Keen to set up the next bit of theatre, no doubt."
"It would have to be something pretty special to trump God's efforts," said Father Orion. He faced the horizon, and as the last rays of the day fell on the Almighty's drama, he drew a sign of the cross. They were in twilight. Not that it mattered, as the ledge had widened again, and rounding the next corner saw the little man lighting a small fire at the base of something in total darkness, the mouth of the cave, judging by the way he then disappeared into it. The travellers reached their destination. Nothing remarkable so far. At around 2 meters high and 3 wide, only Smith would need to stoop to enter. The campfire's light wasn't bouncing off anything within, so the cave must have been even larger inside. Emil had just reached for a torch when the cacique switched on a flashlight, but not to guide the group, to illuminate his face.
"Picture the scene," said another of his irritating voices. "You're a 9-year-old little girl. A little girl who has only ever known love, joy, play, and the pleasure of being made to feel special in her few short years."
Another groan from Emil. It was like watching one of those stage performances that can't afford props or scenery, so each player resorts to holding a flashlight under their chin and switching it on when it's time to speak.
"But now," continued the cacique, "after days of extra special attention that includes the consumption of strange food and drink, you are finding it difficult to play, as you can no longer stay awake, and the sweet innocent dreams you once enjoyed are increasingly being replaced by images of why you are so special, and the joyous and yet at the same time unsettling fate that awaits."
Emil shivered, not because of the chilling direction the story was taking, his need to get inside the cave. The temperature had dropped now the sun was below the horizon, and if anyone needed the visit over and done with, surely that would be a half-naked cacique. Emil interrupted.
"Can we come in?"
He was ignored.
"For you have been drugged. Drugged to ensure you can never experience the full horror of what awaits your innocence. Because you're about to be—"
The cacique's torch had fallen.
"Damn,"
he said, as the campfire became the only source of light. He gave the torch a couple of slaps, but it refused to work. Giving up, the cacique loomed over the fire as if intent on maintaining the spookiness of his story that way. Big mistake. A yelp, and the annoying little man had shed the wig and fake beard faster than he had snatched the $20 bill out of Smith's hand. Both were on fire. Everyone dashed into the cave. "Are you all right, my son?" said Father Orion, as the real-life drama was over as quickly as it had begun. He fell to his knees.
"Of course I'm not all right," replied the cacique, flat on his back. 30 pesos worth of props have just gone up in smoke."
Switching on his torch, Emil passed the beam over the embarrassed but otherwise unmarked casualty and sensed something else, a sudden need to remove his fleeces.
"It's warm in here," he said.
"Well, we are in a volcano."
The cacique got to his feet. Emil wrinkled his nose. The occasional waft of sulphuric gases outside of the cave was more pungent within. The atmosphere even tasted of rotten eggs. There was a different reason to get in and out of the cave as fast as possible. The most sensitive nose in the group agreed.
"Give me a hand unpacking Paz,"
said Laura through a handkerchief. Emil flashed his torch about the cave. The cacique was right. The space the size of a small warehouse had a blank canvas. Everyone began relieving the llama of his burden. Everyone less the despondent cacique, who was dragging bits of unburnt hair from the fire.
"So what happened?"
said Emil. The cacique stared at him.
"The 9-year-old little girl. What was her fate?"
The cacique spread his arms.
"This is where the Huape elders completed the preparations." "Preparations?" said Laura. "Preparations for what?"
"The sacrificing of little girls to Honokoar, of course. Lowering them into the volcano's mouth."
Everyone stopped unpacking.
"It's okay," said the cacique. "The children would have been drugged first. My ancestors weren't monsters, you know."
Chapter 24. Laura extended the legs of a tripod.
"How are you getting on with the smell?"
said Emil. Adjusting her bandit-like face mask, Laura planted the wooden support.
"Put it this way. If we haven't got what Smith needs in the next 20 minutes, you'll be carrying me out of this cave."
"What Smith needs?" said Emil. "Don't you mean what the diamond needs?"
Laura looked at him. Checking to ensure the others were still busy sorting through what the twins had provided his deputy, Emil moved closer.
"You said yourself the diamond was trying to communicate. Don't you think it might be influencing us, too?"
Reaching into a box of what had to be photographic or theatre stage lighting equipment, Laura selected a lamp.
"I don't want to think about it,"
she said, mating the lamp to the tripod. Smith arrived with a car battery, and moments later the most extensive of the cave's walls was bathed in light. Still a blank canvas to Emil's unaided eye, and it wasn't long before Laura's supervision agreed.
"Nothing,"
she said, examining the rock under a magnifying glass.
"Told you,"
said the cacique. Laura filtered the lamp with a series of coloured lenses. Same conclusion.
"Hardly surprising," said Smith,
closing in on the rock face himself.
"This atmosphere is corroding our lungs with every breath. Wouldn't have taken those same fumes long to destroy some organic artwork rendered millennia ago."
Laura wasn't giving up.
"Pass me the UV light."
Still nothing. She did the same with the other scientific equipment at her disposal. Laser scanner, electron microscope. Laura even went to the trouble of taking and developing photographs from various angles in the hope the 3D imagery of a stereograph would reveal the ancient script. But it was all to no avail. Well beyond the 20 minutes she had allotted herself, Laura announced,
"I've got to get out of here."
She exited the cave. Everyone followed. Pulling down the handkerchief, Laura leant on a rock outside and panted like a drowning fish.
"I'm sorry," she said. "I've examined the cave with everything available. There's nothing there."
Disappointing for sure, but at least no one was breathing sulphurous acid fumes for air. Emil shivered, and without fleeces, the ice-cold relief they had just walked into couldn't be tolerated for long either. He was about to re-enter the cave when rays of coloured light, like those of the setting sun, shot from the entrance. Emil had to raise a hand against the brilliance, making him realise something else. Not everyone had left the cave. Emil, Laura, Father Orion, the cacique and Paz the Llama re-entered the void to see not only a cave flooded with prehistoric imagery, but Smith warming his hands on the planetarium-like relic projecting it. "Ah," said the Englishman, standing back from the diamond.
"Try this instrument, Sergeant Gomez."
The first thing Laura did was reach for a Geiger counter. Much to everyone's relief, the device's slow series of clicks didn't speed up when pointed at the gem. Laura seemed about to say something, when what the diamond was projecting became the priority. Discarding the Geiger counter, Laura rushed to the most detailed rock face and began soaking up what even Emil could see were stick figures launching spears at wild animals drawn just as crudely. The mouth of a volcano spewing fire, too, and no one needed to be a Huape cacique to guess what was being lowered into it. Well, the children didn't look as if they were being rescued, that was for sure.
"Amazing,"
said the cacique, staring wide-eyed at the diamond.
How much do you want for this?"
Nobody answered. In that unique robotic head-twitching way of hers, Laura raced about the cave, as she had when first entering the Nazi keep beneath Biedma Cathedral, eyes not only examining, but fingers wiping, scratching and knocking every surface for fear of the show ending before that great Library of Argentina brain of hers could file the information away. Given the junta had liberated most of the Nazis' loot before Laura got the same chance in Biedma, Emil didn't blame his deputy for wanting to get on with the job. That and the resumption of caustic air burning lungs. Reloading a camera with film, she said,
"It's all here. Hunakoa, the volcano's destruction of the Huape's lives and livelihood, the human sacrifices made to try and stop it."
Laura extended an arm to a depiction made recognizable by what she said next.
"Even the jewel of the diamonds."
Emil stared. Two anthropomorphic flames had locked horns bull-like in a battle.
"I knew it was all true," said the cacique. "How much do you want for the lightbox?"
Father Orion responded, but not with what Emil guessed the cacique wanted to hear.
"Of course it's not true," he growled. "Pagan worship and symbolism is a sin, an abomination against God."
"What about where the Huape buried the diamonds?" Smith was looking at Laura. He was keen to get back to the visit's purpose. She was about to reply, but let go a stream of vomit instead. Laura collapsed. She gasped. In a flash, Smith and Emil had swept his deputy from the cave's floor and rushed her outside. Not so much panting fish this time, more a coughing and spluttering human being trying to draw oxygen from a medium next to impossible to breathe. Just as well the cave was only halfway up Ojos del Salado. Emil didn't want to think of Laura's distress had the cave been at its 22,000 feet peak.
"Yes,"
she said between deep breaths. Laura was standing, but her hands were on her knees. Recovering, Laura straightened up. She finished answering Smith's question.
"But not at the North and South Poles. The Huape interred the diamonds either side of the mountains."
"East and west of Ojos del Salado?"
said Emil.
"That doesn't sound very far apart."
Laura shook her head.
"Try 2,000 kilometers further south. One diamond ended up at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, the other the Pacific."
"The Huape threw the diamonds into the sea," said Smith. "I thought you said they were interred."
"They were," replied Laura. 10,000 years ago, that part of the world would have been under 4 kilometers of Antarctic ice cap. The Huape didn't need to do any digging."
The confusion looking back at her made Laura add,
"They left the diamonds on the ice at night. The following morning's sun did the rest. Result? 2 diamonds not only 1,000 kilometers apart, but kilometers under ice and water too."
That might have made sense from the Huape ancestors' point of view, but there were still questions today. "Which one do we have?" asked Smith.
"I don't know," said Laura. "But given one of the diamonds was left on ice that eventually became British territorial waters off the Malvinas Islands, and you've just won a war using weapons capable of detecting needles in haystacks, I'd say the British found more than an Argentine submarine lurking beneath the surface of the South Atlantic."
Emil had bitten his tongue against Laura's ready acceptance of Britain having won the Malvinas War, but Smith was summarizing the revelation. "So," he said, "a diamond made at the bottom of a volcano and ending up at the bottom of the Atlantic wants to be reunited with its twin currently residing at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean."
"That's something else," said Laura, appearing awkward suddenly. "I don't think the diamond wants to be reunited with anything."
More confusion from the men. Laura looked at Smith.
"It wants you to meet its twin."
Chapter 25. It was all getting a bit too much for Emil.
"And you got that from the cave paintings?"
Laura gave her boss a look.
"You know where I got it from."
Emil did, but if anything, possessing something that not only knew the past, the present, and the future to come, but with an ability to manipulate everyone and everything in between, was about as unsettling as it gets.
"I don't understand," he said. "If the diamond knows what it wants, why are we here?"
Emil spoke as if Smith wasn't there.
"Why didn't it point the colonel in the right direction the moment it was burning his hands? If the diamond is an all-seeing eye, it must know where the other diamond is.
It does, said Smith. Now Laura was confused. But you'll forgive me if I chose to embark on a journey of discovery beforehand. Forewarned is forearmed and all that. And you've seen the cave paintings. The diamonds aren't exactly the best of friends.
Not the best of friends, said Emil. You're talking about something that not only knows and controls the future, but can wipe it out. What if bringing the diamonds together triggers the ultimate in nuclear explosions Sergeant Gomez fears?
Don't worry, Inspector, said Smith, exhibiting that "I know more than you think" raised eyebrow of his. I suspect the diamond in the Pacific only has a bone to pick with me personally. Incredulity joined Emil's growing list of discomforts, and he was about to ridicule Smith's suggestion when the colourful light display seen radiating from the cave faded. The three approached.
I don't believe it,
said Emil, catching the cacique red-handed. The diamond was in his right hand.
We turn our backs, and you try stealing the diamond? You had better put...
Emil cut himself off when what the taller and darker figure standing behind the man was holding made Emil realize that although he was witnessing a robbery, the cacique wasn't the thief. Father O'Ryan pressed the gun into his hostage's neck, making the smaller man wince. With only the diamond's fading light to go by, it was difficult to tell, but the weapon appeared to be an ex-Nazi submachine gun. The same submachine gun the two young priests had no hesitation in using beneath Biedma Cathedral.
On behalf of His Holiness the Pope, His Excellency the Bishop, and the entire Catholic Church, said Araloche's gun-toting priest, I congratulate you on not only proving God's existence, but that of the Antichrist, and the location of the final battle to come.
Emil had been struck dumb, but a head twitch from Laura was followed by her saying,
Battle? Armageddon, you mean? The young lady knows her faith as well as her fate.
Recovering from the shock, Emil patted himself down before remembering why he couldn't produce a gun of his own. Both his and Laura's pistols were amongst the fleeces piled 5 strides away. O'Ryan spotted the interest.
Don't bother, Inspector. I've removed the magazines.
Where Emil looked next didn't escape O'Ryan's notice either. The Beretta was on display under the Englishman's left armpit.
And despite Colonel Smith's fabled marksmanship skills, continued O'Ryan, any holes appearing in me can only happen after I've passed a bullet through this pagan's neck.
A yelp from the cacique meant O'Ryan had pressed the machine pistol harder. Given Smith's expertise, Emil half expected the man to take the shot anyway. What Emil wasn't expecting was the Englishman to clarify the Church's position on the diamond's provenance. "So," he said, "this gem is God, and what's waiting for us all at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean is the devil?" O'Ryan laughed.
Listen to him. Anyone would think he was an angel of the Lord rather than the devil's son.
Emil would be the first to acknowledge Smith's ethics were questionable, but evil personified was a bit of a stretch. A thought that vanished when Laura chose the moment to utter one of her naive and, under the circumstances, also staggeringly suicidal comments.
"The second diamond is 2,000 kilometers away," she said. "We're bound to overpower you on the way. You may as well kill us now."
Never mind wanting the ground to open up, Emil was figuring out how best to squeeze into a crack in the cave's floor.
Now, why would I want to force 3 men and a woman to do God's bidding, when being accompanied by 4 willing travelling companions would be so much more pleasurable?
Not exactly what Emil wanted to hear, but at least bullets weren't thudding into anyone's flesh. Removing his left arm from around the hostage's waist, O'Ryan seized the hand holding the diamond and moved it closer to the cacique's face. Wild-eyed, as if driven half mad, half ecstatic by what his faith compelled him to do, O'Ryan said,
"And now, lady and gentlemen, witness the miracle of what happens when a pagan heathen, seemingly beyond God's help, looks upon the glory that is our true Lord and Master."
O'Ryan addressed the cacique.
"Go ahead, my son. Don't be afraid. Jesus is with you."
Given where the machine pistol was still pointing, Emil didn't blame the little man for thinking he was about to die anyway. The poor guy was shaking like the proverbial leaf. But then the diamond brightened. The cacique stopped shaking, and eyes that had been darting between the machine pistol, Orion, and the rest of the cave's occupants, fixed in just the one direction. The corners of the cacique's mouth turned up, triggering a similar response in Orion.
"Can you see it, my son? Can you see the light?"
He shook the little man.
"Tell me you've seen the light."
"Yes," said the cacique, with a grin as maniacal as the priest's.
"I can see him! I can see God!"
He turned to the onlookers.
"And he's beautiful, just beautiful. So much power, so much strength, so much grace. God's radiance is beautiful."
The little man was crying. "You see," said Orion, mania subsiding as he faced the rest of his hostages.
"You see how God has made me the chosen one? How and why the where and when of the final battle between good and evil has been entrusted to me personally, and how you will soon be my willing travelling companions."
Orion might have calmed, but his words were still those of a madman.
"Let us pray."
The priest's sudden need for worship involved forcing the cacique to join him on the floor, but the little man was having none of it. He was too excited. The onlookers were offered the diamond.
"Please," he said, "you need to have your eyes open too."
The machine pistol was on the floor, making Emil and Laura chance a step, but Smith grabbed them both.
"Not yet." "All in good time, my son,"
said Orion, seemingly no longer interested in the firearm.
"We must thank our Lord in heaven first."
He quoted from the Bible.
"For just as through the disobedience of the one man the many were made sinners, so also through the obedience of the one man the many will be made righteous."
Orion smiled at the cacique.
"Romans 5, verse 19.
Now the cacique was looking at the priest as if he was mad.
"Lord? Heaven?"
He shook the diamond.
"What are you talking about? This is Hunukawa! God!"
He faced the now puzzled onlookers.
"Seriously, how much do you want for this? I'm sure I can get a bank loan."
If Father Orion was frustrated before, he was apoplectic now.
"Give that to me!"
Snatching the diamond, Orion stared at the gem, and as the light brightened once more, Emil tried breaking free of Smith's grip, but the stronger man was having none of it.
"I said, not yet."
"Yes!" said Orion, immediate rage morphing into instant rapture.
"Beautiful! Simply beautiful!"
The priest was already on his knees, so it didn't take much for the trance to drop him back to his heels, bring the diamond to his face, and fixate as if the gem was not only providing a connection to God, but to the heavens, the universe, and even the meaning of life itself. Maybe it was.
"Beautiful," repeated Orion. "Beautiful. Our Lord truly is beautiful."
Like the cacique had, he blubbed like a baby. Smith let go, enabling Emil to grab the machine gun, and Laura the cacique.
"Are you okay?"
she said. The little man didn't reply. He was looking at the priest. Laura, Emil, Smith, even Paz the Lama, everyone stared at Father Orion. Smith approached. Crouching to the priest's level, he said,
"Incredible how persuasive this thing is. Convincing the padre here he's on a mission from God to end all missions from God. Compelling me to believe I have a date with a similar destiny. The cacique, Hunukawa, is our true lord and master, and at the other end of the obsessive belief scale, Inspector Vazquez is marrying the woman of his dreams."
"Persuasive," said Emil. "Are you saying the diamond's a con? No different from a circus sideshow? Some fortune-teller's crystal ball?"
Smith stood up.
"Well, you can't marry Maria Fierro and Laura Gomez."
If the diamond was a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma, Smith had presented a new piece to the puzzle. Emil looked at his deputy, expecting to see the same disbelief looking back. Instead, Laura stormed to Smith.
"You said you wouldn't say anything!"
"My apologies, Sergeant Gomez. Blame my need to think out loud. I did say we were on a journey of discovery as well as destiny. And don't you enjoy learning new things?"
"Wait a second."
Emil's jaw slackened at Laura.
"The diamond told you we are getting married?"
His deputy's response was a series of head twitches, eye ticks, shifting feet and repeated attempts to hide hands in non-existent pockets. Laura clearly wanted to lie her way out of the mutual embarrassment, but an obsession with the truth wouldn't let her. She relented.
I wanted to know why we needed to see the cave paintings, when the diamond was giving every indication it already knew where it had to be.
Dropping her chin, Laura scuffed a foot over the floor.
It told me you and I would get married instead.
Emil's disbelief wasn't going away.
But I'm engaged to Maria. And you think I'm a male chauvinist pig?
Laura recovered her composure. She folded her arms.
Exactly. It's all nonsense.
Oh, I don't know, said Smith, studying Orion's grinning features. A face lit with light meant the priest was still being mesmerized. The padre here clearly thinks the diamond is the truth, as does our friend, the cacique. No longer being in contact with the gem did at least mean the little man was compos mentis enough to speak. Not that what he had to say made any sense.
Yes. Hunukowa is the one true God.
Emil groaned.
This is ridiculous. They can't both be right.
That is true, Inspector, said Smith, getting to his feet. In this world. He faced his doubting Thomas. But travel through a gateway leading to many other worlds, and all 5 of us can be right. Chapter 26. A brief tussle with a priest refusing to give up on his devotion to divinity, and the diamond was back in its box. If the enigmatic object was a gateway to other worlds, the Englishman had decided the door was locked. The gem's mind-twisting emission of light and heat merely a peek through the keyhole, with the key itself lying somewhere at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. "I've seen enough," he said, putting the box into his pocket. "Let's get back on the road."
"And I've seen enough to know the diamond is messing with our minds," said Emil. "We're playing with fire."
"More likely a nuclear bomb,"
added Laura. Smith gave a wry smile. "Then a nuclear bomb detonating at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean is the best place for it." Laura met the man's gaze.
"Not if the blast ends up turning the Earth into a new asteroid belt circling the sun."
Smith didn't respond, choosing to encourage Orion to help repack Paz with the twins' scientific instruments. A redressing of fleeces later, and the group was heading back down the mountain and for where Diego and the twins would be waiting in the minibus. Emil brought up the rear again. Not because Paz was still giving him the evil eye, because the llama's handler couldn't be trusted either. Father Orion seemed compliant enough, but that was probably because of Smith's insistence everyone would have to confront Armageddon in one form or another. Everyone except the cacique. Machine pistol in one hand and flashlight in the other, Emil passed the latter's beam over the little man. He appeared more despondent than dangerous. A mood that picked up when, arriving at the cacique's outpost, Smith handed him a wad of cash. "Here, compensation for the loss of your stage beard and wig."
"And the rest of the props,"
said the cacique, eyes lighting like spotlights. He peeled the bills.
"There's enough here for a whole theatre. Seating, curtains, costumes, makeup, scenery, fake lava, rocks." He stopped. "And a loan from the bank. Are you sure the diamond's not for sale?"
Smith peered at the little man. What would Hunukowa say? The cacique didn't hesitate.
"He would say, 'Give my representative what he wants, or I'll cover you all in lava.'"
Smith looked at where they had just come from. No plumes of fire lighting the night sky or rumbling ground, so it was reasonable to assume the mountain god wasn't too upset. "We'll take our chances," he said.
"Here."
Laura dumped a suitcase-sized container of instruments at the cacique's feet, the photographic and stage lighting equipment she had used when examining the cave.
"Get someone to make slides out of the pictures I took. Should be quite a show."
The way the cacique's eyes widened when examining the contents meant he'd either forgotten about the diamond, or money was his true god after all. Although, given the shout of "goal" and what could be heard on a television set as the group departed the scene, the footballer, Diego Maradona, wasn't far behind. Laura faced the caravan rocking on its chassis.
"Are you really going to risk destroying the Earth just because the diamond says you should?"
Smith answered her this time.
You know we don't have a choice.
We?
Said Emil.
You and the Padre are the ones hell-bent on putting the diamonds together to see what happens. Sergeant Gomez and I just want to go home. And if it wasn't for the junta wanting someone to keep an eye on you, that's exactly where we would be.
Smith tilted his head towards that night's stars.
I wonder what's really in store for us all.
2 hours later, and a distant glow became the dying embers of a barbecue. The charred skeleton of a side of beef was lying on top. Emil rapped a knuckle against the minibus parked next to it, interrupting the snores coming from within. It was daybreak, time for the occupants to get up.
What is it?
The driver's door opened, revealing a fully clothed but bedraggled Diego rubbing his eyes. He'd spent the night on the front seats. Laura opened the minibus's sliding door. The fat twins were in a similar state. Empty wine bottles proved the pair's scientific research had involved consuming large amounts of chimichurri steak, washing it down with Malbec, and collapsing under the dedication of the effort.
"Oh, my head," said the first twin. "What time is it?" "Time for us to make tracks for Argentina, so the rest of us can get some sleep," said Laura. "Did you find the cave paintings?" said the second twin, perking up. "What did they say?"
"They said—" Father Orion was surveying the detritus in the way he had the cacique's abode, with the soured face of the self-righteous. "Those who overindulge will not inherit the kingdom of God." The twins looked blankly at Laura.
"We'll tell you on the way back to Argentina," she said.
Diego took that as an instruction. Within minutes the old man had reduced the barbecue to wet ash, secured the griddle in the back of the minibus, relieved Paz of his load, and freed the beast.
"What did you do that for?"
said the twins, as Paz headed straight for a nearby herd of wild llama.
"You've just released tonight's dinner."
A glare from Laura ended the concern. "Before the sun comes up," said Smith, looking at the red replacing the night in the east, "I wonder if you two gentlemen wouldn't mind confirming something else we've discovered." He produced the box.
"That the diamond is a crystal ball?" said the first twin. "We already know," added the second, "but it's clearly nonsense." He angled a thumb. "It's told my brother here his global warming theory is correct, and something called man-made climate change is going to end the world by the year 2000. And me—"
The first twin took up the story.
"A new ice age is set to destroy us all by the end of the century."
They spoke in unison.
"We can't both be right." "Emil, wake up."
He opened his eyes. Laura was shaking him.
"You need to see this."
Emil looked out of the minibus. Ramshackle buildings, old animal pens, dried mud church. It was Araloche. He had slept the entire journey. Emil followed Laura out of the vehicle to where the others stood gathered round the minibus's bonnet. They were looking at what turned out to be a map of Patagonia. Smith, Diego, Orion, the twins, even Rita and Mama Fierro were taking an interest. The reason becoming clear when Smith said, "Just to confirm, the second diamond is still interred in ice."
"Nothing like the kilometres of thickness that would have existed thousands of years ago," said the first twin, donning his spectacles and drawing closer to the map. "The glaciers that make up the ice field today are a mere couple of 100 metres thick, but that's still a formidable obstacle." "But the cave painting said the Huape put the second diamond on the ice shelf above the Pacific," said Emil, aware the comment must already have been made. Laura responded anyway. "They did, sort of. The southern Patagonian ice field extends over fjords that lead into the Pacific Ocean."
"How much sunlight can penetrate 200 metres of ice?" asked Smith.
"None," said the monocled twin. "Visible light is effectively zero after a few inches, but that wouldn't stop the neutrino effects you saw in Mendoza."
He stood back from the map.
"Assuming this second diamond possesses the same properties as the first, it will have spent millennia melting a nice little cavern for itself as the glacier passed overhead." "Passed overhead?" asked Rita.
"It's what these glaciers do," said Smith. "Head for the ocean, like slow-motion avalanches of white." Rita pulled herself closer to Smith. She must have been speaking to him again.
"Which leaves only two ways of reaching it."
Everyone looked at the first twin.
"Yes," said the second. "Either deposit the gem we have on the ice above and let the rising sun do the rest, or," he had deferred to his brother, "we approach the glacier from the ocean side, in something not only capable of navigating the Pacific, but with an ability to submerge beneath the ice shelf and resurface in the cavern the second diamond has created. A submarine."
The gathering fell silent. A silence broken when Diego said,
"I know where there's a submarine."
Chapter 27. 3 days later. The last thing Emil expected was a return to Biedma Cathedral. Not without backup, that was for sure. Fear of how the bishop and his 2 machine-pistol-wielding priests might react had assured that. But, true to his word, Orion smoothed the path. Not that the bishop was pleased to see them.
"You're too late,"
he said, scowling as if judging sins impossible to forgive. The bishop extended his crozier at the door leading down to the cavern.
"It's out of my hands. The Americans are in charge now."
"Americans?" said Emil.
"What do the Americans want with an old Nazi U-boat?" "Ask them."
The bishop made an about face, ending the audience. He didn't even make a sign of the cross. 2 flights of stone steps later, and a cavern of scurrying sailors suggested that whatever the Americans' purpose, the United States Navy was serious about it. As serious as the twins had been when ensuring Laura had everything she needed when uncovering the first diamond's secrets. A combined operation to both restore and load the U-boat was underway, half the sailors busy with paint, while others had formed chains, passing boxes marked rations, water, and Arctic clothing onto the vessel. The words "danger radiation," too. Only instead of cases small enough to carry, these stenciled crates were so large most had to be craned aboard.
"Sonar, radar, and GPS,"
said an American accent. The visitors faced the voice.
"If we're to find the second diamond before the Russians do," said the CIA agent with him, "then this rust bucket needs bringing into the 1980s.
Dark suits, impenetrable shades, earpieces trailing wires beneath collars. There was no doubt. These 2 were the same Secret Service agents Smith had duped the last time the travellers were in Biedma.
"Wouldn't a modern submarine be more suitable?"
asked the Englishman.
"Too far away," said the first CIA agent. "And if we're to beat the Russians to it, we have to be there in days, not weeks."
"What makes you think there's another diamond?"
asked Laura. A question which for once didn't invite anyone's death, or the unnecessary revealing of secrets.
"We've intercepted a Russian satellite detecting unusual activity in southern Patagonia," responded the second American. "Emissions identical to that of the first diamond, but far more powerful."
Emil's blood ran cold. And judging by the way Laura, Diego, Rita, the twins, and Father Orion were exchanging glances, he wasn't suffering alone. Was it too late? Had the second diamond's light and heat melted the glacier? Was a rising sun already enabling the gem to enact some Honokhua-style judgment and melting enough rock to trigger a chain reaction that would see all the region's dormant volcanoes erupting a life-ending vengeance? Emil forced himself to park the nightmare scenario. The first CIA agent opened a palm.
"No tricks."
He was looking at Smith.
"Hand it over."
Smith produced the jewelry box.
"You still think this is a weapon, then? That's for Uncle Sam to decide. Hand it over."
Smith appeared about to, when he hesitated. "Are you sure? I know this must sound strange, but the diamond and I have become quite attached in our own way. It can get upset when separated, you know."
"Just hand it over."
Smith did. Any satisfaction that brought the first CIA agent became puzzlement. He was about to put the box into the open armoured security case his colleague had waiting, when the diamond was returned to Smith. Confused, the second agent snatched the gem, but only to enter a tussle between a need to secure the box inside the security case and whatever invisible barrier was preventing him. It was as if the case and the box were now magnets, and the agent determined the like poles should meet. The farce escalated as the 2 agents attempted to resolve the impasse by passing the diamond between each other, and at an ever-increasing rate.
Only the worthy can look upon the face of our Lord and live, was Father O'Ryan's somewhat unhelpful observation.
Smith intervened. He took the box. Might I suggest I come with you? Her Majesty's government is as keen as Uncle Sam to see what's waiting for us in Patagonia, so I'm unlikely to be any trouble. The Americans gave in.
Get aboard,
said the first.
Not you,
said the second, putting a hand into the middle of Emil's chest. The agent produced a document.
America's agreement with Argentina involves just 2 observers, a representative of the state and a member of the clergy.
He invited Diego and Father O'Ryan to board the submarine. Emil looked at his trusted informer, who appeared more embarrassed than concerned.
I would trust Diego Iglesias with my life, said Emil, but he's hardly a representative of the state. He has working knowledge of ex-Nazi U-boats, which is more important, said the first American. And anyway, Senor Iglesias has some unfinished state business of his own.
Diego's features reddened some more. Everyone turned to what had taken the CIA agent's attention. It was the crate-loading crane. But given this wooden box's size and shape, nothing scientific was being hoisted aboard the submarine this time, unless eugenics counts as science.
"Is that who I think it is?" said Laura.
Diego swapped his embarrassment for anger, aimed at Smith and the Americans.
If you lot weren't obsessed with neo-Nazis, then I wouldn't be forced to bury Carl at sea.
Now, come on, Diego, said Smith. You know a tomb containing Hitler's son would soon become a magnet for the likes of the far right. We can't risk Argentina's junta being replaced by yet another fascist regime.
Oui, said the old man. I'm burying Karl Hitler, not you.
Talk about being caught off guard. More in surprise than disbelief, Emil took the document the first CIA agent was offering. República Argentina at the top. The interim president's signature at the bottom. PFA stamp. Seemed official enough. Let me see that. Smith relieved Emil of the authority. Yes, he said, after scanning its contents. Just Diego and Father O'Ryan to board the vessel. He refolded the document. And as I've managed to bag myself a passage, I guess it's time for some goodbyes. Smith offered Emil his hand. Thank you for your assistance, Inspector. Outstanding as always. Emil blanked the gesture. Ongoing mistrust of Colonel Smith aside, Emil's mind was racing for an excuse to bag Laura and him the same passage to the Patagonian icefields. Smith switched to smiling at Laura instead, who accepted both his open hand and the CIA's paper authority he was extending with the other.
Turncoat,
thought Emil. To add insult to injury, the travellers were subjected to another of Smith's grandstanding farewells. The man had even marched to the top of the submarine's loading ramp to deliver it.
Au revoir, my friends. Shalom. Auf Wiedersehen. Adios. Arrivederci. Farewell. Goodbye and good luck to us all.
And with a characteristic wave, the mysterious Englishman, or whoever the man really was, disappeared inside the U-boat. Rita was in tears.
We didn't even get a chance for a last kiss. Don't worry, Mama, said Laura, pulling her mother in for a hug. All those goodbyes mean until we meet again. If I know Colonel Smith, we'll soon be back in each other's arms.
Why his deputy would raise such pointless hope, Emil didn't know. The situation was obvious. The British and Americans had always been calling the shots, and Argentine pawns like Laura and him were no longer needed. The fat twins' reaction to not being allowed on the submarine was more pragmatic.
Well, can't say I'm too disappointed, said one. Those access hatches clearly weren't designed for people like you and me, brother.
Yes, concurred his twin, and I'm not sure either of us could withstand the humiliation of being craned aboard.
2 U.S. Navy policemen approached, making Emil growl.
Let's get out of here,
he said. Chapter 28. By the time the 5 were descending the steps leading down from the cathedral, Emil had accepted the fait accompli.
Finally,
he said under his breath.
Your twin cousins can get back to being geophysicists in Mendoza, and the two of us, police detectives in Buenos Aires. Starting with finding a new safe house for your mother. The Kali gang won't give up, you know.
Laura didn't respond. Opening her purse, she stuffed the authorities Smith had handed her inside and made a beeline for where Diego had parked the minibus. She produced the keys when they got there.
Make yourselves comfortable. The inspector and I just need to report in.
They didn't, but Emil went along with it anyway. The moment Rita and the twins were inside, Laura headed for the nearest public telephone box. Emil grabbed her arm on the way.
Hang on, I know that look. What are you up to now?
Laura glanced about the scene. Without a word, she opened her purse. Emil tried not making too much fuss about what was inside.
What the hell? Why would Smith give you the diamond?
Closing the purse, Laura entered the telephone box.
Because he wants us to ensure the diamonds meet.
No, he doesn't.
Emil squeezed in with her.
You know full well the diamond's been manipulating us all along. And now Smith's got rid of it. He's free to do whatever his MI6 handlers wanted him to do in the first place. We're being conned again, by both Smith and the diamond.
Laura lifted the handset.
Operator, Ministry of Defense, please.
She put her hand over the mouthpiece.
Smith will never reach the Patagonian coast. Diego's going to scuttle the submarine.
Emil was lost for words.
What? Why? When did Diego tell you that? And more to the point, when were you going to tell me?
Diego didn't. The diamond told me. Ministry of Defense, this is Sergeant Gomez of the Buenos Aires Police. Put me through to the Air Force, would you?
Emil rolled his eyes.
Oh, for goodness sake, Sergeant. These visions of so-called possible futures are exactly that. Fantasies, wishful thinking, dreams. He paused. Oh, given scuttling a submarine miles from land can only mean Diego's death, nightmares.
Is that the Air Force? I need to speak with the Deputy Commander. Brigadier Major Gomez? Tell his PA it's his niece, Laura.
She recovered the mouthpiece.
Diego's whole life was caring for Carl, and he can't forgive Smith for ending it. And anyway, I would have thought finishing 2 American CIA agents at the same time would meet with your approval.
It did, but talk about mixed feelings.
But Diego will die too. Where's the justice in that?
Laura's enthusiasm for whatever she was planning faded.
Diego has cancer, Emil. He'll be dead by Christmas.
Emil was incredulous.
And I suppose the diamond told you that too?
Laura shook her head.
No. Diego.
Pointlessness polluted Emil's thoughts. He'd always known his favoured informer and friend wouldn't be around forever, but had always thought the end would come courtesy of a cardiac arrest during a shared beer, or death visiting the old man in his sleep, not the horror of drowning in the bowels of some monstrous metal machine. Emil didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. He frowned.
Wait a minute. You told your mother she and Smith would meet again. You lied to her.
That's okay, Operator, I'll hold.
Laura looked at her boss.
And?
You can't lie. It upsets you too much.
Your point being?
My point being, the diamond is not only getting you to do its bidding, but changing the way you behave. That lie should have put you into robotic overdrive the moment it left your lips.
Laura stared into space.
Maybe the diamond is making me see the light.
Emil was determined to exert some control over his sergeant, assuming he still could. He adopted a different approach.
And anyway, you heard your cousins. There's only 2 ways of reaching the Patagonian ice fields, and as we've just been turned away from the first, that means a plane followed by the only other thing capable of getting us there in time, a helicopter.
Uncle Omar, it's Laura. Yes, being annoying as usual. Listen, we're in a bit of a fix, and wondered if you could help us. We're going to need a plane and a helicopter.
Chapter 29. 4 days later. El Calafate Airport, 176 kilometres southeast of the second diamond. Convincing an influential Argentine Air Force uncle to give you what you want is one thing. Persuading an army helicopter pilot of no relation to enter Chilean airspace is something else.
"Forget it," said the pilot, studying the authority Laura had given him. "I don't care whose signature that is. The Bruggen Glacier is in Chile, and any Argentine military helicopter landing there is tantamount to an invasion."
He returned the document.
"And you'll forgive me if I'm beginning to think invading the Malvinas Islands was one invasion too many."
Emil should have guessed as much. It was a good job the pilot of the jet that had got them this far was happy to wait on the airport's tarmac.
"Give me the keys," said Laura.
The helicopter pilot laughed.
"Hueys don't have keys."
Glancing at the maintenance engineer with him, he said,
"What did you think I was going to do? Drive you there?"
Laura gestured with the authority.
"I assume you have no problem with the helicopter being ours to do with as we see fit?"
That made both Army airmen laugh. Ignoring the humiliation, Laura struck out for the machine. Keeping a firm grip on the backpack of cold weather equipment they would need on the glacier, Emil followed Laura, the army pilot and engineer not far behind. Although Emil had long since acknowledged his deputy's genius, Laura had never mentioned helicopters before.
"Can you really fly this thing?" he said.
"Nope, but if the Diamond is serious about being with its twin, I soon will be."
Emil didn't know whether to be scared, concerned, or as unconvinced as the two other men following Laura. They neared the helicopter, its imposing dimensions and ungainly giant insect-like appearance doing little to relax Emil. Skid undercarriage chained to the ground, rotor blades tied to the fuselage, red flags marked "Remove before flight" flapping in the breeze. To a groundhog like Emil, being a passenger needed a degree in aeronautics, or, given the machine's resemblance to an oversized insect, entomology. Laura slid open the door as if the transport was no different from Diego's minibus. She dropped her bag inside.
"Can one of you give the inspector a pre-flight brief while I do the walk-round?"
Laura set about liberating the Huey of its ties. The engineer might have dropped his grin, but the pilot was still amused.
"Go on,"
he said to his colleague.
"I'll stop things before they get too far."
The pilot folded his arms.
"This should be good."
The engineer did as Laura had asked, and Emil had just learned how the radio headset he would need during the flight worked, when his deputy returned bearing armfuls of chains, tie-downs, and the red flags. She packed the safety equipment next to Emil in the helicopter's passenger compartment. Laura looked at the engineer.
"Are you going to monitor my start?"
After a shrug of indifference from the pilot, the man said,
"I'll get a fire extinguisher just in case."
He left the helicopter and headed for what appeared to be just such a device on wheels.
"Can you hear me?"
crackled a voice in Emil's headset. Laura had climbed into the pilot's seat.
Yes," replied Emil into a mouthpiece. "But are you sure the Diamond even knows how to—"
"Hang on, sir. I just need to get start clearance from air traffic."
Before Emil knew it, his deputy was not only talking to someone called El Calafate Ground on the radio, but her hands were flashing about the cockpit as if every switch, knob, dial, instrument and lever within reach had to be flicked, tapped, rotated or swiped no matter what. And if that hadn't wiped the smile from the original pilot's face, what happened next put him in a quandary. Gesturing with a finger to show the helicopter's rotor blades were about to turn, whatever Laura was doing caused a starter motor to engage. A building whine from the gas turbine engine it was connected to, and a moment later the rotor blade above and beyond the Huey's nose drifted to the left. A muffled whoomp of igniting aviation fuel caused more blades to pass over the nose. The engine's whine ascended to a scream, and the ungainly machine rocked from side to side, as if it really would rather drive Laura and Emil to the Bruggen Glacier. The army helicopter pilot seemed to agree, as he was slashing a hand back and forth across his throat. Either that, or he feared for the decapitating potential of the metal now spinning above Laura and Emil's heads. The Huey's rocking settled, not that the vibration and noise that had replaced it was settling Emil's nerves.
"Here we go,"
said Laura. To both the onlookers and Emil's stunned amazement, Laura lifted the Huey into a hover. Emil drew a sign of the cross. The engineer was shaking his head, but frantic waving meant the army pilot wanted Laura to land. Having said that, the gesture alternated with another, the inserting of fingertips on one hand into a hole created by the thumb and forefinger of the man's other, so there was concern for something else. Laura had just reached the altitude, speed and direction El Calafate Air Traffic Control had cleared for the Huey when Emil understood what the army pilot was mimicking: a nozzle being inserted into a tank.
"Fuel," he said. "How much fuel have we got?"
"Enough," replied Laura. Emil's eyes darted about the cockpit until he found the gauge. He was pretty sure the needle wasn't where it was supposed to be.
"We're not even half full,"
he said. "How are we going to get back?" Laura's attention was on the mountains ahead. "We're not coming back." Chapter 30. Whoever was piloting this machine, it wasn't Laura, and the more the helicopter climbed to match the rising ground ahead, the less she, he, or it seemed willing to discuss the matter. An hour into the flight, and the vast extent of white that makes up the southern Patagonian ice field hove into view.
"What are you going to do?"
said Emil. He had long since given up insisting Laura turn back.
"It's what you are going to do that's more important."
Another enigmatic response from Emil's deputy, or rather, whatever entity was controlling Laura. The green that had turned to the browns of the Andes' lower slopes, and then the greys and blacks of granite the helicopter passed between, became the mottled white of the glaciers themselves. Laura settled the Huey into a cruise a few hundred feet above the surface, and Emil strained his lapstrap for a better view. Under different circumstances, a horizon-to-horizon expanse of blue-black ravines and crevasses, topped in maze-like peaks of pure white, would have been breathtaking, but not today. Or tonight, judging by the way the sun was sinking behind the mountains beyond the glacier. What sounded like an alarm took Emil's attention. A cockpit warning light had illuminated. It read, 20-minute fuel.
"Don't worry,"
said Laura, reading Emil's mind.
"We'll be landing in less than 6 minutes."
Hardly reassuring. A few minutes later, and a change in engine tone seemed to confirm the ETA, and as the helicopter descended, Emil looked ahead. Light from a setting sun made it difficult, but there appeared to be a darker mass within the shadow they were about to cross into, and as the mountains ahead masked the sun, he realized what it was. A hole. There was a gaping hole in the glacier. What with the increasing darkness, white turning a deep blue and then black beneath the hole's rim, but nothing to gauge dimensions, the circular scar located slap in the middle of the Bruggen Glacier could have been anything from the size of a tennis court to a sports stadium. Laura brought the slowing but still screaming and clattering machine closer, and Emil had just decided the sinkhole was little bigger than the helicopter, when to his astonishment Laura hovered the Huey and entered the darkness. Emil twisted his head about the void, certain the already impossible-to-return from journey was about to end in the worst possible way, with the clash of rotors against ice, a plummeting ball of flame, and death courtesy of the instant stop at the bottom. Laura hadn't even lit the cockpit, let alone the Huey's surroundings. Pulse racing, Emil gripped the back of Laura's seat and screamed,
"Get us the hell out of here!"
But then, like an administration of pre-meds, Emil's mind flooded with calm. The diamond's doing, no doubt, and the more he fought against the brain intrusion, the more he seemed happy to go with it. Movement from outside caught his eye, and Emil's disorientation was compounded by the optical illusion of the confines appearing to move up rather than the reality of Laura controlling the Huey's descent. A shake of the head cleared Emil's thoughts. The helicopter's distance from the densely packed columns of all-encompassing ice was increasing, as was the light enabling the view. The space Laura had entered grew larger, and desperate to get a handle on what was below, Emil released his seat's restraint and pressed his nose to the window. There was a tiny spot of light. A light that, as the helicopter neared the bottom, moved up the window, illuminating where Laura was about to land the machine. A level surface of granite, scattered with what glaciers are renowned for producing in their travels to the ocean: boulders, smaller rocks, pebbles, grit and dust. Grit and dust, which the Huey's downwash spat in all directions, temporarily obscuring something else. It was the person holding the light. Chapter 31. Rotor blades drifting to a stop, they exited the helicopter.
"Are you back in the land of the living yet?"
said Emil, one eye on his deputy and the other on the distant figure holding the ice cavern's only source of light. Laura shivered and reached for a coat.
"What are you talking about? I've always been here."
Emil slipped an arm into his own fleece-lined defence against the cold. Steaming breath indicated the cavern's atmosphere was well below freezing.
"No, you have not,"
he said, checking his gun. A resounding crack, and a beach ball-sized chunk of ice exploding as it hit the ground midway to the mysterious figure made Emil look up. That night's stars were visible through what seemed the void's only access. Emil was no expert, but he doubted even the most experienced of helicopter pilots could have done what Laura did.
"Right, let's get this over with," said Laura,
zipping the jacket to her neck. Stuffing both hands into her pockets, she set out for the light. Emil followed. The pair had only taken a few steps when a groan, followed by another echoing crack, resulted in yet more chunks of ice impacting the granite underfoot. One was the size of a refrigerator.
"If you don't want to end up in the Professor's next pointless universe," said the mysterious figure, "I suggest hastening the pace."
Emil did the opposite, grabbed Laura's arm and stayed put, not only because he feared what else might be amongst the aftermath of snow crystals that continued to rain, but the woman's voice. It was in his head, both in his head and coming from the figure standing some 20 meters away. Shrugging free, Laura strode for the woman as if being in her company was the safest place to be. Emil was about to agree when a deeper groan like that of a bored giant became an ice column half as high as the cavern detaching from its wall, toppling and flattening the Huey like the giant's club. Bits of metal joined the ice scattered about the ground. If Emil and Laura weren't trapped before, they were now. Splashing through meltwater and shards of ice, the couple reached the woman.
"That's the trouble with entropy,"
she said, as a second collapsing ice column added insult to the Huey's injury.
"One can never put the clock back to fix it."
The middle-aged woman looked at the pair.
"Atrophy is so much easier to deal with."
Whatever that was supposed to mean, Emil guessed only his deputy would know. Not that he was trying to work it out. Emil was too busy deciphering the woman's appearance. The brightness of what could only have been the second diamond in her right hand was making it difficult. But to Emil's astonishment, rather than being similarly insulated against the cold, the 50-something woman with an English accent appeared to be wearing a business suit. Court shoes, blue pencil skirt finished just below the knee, button-down tailored jacket made from the same blue material, and covering a blouse decorated with a cravat. Pearl necklace, earrings, various other jewellery, and a stiff bouffant hairstyle that wouldn't have looked out of place on Britain's Prime Minister. Emil took a double-take. It was the British Prime Minister. The woman was Margaret Thatcher. The realization had stunned Emil, but Laura was treating the situation as if meeting world leaders beneath millions of tons of unstable ice had to be done every day.
"There,"
she said, producing the first diamond.
"Now leave us alone."
Thatcher took the gem. Emil wasn't so shocked that seeing the cosmological equivalent of nitro and glycerine in close proximity didn't make him take a step back. Maintaining the diamond's separation, Thatcher looked at Laura and said,
"Where is the Professor?"
"He's dead."
"Where?"
"You know where."
Emil didn't know whether to come between the women glaring at each other or the two diamonds on the cusp of a fight. Their brightness had increased. Bending at the waist, Thatcher loomed over Laura. She sniffed.
"He's only just left your head. I can smell him."
The lady focused between the pair. The shallow stream of meltwater Emil and Laura had splashed through increased to a torrent. A pool formed in front of the ice wall ahead. Fearing a flood, Emil searched for higher ground. He had just spotted a boulder for Laura and him to stand on, when, like the ice columns that had crushed the helicopter, the wall gave way. The action caused further crashing from above, making Emil and Laura draw closer to the British Prime Minister. But then Emil realized the water wasn't rising, it was escaping. Like some liquid tunnelling machine, the torrent bore through the ice as if the densely packed blue crystal ahead differed little from the steam being emitted by Emil and Laura's elevated breathing. The tunnel grew in height and depth, and it wasn't long before this caving and plummeting of ice had surrendered to what the torrent was forming. A gully that widened into first a ravine and then, as millions more tons of frozen water gave way to the night sky above, a valley. Emil looked up. The hole that by some miracle Laura had flown a helicopter into was now an ever-widening scar running the glacier's length, and not just either side of where the three were standing. The fjord ahead, and where the glacier shed its icebergs some tens of kilometres beyond that, the Pacific Ocean. There was an orange glow in the distance. It was the sun still setting on this part of the globe. Emil, Laura, and who or whatever the pair had their backs to, were standing on a shingle beach, bounded by impossible-to-climb slopes of ice, but with a clear run all the way to the horizon. There was a chance of escape after all. Something touched Emil's right shoulder. It was a hand. The hand holding the second diamond. Emil glanced across at Laura to see her left shoulder being caressed by the hand bearing the first diamond. An older man's voice echoed in Emil's head.
"Not as spectacular as the parting of the Red Sea, I grant you, but impressive nonetheless."
Emil looked at Thatcher. Only it wasn't the British Prime Minister. It was Moses. Chapter 32. If fear of being crushed to death in an ice landslide had replaced a collapsing ice cavern's roof, losing one's mind ran into close second. Emil pulled himself together.
"But you can't be Margaret Thatcher and Moses. You mean the Professor hasn't told you?"
Moses was staring out to sea.
"How strange. He must have forgotten."
"He told me," said Laura.
Emil assumed his deputy's tolerance for the entity's hand on her shoulder must have been the same as his, occasional avalanches of ice stopping short of the shingle beach the three were standing on.
"You're a supercomputer," continued Laura. "An artificial intelligence designed to answer humankind's greatest questions."
She looked at Emil.
"But like most human beings given ultimate power, searching for the unanswerable has driven it insane."
The entity took umbrage.
"The Professor programmed me to find God. Can I help it if he doesn't like what I found?"
Emil's own sanity was being tested, but something made sense.
"Professor," he said. "John Savage."
Emil glanced at what was in the hand gripping Laura's left shoulder.
"The diamond told me Juan Fierro would grow up to become somebody called Professor Sir John Savage."
Laura confirmed the outcome. Not that it settled Emil, quite the opposite.
"But he's going to kill everyone on the planet." "You can't blame the Professor for that," said the supercomputer. "You human beings are the most destructive creatures he's ever created."
Created?
Talk of the devil.
Water boiling midway to the orange glow stretching the horizon became the head-on silhouette of a certain ex-Nazi German U-boat. Moses winked at Laura.
"Good job I discovered how to traverse the Professor's multiverse during my travels. Otherwise we'd never get to the bottom of the mystery."
Laura's response relieved as much as it concerned Emil, a frown followed by a head twitch. Carving aside the hundreds of mini icebergs drifting and bobbing in the fjord, the submarine drew closer. Moses sighed.
"I suppose one ought to make the effort to at least look the part."
With that, the hand on Emil's right shoulder grew larger, as the figure standing behind grew taller, hair, beard and robes whiter, and the next thing Emil and Laura knew, the pair were staring at another convincing biblical representation, complete with glowing light and host of angels peering down adoringly from the ice cliffs above.
"What do you think?"
said a suitably godlike voice.
"Too much? Or should I try Jesus first?"
Think? It was all Emil and Laura could do not to gawp. The blare of a maritime horn took the pair out of the shock. Figures were busy on the submarine's decks.
"Be good people and assist the arrival, would you?"
said God, smiling benevolently.
"Wouldn't want the awesomeness of my radiance causing anyone to trip and get their feet wet now, would we?"
Emil had another attack of disbelief. What had been a shingle beach was now a concrete dock in the shape of the U-boat's bows. Desperate for a connection to reality, no matter how unsettling, Emil and Laura bolted for the vessel. They were met by 2 stunned deckhands holding ropes and 8 firearm-bearing U.S. Marines just as captivated. All 10 were staring at the Raphael-like tableau dominating the scene. Tying off the U-boat, Emil couldn't help but stare himself. A less transfixed Marine barked an order, and 8 pairs of boots pounding the dock became him and his men getting amongst the ice surrounding the vision. With obvious reluctance, they pointed their rifles at it.
"I'm terribly sorry about this."
Emil's head snapped at the voice. Colonel Smith was standing on the U-boat's decks. Only it wasn't Smith. Taller, older, swept-back grey as opposed to black hair. It wasn't him, and yet it was. In the same way the man couldn't have been Juan Fierro, and yet was.
"Where's Colonel Smith?"
said Emil.
"Dead, of course. Can you believe the only reason Diego chose to come on the diamond hunt was to get even with him? If I hadn't remembered how to hop between Zara's parallel universes, yours truly would also be lying at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean."
Zara? Who's Zara? Emil gripped the gun in his pocket harder.
"You're Professor Savage?" "In person. Or rather, the person I find most useful when preserving the conscious awareness needed to find my maker."
And in an instant, Emil's tenuous grip on reality evaporated.
"What's going on?"
was all he could muster.
"The war between natural and artificial intelligence," said Savage. "But don't worry. We'll soon have you in a universe better suited to your understanding."
Reaching inside his jacket, Savage, Smith, Juan, or whoever he was, produced a small box. But not a ring box, a matchbox. A matchbox he was about to slide open when a voice said,
"Not yet."
It was one of the CIA agents. His colleague was with him. Didn't they ever remove those shades?
"You'll get your chance, Professor,"
added the second American. There was movement behind. Father Orion climbed out of the U-boat.
"Go ahead, Padre," said the first CIA agent. "The floor is yours."
"You're not seriously suggesting this apparition is God?" said Laura.
"Uncle Sam doesn't know and doesn't take chances," said the second American. "Our job is to recover those diamonds, and if faith can help with that, then who are we to question God's will?"
If Emil had thought the situation impossible, the rate at which Laura's head was twitching meant her tolerance for the nonsensical was being tested like never before. Father Orion, on the other hand, couldn't have appeared more confident. Applying the finishing touches to his vestments, he turned to Savage and said,
"When the battle is over, some of us will be ascended to the highest level, whereas others will be cast into where they belong."
Savage looked at the entity.
"Regardless of one's devotion," he said, "I think you'll find she's intent on casting us all into oblivion."
She? Orion ignored him. Bible in one hand and a set of rosary beads in the other, the priest set out for what he genuinely appeared to believe was the Almighty. Head bowed in prayer, the priest fixed his eyes to the ground all the way. He fell on his knees a few feet before. What with the hum of the U-boat's generator and the priest's back masking the words he persisted in aiming at the floor, whatever Orion was saying couldn't be heard. Emil assumed it would be something along the lines of entrusting the Americans with the diamonds, while God got on with vanquishing the Earth of its evil. Nothing interrupting the onlooker's line of sight, though. The colour red was seeping into the entity's robes, black into its hair, too. On the head, that is, the white beard was regressing back to a smooth complexion. The entity was shape-shifting again, and when Emil realized what sort of shape, his gawping reappeared, but for a different reason this time. Statuesque hourglass figure, Blood-red evening dress slashed to the hip, cleavage bordering on the obscene. If this woman was still the divine, Emil had misunderstood the word. Keeping the diamonds apart, the stunning beauty of Middle Eastern appearance shook out cascades of raven hair and dressed the locks as if drawing attention to her sensuous curves. Emil was transfixed, but the entity's visual charms hadn't distracted Savage.
"All a bit embarrassing, really," he said. "I create a series of robots designed to assist you humans with everything from factory work to household chores, only for the most, entertaining of them, to develop an awareness hell-bent on doing the opposite."
"Get thee behind me, Satan!" Orion had looked at the entity after all. Although given he was lying on his back and extending a small wooden cross at the lady in red, no one needed to be a believer to guess which biblical character the priest thought he was addressing now.
"Zara is a robot," said Laura. "But that's impossible."
"In this 1982, maybe," said Savage. "But by the year 2028, in most other parts of the multiverse, helper appliances like her will be quite common."
The sound of cocking rifles made Emil take out his gun.
"Who in their right mind will create such a monster?"
He was shaking.
"Sergeant Gomez has already told you, Inspector. Another all-seeing entity, searching for the meaning of life."
Savage put a thumb in the middle of his chest.
"Me."
Forget losing his mind. Emil was beginning to think Laura and he had lost their lives, crushed to death in an icefall or killed in the helicopter getting here. Maybe this was purgatory, and the two were undergoing a test before being allowed to enter heaven. Savage seemed to sense the paradox.
"Look, it's very simple. 4 billion years ago, I decided to—"
"Put the diamonds down," said a CIA agent through a megaphone. "Put the diamonds down and step away." All eyes went from the speaker to the entity, who was treating the situation as any real woman might, when preparing for a night out, that is. Zara was looking into the first diamond as if it were a compact mirror, and using the second gem as a lipstick. If this was a former robot seductress gone wrong, there was an impression of the machine's former programming trying to retake control. Zara faced the speaker.
"I'm sorry," she said,
in a voice as captivating as the entity's beauty suggested. "Put the diamonds down," repeated the agent through the megaphone, "and nobody will get hurt."
"Diamonds?"
Seeming to toy with the American's demands, Zara held the gems in front of that ample bosom of hers.
"Do you mean these diamonds? These diamonds, which if anyone was fool enough to bring together, would set off a chain reaction so powerful, so devastating, that not only would the Earth be destroyed, but the Sun, the solar system, the galaxy, and maybe even all of existence too."
Zara smiled at the expressions of horror staring back.
"What kind of madness would even contemplate such a nightmare?"
Before anyone could stop her, Zara's insane thinking did exactly that. To an elevation of frantic objections turning to shouts and then screams, Zara closed the gap between the diamonds, the gems increasing brightness forming 2 furnace-like jets of flame in the palm of each hand as she did. The fires combined, the intensity obliterating Zara's form, but just as Emil and Laura had joined others in raising weapons preparing to open fire, although goodness knows what for, a faint pop was accompanied by the furnace's evaporation and the robot's reappearance.
"Oh, that was disappointing,"
said Zara. She turned to Savage.
"Still, I think I've made the point."
Now everyone was looking at the professor, who seemed awkward.
"Matter and antimatter," grumbled the man. "The diamond's power was academic. Each was identical in every respect, save their subatomic charge. Bring both together and—"
He clicked his fingers.
"Poof. Nothing. They cancel each other out."
Stunned silence. Emil was wondering if the real Almighty might be smiling down after all, when what Zara said next ended the hope.
"But you couldn't help yourself, could you? You had to stop matter and antimatter from destroying the universe."
She paused before adding,
"The original universe you created."
Chapter 33. The CIA agents, the Marines, ratings, Laura, Emil. Of all the people trying to get their heads around this latest shocker, Father Orion was the first to acknowledge it.
You are God.
Savage groaned.
Of course I'm not God. Look, it's very simple. Around 4 billion years ago, someone, or more likely something, put me on this planet to create life, and I've been trying to find who or what that was ever since, that's all.
If there were 9 circles in hell, to Emil, someone or something had created a 10th, and they were all standing in it. Savage hadn't finished.
Zara, I made you to find my maker, not come up with some tin-pot theory about me being God just because I triggered evolution.
While the human beings in the vicinity struggled to comprehend the seismic implication of that belief-challenging statement, the pair argued.
You know there's only one way to disprove it,
said Zara.
Destroy all the conscious awareness you've created over the past 13.8 billion years and allow existence to revert to what it was before the Big Bang.
How can I possibly do that, when my consciousness is 4 billion years old at most?
Then how do you explain the multiverse, its lack of antimatter, and the dark matter of human awareness that's stopping space-time from collapsing back in on itself? How did that happen? Magic?
Wait. Back up just a second.
Emil had to force the words out.
Are you saying the only reason plants, insects, and animals are a thing is because you made them?
He didn't even want to think of the most obvious question. Laura asked it instead.
And the only reason we human beings are a thing is because our thoughts are needed to keep the universe going so Zara can find God?
Multiverse,
corrected Savage. He raised his hands.
I know how it looks, but trust me. Once this is over, I'll have reprogrammed Zara to think more positively about her purpose, and refocused your thoughts on something just as productive.
More dread washed over Emil.
Refocused, he said. You mean you can reprogram us too?
Like the visions of Margaret Thatcher and Moses had earlier, Savage entered Emil's mind.
4 billion years of hopping between every particle, atom, molecule, protein, cell, neurone, and synapse as easily as I do universes has afforded me a certain control.
More silence.
Professor,
said a shaky CIA agent's voice,
just do what's necessary to get us out of here. Common sense at last.
Savage gestured with the matchbox.
It's up to you, Zara. Think more out of the box on your travels, or I'm putting you back in this one.
Other than smiling, the apparition's ravishing beauty didn't respond.
No, said Savage. In that case, I'm afraid you leave me with no choice.
Holding the matchbox aloft, Savage slid open its drawer. A bumblebee crawled out.
Sorry, I couldn't come clean with you all earlier, but I needed to check the extent of Zara's corruption, and as she's getting quite adept at avoiding me in her old age, that can take time.
The professor winked at Emil.
My most powerful creation might be a super AI gone rogue, but she'll be no match for this, my latest supercomputer virus.
Zara's smile broadened into a grin. And that, coupled with the insect falling onto the quayside rather than taking to the air, seemed to dent Savage's confidence.
"Oh dear," he said. "It must be too cold for bumblebees."
Why do you think I lured you here in the first place?
Zara was scanning the all-encompassing threat of unstable ice. An escalation in groans and cracks was enough for Emil. Seizing Laura's arm, he was about to push his deputy through one of the U-boat's open hatches, when ice, leaving rather than engulfing the submarine, made him stop. He had to blink. Far from an avalanche, the surrounding boulders of white and blue were moving up the slopes, the mini icebergs jostling the U-boat too, leaving the water as if someone had flicked a switch and time was in reverse.
What in God's name?
Father O'Ryan might still have been on his back, but if anything, staring up at the night sky was giving him a grandstand view. Every loose crystal, pebble, beach ball, refrigerator and car-sized chunk of ice was in the ascent, an ascent that didn't stop at the glacier's surrounding cliffs. To a collective amazement, giant pieces of the geographical feature began soaring into the air. Savage lunged for the bumblebee, but ended up swiping at nothing, as, like the ice, his feet left the ground. Zara wagged a finger.
If I'm wrong and you're right, and God is waiting for us all at the beginning of time, then I suppose it's only fair you should be the first to meet him.
Without so much as a right of reply, Savage had joined the ice, accelerating into the dark. The action caused an avalanche, of sorts, automatic fire. Emil and Laura joined the CIA and Marines in unleashing the lead, but rather than passing hopelessly through Zara's apparition as might have been expected, the bullets turned through 90 degrees and headed skywards. At least, that was where the Marines' tracer rounds were going. The deafening assault ended with a series of metal-on-metal clicks, and the ringing in Emil's ears was replaced by Zara's voice saying,
"Now, who's the next most eager to meet his maker?"
She was looking at Father O'Ryan.
Off you go.
And in an instant, he too had taken off like a rocket into the night, a Bible and set of rosary beads not far behind. Fearing Laura's own piety might be next, Emil wrestled his deputy to the ground, desperate to buy the pair some time. He found himself looking at Savage's bumblebee. Light, flooding the rapidly depleting ice valley, made Emil squint. The sun had appeared. To the shouts and screams of deckhands, CIA agents and Marines also taking off towards Zara's oblivion, the entity faced what should have been impossible, the sun rising back above the horizon.
"You know," she said, "there's something quite satisfying about destroying all of existence and starting anew."
Zara smiled.
"Maybe I'm God after all."
Emil just had time to witness the sun elongate, disintegrate, and stream towards whatever was sucking up millions of tons of frozen water, an old Nazi U-boat, the fjord, the ocean, the horizon, the Earth, and presumably the solar system, galaxy, and all of existence beyond, when he too experienced weightlessness. Seizing the bumblebee, Emil tightened his hold on Laura, closed his eyes, and prayed like he had never prayed before. Chapter 34, 1985.
Ouch! What is it?
Emil opened his hand. An insect took to the air.
"I've just been stung by a bumblebee."
"Are you okay?"
said Laura. Emil rubbed his palm. No sign of the sting, so he assumed the insect would live to fight another day. He looked at his ex-deputy.
"Sergeant Gomez, is there a reason why once again you think it's okay to walk into my office without knocking?"
"Laura," she said, taking a seat. "I've resigned from the PFA, remember?"
Ignoring both the pain easing in his left palm and Laura's habitual look of disapproval, Emil lit a cigarette.
"Open a window," he said. "You can let the bee out at the same time."
Laura didn't need telling twice. Sliding up a pane, she took a file from the inspector's in-tray and began coaxing the bumblebee.
"Uncle Bruno's been arrested again," she said. "So you need to be on standby just in case."
"I've already said I'm happy to give you away."
"Yes," said Laura, "but you don't exactly sound enthusiastic about it."
"Well, that's because I can't believe who you're marrying. Corporal Ramirez is an idiot."
Laura stopped coaxing.
"Roberto is not an idiot. He's the sweetest and kindest person I have ever met. And if you want to know why he's also resigning from the police, it's because we're both fed up with having a bigot for a boss."
"Rubbish. Corporal Ramirez is resigning because in accepting assistant professor of antiquity at the Argentine Institute for Archaeology, his future wife has just quadrupled her salary."
Emil smirked.
"I take it back.
The man's clearly a genius.
Laura folded her arms.
Are you giving me away at the wedding or not?
Emil sighed.
Yes, of course I am.
Taking the file from Laura, he tried encouraging the bumblebee towards fresher air himself.
Assuming I haven't been arrested myself, that is.
Why would you be arrested?
Oh, come on, Laura. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission has made its aims clear. Anyone and everyone connected to the junta is under suspicion of murder, and that includes ex-fascist regime detective inspectors like me. Can't be long before I'm marched out of this station with a bag over my head.
Stop being dramatic, said Laura. We had elections, remember? Democracy is in charge now, and President Alfonsine isn't a dictator.
The bumblebee was determined not to escape. Each time Emil seemed about to free the insect, it opted for the officer's side of the glass instead.
I'm just saying it might be wise to put one or two of your other uncles on standby.
I can't. They keep being arrested too.
What about your father's side? Your Uncle Garcia in Mendoza?
Ditto.
Emil stopped coaxing the bee.
Arrested? But he's had nothing to do with the junta?
Tax evasion.
That figures. Although given his new Argentina was little different from the old Nazis' version, I would have thought treason more appropriate. How about your stepfather escorting you down the aisle?
Laura was incredulous.
Colonel Smith? That lying, cheating swine of an Englishman? He might have brainwashed my mother into marrying him, but he's not kidding me. He murdered Karl Hitler.
Returning the file to the in tray, Emil looked for something to trap the bumblebee. His coffee cup should do it.
You know full well Karl died from smoke inhalation. And anyway, it was for the best, especially now Diego's with him.
Laura drew a sign of the cross.
Well, isn't that just typical of someone without a sympathetic bone in their butt?
She interrupted herself. Laura was looking at the picture frame Emil had placed face down on his desk the moment she had walked in. Laura mellowed.
Emil, Argentina is moving on from its past. And so should you.
Emil pretended not to notice.
Is there anything else?
He said, emptying the coffee cup's dregs into its saucer.
No.
Laura seemed about to say something anyway, when she made for the office door instead.
Laura?
She turned to face him. Emil had mellowed too.
In case I don't get the chance at the wedding, thank you for being my deputy. I'm not so bigoted to know I couldn't have done it without you.
Another look of disapproval from Laura.
We couldn't have done it without each other.
Putting down the cup and stubbing his cigarette out in the ashtray, Emil exaggerated a wave through the smoke and spread his arms. Laura rushed to him.
You know,
she said, dropping back down from their embrace.
I sometimes think that if things had been different...
Laura had to use a handkerchief to wipe her tears and the pink print she'd left on Emil's cheek.
You and I might have...
Emil put a finger on Laura's lips.
Definitely. But only in another universe.
They smiled at each other. Laura headed for the exit, but before passing through said,
You know, Emil, whatever it is you're looking for, I really do hope you find it.
She left. Expressing a sigh as heavy as his heart, Emil put the photograph of Maria back on its feet, picked up the coffee cup, and headed for the bumblebee.
Allow me, Inspector.
The cup smashed on the floor.
What the... Where the hell did you come from?
The office door was closed.
How did you...
Emil was about to tell Colonel Smith to leave when the bumblebee crawled inside an open matchbox the Englishman was holding. Smith closed the container.
All's well that ends well, he said.
Eyes shifting between the door, Smith, and the matchbox, Emil said,
Get the hell out of my office.
All in good time, Inspector. Smith picked up the photograph of Maria.
I just need to clarify something.
Snatching the picture, Emil opened a drawer, dropped the picture inside, took out the gun lying next to it and repeated,
Get the hell out of my office.
What do you know about diamonds?
Hardest substance known to man? A girl's best friend? and worth a lot of money. Now get out!"
Emil used the pistol to indicate the way.
"Nothing else?"
Emil switched to pointing the sidearm down the corridor outside.
"Look, if it's a robbery, Inspector Delgado will be all ears, but even he would insist you report the theft to the desk corporal first."
Emil looked past Smith.
"How did you even—"
The Englishman raised his hands. "And that's quite all right, Inspector. You've answered my question. I'm leaving." He opened the door, but before exiting said, "Another time, in another universe, perhaps." And with that, Emil's nemesis was gone. Half expecting a third interloper to come bursting in, Emil stared at the closed door. There was a knock on the other side. Finally, someone with an understanding of office door etiquette. Emil returned the gun to its drawer.
"Enter."
"Inspector Vazquez?"
It was his new sergeant.
"There's a lady in reception who says she knows you. A Dr. Maria Fierro?"
End of Inspector Vazquez, Book 3, Blood Diamond. Copyright Alec Berry, 2024.